This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everyone. Wherever you are in the world, welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship, powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are in the April monthly finals in the EMEA region. I got some help with me for the show today. Trav, welcome back, and our friend from across the pond, Ready Set from Dallas, Texas. How are you doing? And are you excited for the EMEA region?
Oh, I mean, this is such a blast. I don't think we discussed this. This is my 4th year of doing Brawl Stars Championships, and it's my first time ever having the immense privilege of doing the EMEA region. So this is a super exciting day for me, as I imagine it is for everyone watching around the world. The most competitive region in Brawl Stars.
Glad he said it, Trav. I'm glad he said it. How are you feeling today, Trav? I mean, a lot has been happening with the game. A lot of changes coming into April monthly finals. What are you looking to see?
I'm just intrigued to see if these balance changes have affected the meta at all, because from what I've seen, everything seems to be, pretty similar, pretty, similar to how it was just before. So intrigued to see if they're going to kick in and we'll see some changes.
Yeah, definitely some usual suspects still getting into those drafts that we saw in the APAC region earlier today. New hyperchargers as well now have made a big factor in that. Let's take a look as well then at today's schedule and the bracket soon to follow. The format, of course, is the one that you all know and love. The power match format from in-game. No modifiers and no mutations just yet in esports. You'll be pleased to hear 8-team single elimination brackets will be today's schedule. Best of 5s all the way from the quarterfinals through until those grand finals. And of course, two matches happening on the B stream as well. Here is our leaderboards though. SK Gaming out on top here, 133 points to their name. Humble not far behind us, the second place runner-up from last month, 103 points. Oceanus Gaming looking to try to battle their way all the way up to that top spot there, 84 points. BSC Gaming had a great month in March, it must be said, and a good qualifier also, 82 points. But look at those big names down the bottom there. Zeta Division, Reply Totem, Eclipse Esports, Foot Esports. What is going on there, Ready Set?
Yeah, this is quite interesting, and we've even seen some of these teams not qualify. Foot Esports tragically did not qualify this month, but the other ones are still repeat offenders. We'll get to see them appear today, and an unexpected challenger in Kebab, which we'll get to touch on later.
Yeah, devastating for FUT Esports this month. VN Esporting as well, obviously disbanded somewhat. Ron will go over to the FUT Esports roster, and maybe it's joining then over in Eclipse Esports. Trav, talk us through the brackets and those spicy matches to come.
I mean, every single one of these matches is going to be incredible, so obviously make sure to go over to the B stream if you want to watch Humble versus FA Kebab or Oceanus versus Eclipse Esports. Over on the A stream here, we'll be watching SK Gaming versus Reply Totem. Same as last time, Reply Totem looking to try and get some revenge against SK Gaming, who obviously are the reigning champions at the moment. But Zeta Division against BC Gaming. Zeta Division really do need a better start to this month than they had in the previous one, because they had a bit of a tough month last month.
They did. They really did. Lost in the first round to Humble. Who can forget that major upset to kick things off? And it was a very close match as well between Berlin City and Zeta Division in the qualifying stages. It was a 2-1 in favor of Zeta. I mean, that match might not be as clear-cut as it seems, but again, make sure that you check out those matches over on the B stream as well. And head over to the event.brawlstars.com website. That is our event site for these streams. Connect your Supercell ID there and get some awesome rewards. Last month, we had the Sands of Time spray. This one, we got the Ragnarok pin, which I gotta say, it is such a juicy one. I love the way they incorporate those assets in with that theme. So make sure that you do just that. Get those star drops in, most importantly, as well. Get that progression in game. Whilst we head over to talk about our predictions, we're all clean down the line, saying the same story. I'll start with you, Trav. Give us your thoughts on why we're all united in that sense.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know if the United front's that convincing after last month, to be honest with you, because I think we were probably all pretty similar last month too, and I think maybe we got 1 out of 4 quarterfinals right. So, I mean, a little bit worried at that, but obviously SK Gaming did win this exact matchup last month. Humble played phenomenally last month as well. Zeta, they're just Zeta. No matter who they're against, you just can't write them out. So I think they're the favourites in number 3. And then Oceanus, they've got some really strong players. So I think quarterfinal 4, maybe the most clean cut out of them all, maybe except from that Humble one, but I think all 4 of those predictions are pretty solid.
Rennie, I want to hear from you as well briefly. Were you just copying our homework there, or give us your thoughts behind the matches today and which ones you feel are going to be the closest?
I mean, you can't absolve yourself here. We're both copying the predictions master, Trav. But honestly, I don't think I have any hot takes here. The only one that's really up for debate is it going to be SK? Is it going to be Totem? And whoever wins out of those two, do they go on to win the entire thing? That's the only thing that's kind of floating up in the air. I will say right now, I think whoever wins that match goes on to win the entire monthly final. I will make my call now.
Bold statements. You love to see it. Well, Trav, we're going to wave goodbye to you very briefly. We're going to be in ready second to take the reins on this matchup as we head in to SK Gaming versus Reply Totem. The grudge match from the March monthly finals. It was not very good last time round for Reply Totem, looking to better themselves this time round against the reigning champions of this region when it comes to monthly finals. Joker, Yoshi, and Lana. It was the best start they could have possibly hoped for last month. They were in the SK Gaming headquarters last time round, this time clearly from home, but nonetheless locked in and raring to go. They had a very strong qualifier ready.
Yeah, this was an interesting one as well. I mean, in the qualifiers, they did actually have a challenging match against Humble, so that has led to them facing a Totem once again. In the lower bracket, they seem to have a pretty successful run, didn't really face anyone too challenging, at least for the grade of players that SK Gaming are. So headed into this matchup once again, I mean, this is once more a really challenging one for SK Gaming. Reply Totem is just not an opponent that they would typically face in the very first round.
Well, Joker will recognize this roster. 2 of his former teammates with Maru and Maori. iChaos joining the mix this year. But again, hasn't been the smoothest of starts. And with a 5 month of monthly finals in the season, not much time to catch up there. But nonetheless, if they can come out with a victory here, that would send shockwaves throughout this region. They left in the quarterfinals last month looking to go all the distance this time round. And a grueling qualifier it was for them. Had to beat Pale Fox Esports, VN Esporting, Humble. They lost to in round 9, but again, I think those qualifiers do say quite a lot in terms of their perseverance. But with this kind of opposition, very tough to put the past behind them. Reply Totem, of course, had a flying start to last year and monthly finals as well to match. When it comes to our poll on event.brawlstars.com, 68% siding with SK Gaming, and I think that's relatively fair, really, when you can consider last month and how SK performed. I'd like to see maybe a bit more of a 60-40, but nonetheless, I think that's pretty fair.
the incumbents, right? The reigning champions of last year's, or rather last month's monthly final. Cannot really argue with that. But versus an opponent like Totem, I think it's understandable why some of the voters out there are going the opposite way. Without further ado, though, we'll get into Dueling Beetles, our very first set. So far, and M's first selection is quite interesting. It's not exactly one of those brawlers that is running the meta at the moment.
Well, Bell coming in as the first pick from Reply Totem. Some interesting bans. Angelo not escaping things there. Good to see. Sandy coming in with the hypercharge now. Very much in a probably the best way, I would say, out of the ones that have joined the game. The 6 we've got. Swift wins really is a fantastic addition. Jackie to combine with it. You know, Gray coming in for SK Gaming. A lot of great picks so far for me. Bans on the left-hand side with the Jesse, the Pam, and the Amber as well. The Byron's an interesting ban for me from Reply Totem. Not massively sold on it. We saw it a little bit over in the APAC region, and it is kind of the place and the mode for it, but nonetheless, I mean, this is not necessarily the band that I was expecting to see. Speed Zone for Stu, I kind of get that. Rosa coming in as well. I mean, that's definitely an interesting one to see, one that I was not really expecting. Hypercharge rate was increased, actually, so now requiring not 2.5 supers, but actually only 2 supers. That could go a long way here.
I wonder how I feel about the Sandy and the Rosa into the Ems. I feel like Ems is able to keep a brawler like Sandy at range quite effectively. The Rosa is going to be suffering into this pretty anti-tank brawler. I think the Sandy Hypercharge is really what makes this pick viable here for Reply Totem. But then I also have to look across the way at SK. They have the Grey Jackie. I think maybe the Rosa will have a bit more permanence on the point, but aside from that, I just love the Grey Jackie here for SK.
The Bell as well, going to take a little bit more time now to mark up in that regard, because they obviously decreased the charge rate on it as well. So now requiring not 2, but 2.5 supers to be able to obtain that. It's a good start from SK, pushing themselves into the zone already, but the Bell marks are bouncing between Joker and Yoshi there, keeping them low, and this could be a time for Reply Totem to start to push back.
Good moves for Totem to get this early control. Chaos just looking for some shots on a Joker, trying to line up the angle, and he does actually successfully do it. Mary also taking advantage of the speed gear use in here. Big pull there for Lana, but there's just not anything to result of it. SK Gaming now do manage to get this teleporter set up, and if they can sit in this position, then they are already on their way for a pretty good run. Even with some wall break on the right side, it's going to diminish the value that Mario is able to offer.
And now popping off, getting a double cycle there on the hypercharge and staying alive for it as well. But Maru is too tanky, can't really contest this, and it's all tied up in terms of the zone capture. Maru just coming out alive there, 330 HP, and he's still standing.
Gosh, they just refuse to fall. Yoshi does have a TP in. Lana's actually going to take advantage of it. Yoshi a little bit late to the party, but it's okay. Lana's got the double kill. Mari alone. Good kill there for Joker. And SK Gaming take back control of the zone once again. Seems to be being traded back and forth, but with Lana going so aggro and respawning by the time that Totem get to push back in, this could be quite dangerous.
Yeah, this Gray with the Jackie combo is absolutely disgusting. SK now just tipping their toes into the zone. Mary going to pop super, just giving himself more survivability. But look at Lanan, doesn't even care, going straight forwards for Maori. He's got his eyes on the prize, should come out with it as well. But now with the respawn, surely in a paralyzed position, with only 10% though, SK should have this all locked up.
Gosh, Mario's got to pop that hypercharge without even a super. Called a boneless hypercharge, honestly, because there's just nothing to accent it. SK owned this point, and I honestly think towards the end there, Totem, they were being a little too preemptive. I'm talking about Rosa in particular, popping the super, expecting Jackie to TP in, and what did Jackie do? Just sit there, didn't even get close, let that super ride out, and then took advantage of a weakened Rosa.
Solid plays. Gotta be honest though, a close game, especially when you consider that Rosa's got a pretty bad win rate on this map, 36% only. And I think for that reason, Reply Totem did okay, but they got to do more this time around. They need to get a game, and hopefully from there, the set, SK looking as good as we saw them last time. Bit of a missed gadget there from Joker there on the Walking Cane, trying to preempt that Mario's on the right. He was actually on the left. Now going in and getting the value that he needs, 68% HP on the head there of iChaos, and Reply Totem get the kill.
I see this TP set up on the right side for SK Gaming, and I wonder why that is. I think maybe they want to get Lana TP onto iChaos, who's going to be tremendously weak in close range. Instead, does get some good damage on Mari, Counter Crush helping him out there, gets a trade on iChaos, and that's ending up being a 2v1 interaction for SK Gaming. Massive profits on that 1v2. We'll see Reply Totem trying to regroup and look for some control once again. iChaos needs a super in order to make a big play. And he could mark Lena, but Lena's just going to go down quite quickly again. Ends up getting the kill shot onto Joker quite unexpectedly, but Lena fires back. He's prevented from getting a super on Mary thanks to a stun, but he still manages to win that anyway with Joker cleaning up.
Chaos there using the mark there to get the takedown onto Joker, but I would have preserved it really for that Jackie. They've really got to focus their attention onto Lenan, who's just coming in and just absolutely tearing up house. Look at this, 80% now for SK Gaming. They're running away with this set so far, and we need to see more from Reply Totem. There's no time left. It's just like Chaos, no HP for it. This set is going to go the way of SK Gaming.
2-0 sweep, and in this second game, they've seriously wiped the floor with Reply Totem. The Rosa simply was not the math, and I have to commend them as well for the intelligence of placing that TP on the right side, getting some of that pull in from Jackie onto the Bell. It's a bit curious to me that they didn't end up switching the lanes at all, they being, of course, Reply Totem. It didn't seem like they really tried a different strategy. They tried to regroup and reuse the same strategy, but it didn't work.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think as well, a bit of a risky strat coming in, especially when you consider the results of the March monthly finals to, going with so many balance changes in your comp. I mean, certainly for me, my favorite there is probably the Sandy, but you can just see there, going back to traditional basics there with the great TP and that Jackie combo between Joker and Lenan. I mean, Lenan had a phenomenal game. He really, really did, and just opened up so much space for his team. And SK now got that early lead. That's so crucial in these circumstances.
Kudos to Joker, too. Seemed like he got that TP super early on, and I think Reply Totem were quite aware of the value that they offered by giving him that so early on. If you close in close range, then Joker is going to be hitting those shots. And even still, I mean, did they really have an option? They have to get on that objective. They have to compete and get some percentage. It was inevitable that he was going to get the TP and get the grade Jackie setup.
And the M's there as well. What a phenomenal showing there from Joker. I mean, you need that end to brawlers like the Rosa, and they're just able to suppress so much aggression by doing just that. A fantastic game though for iChaos. Got to be mentioned. I mean, on a Sandy as well, 454 DPS by more of anyone on the side of SK Gaming, but it's the objective where it matters, and that's where Reply Totem just couldn't find their footing. But a new set underway soon, and a chance then to rekindle things, but that could soon be slipping away from them. They're gonna really get down to business and put SK in their place.
I think another thing with the DPS is you can pretty easily attribute this to Yoshi soaking up a lot of that damage, because Joker, Lena, they didn't really die too much. Yoshi died a good number of times. All of that HP is getting expended, and with that in mind, I think Grey Jackie is also like a viable option when it comes to center stage. Tanks in general, as a final selection, it dictates the meta a lot. What are the tanks? What are the tank counters? How can we special delivery a tank to the enemy side and then lay up for a goal?
Well, Max coming in as well with unlimited energy as a hypercharge. I'm looking at you, Joker. I kind of want to see a ban for that. Sandy as well. There's a great time on this map. Banned out for good reason on the left-hand side. Rico first pick for Reply Totem. Sure, I can understand that with the Vision gear, bringing in a lot of value, but SK Gaming being bold with Rosabrina, that tank pick at a very early stage, but the Shelly ban there is a bit of a cushion for that reason, so I don't mind it. It's all part of their plan, and Stu to follow up. The ban's on the other side of things with the Jesse, the M's. Charlie coming in now has had a bit of a nerf, but still in a very good place.
The early tank selection followed by, being very well aware that Charlie is open, I think is indicative that SK Gaming know exactly what they're going for. Okay, Poco selection from SK. So Charlie, who does she decide to cocoon is kind of what I'm looking at when I look at SK Gaming. I just don't see a particular pop-off brawler that's going to be the one that she tries to lock in the cocoon for as long as possible. Like that Primo for dealing with the Rosa. It's, famously the tank that is good into tanks. But SK Gaming's draft with him selecting the Rosa so early on does concern me for Reply Totem, because this is very clearly the draft that SK wanted.
Yeah, absolutely, with that Poco heal as well. Bit of an underrated brawler, but we know how the synergy can work very much in their favor. In a map and mode like this, when you're up against the wall, it's very hard to defend against a comp like that with the heals and the tankiness of that pairing. Now though, Mary getting some very early taps. He's almost got super already. Should be able to get the kill, and does. Look at that. A lot of value just handed over on a plate to Reply Totem.
Okay, now Joker has the opportunity to break open some walls if he so does, or rather does not. He's running speed zone, in fact. So I wonder why exactly that is. They have an opportunity to get close in on that enemy side and break open some walls to make a goal more easy. Lenon's going to show exactly how that is. Even goes for some damage on enemies. I guess he didn't want to get stuck in that cocoon and went for some damage anyway. The first goal for SK Gaming comes through. They sort of deathball their way all the way to the enemy side, healing up a lot on their way.
Yeah, great heal there, great timing there from Yoshi. They had to ensure it. Super there for Maru, and he's a great primo, it's got to be said. Cycling wondrously well here, throwing Lenon over the shoulder. He'll fall down now as Lenon's got to go on the aggressive. He's got to clear some space for his team, and he's done a great job popping another super as well. Now cocooned out, but nonetheless, that was the play that needed to happen when it happened.
Tuning for it popped by Yoshi, keeps Lena alive. Maru is looking aggressive, has the hypercharge and the super in, but still no kill on Lena. Gets a little suplex supplement on Yoshi, but that's all it amounts to. No real value. Pass over to Joker. He has a super, but no real goal scoring potential. All he can go for here is to maintain the area control and prevent that line of scrimmage from falling more towards SK Gaming's goal. So far, so good. Hasn't relinquished too much mid control. Yoshi's going to try and keep Lena alive. Maru trying to close in range, a super up to Lena, and the huge dodges. Doesn't get the kill on iChaos, but he's passed the ball so far forward and kept things from falling to an SK defense.
Yeah, great defensive work there from Chaos, because that was looking like a goal to me. But again, SK have got the lead. They've got 35 seconds left on the clock now, and it's Reply Totem that have got to give that response in. Lenon now popping again, straight into the cocoon. This is the time that Reply Totem have got to get that ball and start to move it forwards.
They can do it. iChaos, a super on the left side. Joker wasn't hit by a single one of those projectiles. Maru has a hypercharge ready to go. Now he just needs a super. Bit of damage can help him get there. He knows he's close. There it is. Hypercharge and super combo, but no real value. Maru's looking for some kind of super onto Yoshi. Ends up feeding Yoshi a super anyway. Has it on the back right. Cocoon on the right side as well. Can't slip that one past Joker. That is game 3 in a row for SK Gaming.
Yeah, the problem with the primo pick there was it just wasn't quite ready for the super. Had the hypercharge but no super, and then when it was obtained, it kind of went for the singular brawler rather than the two that were kind of combined together. That hypercharge can just bring everyone into the mix and give you so much more value, and a bit of a missed opportunity there from Reply Totem with their backs now against the wall and in danger of dropping yet another set if this one goes the way of SK.
I'm beginning to question whether Primo is still, as I said, the tank that counters tanks, because it seemed like he kind of floundered into Rosa. It does help that Yoshi was giving Lena a ton of heals. You have the tuning fork, you also have DeCapo keeping him alive. Lena still alive after Primo jumped in on him. I mean, having the support brawler in your back pocket is immensely useful. Joker doesn't get that goal. It was so close to going in. Probably just a fraction of a tile off. That should have definitely been a goal for SK.
Yeah, 100% agree. A bit of a hesitation there. The shot was definitely there earlier than it actually went from his feet, but nonetheless still in play. And Lenon finds it, gets the goal, puts SK back on the map. Just one goal or just a tie now to keep the game alive. But if Reply Totem can bring back one goal, give themselves a little bit of breathing space, it will go a long, long way. Maru's got super. All three have got super now, but SK just stays so aggressive.
Mary now uses the hypercharge and the super, takes Lena off the map. The thing is, though, he didn't wait for Lena to pop a hypercharge and a super, which he has when he respawns. He does have the super back once again. He's done a great job of cycling it. There it is, onto Rosa and right through the goal. Well done for Mary to cycle that super so quickly, especially after the balance changes where it takes an extra hit to get that super.
Yeah, that is much, much better. Hypercharge now for Murray. Must be close to super as well. Does slam and stays alive. Throws Lenon over the shoulder as well, but Lenon still stays standing. 2 versus 2 now, but Reply Totem have bought some valuable time so far. They don't want to hinder things now. If they can just find a way to survive in this set, it will keep the dream alive.
Lena was absolutely stranded on enemy lines. There was no lifeline, there was no Yoshi there to heal him. He was surrounded by all 3 enemies. He'll be responding a little bit late, but he's still back to the party. Has no gadgets left, just needs his super. Some hypercharge would be very useful too. Joker completely taken down by Maru. Lina responds, and Yoshi has a super to help Lina for a big push in. He's blocked off by Mary for the time being. Mary's just gotten his hypercharge and super to shut down a Lina combo as well. Seems like Reply Totem are very well equipped to defend SK Gaming if they go for something aggro, which they're gonna... No way, it's completely open! Oh my god! How do you let that happen? Lina with a massive goal to finish out the set.
You can't make mistakes like that, and Reply Totem know it. Their faces say it all for me. Maori until then was absolutely tapping as well on that shot. He was absolutely going to town, had hypercharge, had super. All Reply Totem had to do was just survive a little bit longer and not make a huge blunder like that. And that is a set costed now in the hands of SK, and looking like the same story we saw in the March monthly finals, where it was SK Gaming that won this very matchup in a 3-0 scoreline. But if you're making mistakes like that, you've only got yourselves to blame.
This is where I begin to wonder, you know, is this more than just one set down the gutter? Where's your mental after something like this happens? They were actually looking really good at responding to what SK were going for. SK got the draft that they wanted. Reply Totem played reactively, but it worked, or at least it got them tied up there towards the end. Problem is that they left their goal wide open, and after that, it's going to take some serious mental fortitude to reset after that one, knowing that you completely could have prevented that from happening.
They had such a great setup as well going into an overtime scenario. But in a map like Center Stage, with the bushes all how they are, you know, you've got to play into so much observation. Look at Lenon here, just moving to the right. No, there was a gadget for Mario, but it was a bit too late there as well. That may have been a difference maker, but you just got to cover all those angles. And I mean, Chaos plays Rico for a reason. He's one that knows his angles, but a bit of a lack of communication there for sure for me. Regardless of how you view it, a big blunder that may prove costly for Reply Totem in the April monthly finals. They've now got to really turn things around in such a big way, and we haven't seen really enough from them to feel like they can do just that.
I was not hoping for a repeat of last month. It's tragic to see Reply Totem in this position. They still control their own destiny. They can pull themselves out of what I assume to be a mental gutter after that defeat just moments ago. Then it's still a very realistic match for them. But SK Gaming are looking so formidable. They get the draft that they want. Even if the enemy plays reactively, they are still apt to spring at the right moment and sense small openings, well, honestly kind of a big opening, but those small plays to win an entire set. We'll move into Shooting Star for a bit of bounty action, and for what could be the final set if SK can continue the dominance of last month.
Well, I want to see Angelo banned. He's flying onto the screen right now for a reason. It kind of has to be there despite the nerf, still in such a good spot. The super poison damage from the arrows was decreased by 50%, but that's still, in terms of like, you know, damage is 8,800 down to 6,600, and that can still take out pretty much every brawler in the game by a singular hit. Certainly Piper as well. Bell, of course, needs to be considered highly here. There's some spots here where Charlie can thrive as well. Melody escaped so much in the APAC region earlier today through the drafting process. Definitely need to consider her as well, as those kind of aggressive brawlers like Max. We saw a little bit of a time when brawlers like Max could really cause that pushback potential. Melody has that kind of similar idea. Brock too would be definitely, yeah, there you go. Max and Melody both banned on that right hand side, along I think there with potentially the Meg. So yeah, there's the Meg. Piper banned, Angelo and Nani. Great band so far.
Okay, so we see an RT first selection from Reply Totem. This one's quite interesting to me. I think that RT is going to be great against anything that like gets in super close range, because of course you can always just go to, quote, Jackie form Byron. Okay, maybe we're starting to get an idea of why Byron was banned at some point. The tick selection also from Reply Totem. This is a lightning fast draft, honestly, from... Oh, goodness. Oh, good. How's this going to work into the RT is what I want to know.
Certainly. So, I mean, RT has now had a bit of a rework now. So we've got the new gadget in play. You know, in line has been taken into out of line, which instantly charges your super, allowing you to be in leg form and get quickly back into the mix rather than be kind of stuck and unable to obtain the value that you need to be able to get back in that more defensive position, which I quite like for RT. We haven't really seen it kind of like really catapult its way forwards yet in terms of the meta. It was always in such a great place for a very, very long time, and it kind of drifted away somewhat. But you're right, Mortis into that is going to be very, very tough to make work, especially with that new gadget now coming into the mix, aiding the defensive process for RT. You've got the choice there as well. Of course, Tick now has a new hypercharge as well to consider there. Not one of the strongest, but Headstrong for me is still not bad. Let's see how they fare with this, but one thing's for sure, this is going to be a Reply Totem set, or their April monthly finals are over.
So far, Blue Star belongs to SK Gaming on a very defensive brawler too. Joker could put himself at risk if he uses that hypercharge super. Should he even get it in this game, it takes a tremendous amount of damage to get it. Might even find himself receiving that hypercharge as the final seconds begin to tick down. Maru has a super that he can use to push in. He can use to defend against Lana. Lana's going to try and bait it out of him. It's just a sort of game of chicken to see if Maru's going to actually use his super.
Well, the Mortis pick's working out so far all right. I mean, as long as Lana keeps focusing on Maru, that is really the prime target, despite, Byron still being very squidgy. If he's able to cycle to super, then that splash is going to be brutal, but the pull is there for Joker, and Lana will helping hand. It's a lovely clean takedown there as well for SK Gaming, and now the aggression continues from Lana. Another takedown and 5 stars to the name.
My gosh, onto a Tick with a super as well. He just didn't even use it. I have to wonder why that decision was made, or if the reaction time just wasn't where it needed to be. Tick super down. Maru figures that he will be able to get yet another super. Tick doesn't have too much of an issue getting these supers, but with 30 seconds left, they're lacking that pressure to go in at about the 20-second mark, which is when they should expect to make their last hurrah. With 5 stars in possession of SK Gaming and 0 in Reply Totem, it's drive time.
By which time, though, as well, Joker's going to have the hypercharge as well, and with Lenanta helping hand that situation as well. Oh, beautiful stuff. He's going to trickle down now. Joker will get a kill. Oh, no, pulls the RT! No. And then gets taken down. The Blue Star hands over to Reply Totem. They're on the defensiveness now, and they should be able to survive this. Lenanta trying to come in. Not enough time. What a steal!
There was no reason to pull. They got ahead of themselves is the issue. Honestly, I wonder if Icasters curse this into existence. I mean, Gene Pull usually doesn't put you in too risky of a position, but pulling the RT that immediately goes into the Jackie form is a massive risk, and it ended up giving the Blue Star differential to Reply Totem. It's their one game of the match so far. Where is the mental now? Both teams have suffered a pretty embarrassing moment back to back, but SK Gaming seem to be springing back into action. They have the Blue Star on Joker once again. Hopefully he just doesn't go for a pull at the very end of the game onto Maru with a super.
Certainly a blunder, but a small one for SK, but suddenly they can respond from it, and now's the time to do so. Lenan again with another kill. It's beautiful to watch him play on this Mortis pick. I mean, Mortis did have some buffs as well, remember, but still, to be able to come out with the goods and not hand over your life, not be feeding into your opposition too much, he's playing it well.
Okay, good destruction of that Tick super. Nice moves from Lana. We saw Maru pop that gadget, but Lana simply dashed away from it, ends up picking the kill up as well, as Joker and Yoshi keep him pinned down in that corner on the left side. iChaos is looking to chip some enemies down. Maru looking for just about the same. I mean, where's their aggression? Big pull on a Maru. Lana misses the mark just a little bit. iChaos looks for the kill on Lana, but a super from Byron simply isn't enough to burst this guy down. We're talking 9-0 stars with less than a minute on the clock.
Good aggression from Reply Totem now, and Joker low. The hypercharge forced out there from Yoshi. You will find the kill for it as well, but there are trades. It is going to be still SK Gaming in the lead, but only just 3 stars more so far. The Blue Star with Reply Totem could be that decision-making moment as well. 30 seconds on the clock, plenty of time for a push, and plenty of time to whittle down Reply Totem along the way as well. These heals really doing their work onto Lenan and to Yoshi to keep SK on the defensive, but for how long?
iChaos has used his last booster shots. Lana also, he popped his gadget, but he was shut down by iChaos on the left side. 10 seconds left. They just got to play defensively. Lana going to try and bait this out. He gets the heal and survives in spite of getting hit by the Tick super. Maru's alive and healthy. 11-10 stars. Maru needs the kill. A pull from Joker to keep him from firing one last shot, and they take it.
Oh, that was a bit close. Oh, that could have gone another way. That could have very much been a set there in those final seconds. But SK still stay standing. Now have a match point above their head. a real opportunity to make it to these semifinals and leave Reply Totem with the same fate as last month in this very matchup. Can Reply Totem start to bring this to another set? Because it's really hard to watch. They were just doing so well last year. It's unlike them.
I'm seeing more of the bounty that I'm familiar with. We see Maru grabbing that blue star. It's quickly taken back by Lina. We see some instant damage from Mari as well to eliminate Lina. It brings favor in Reply Totem's hands this time. Lina has that aggression though. He's completely capable of taking down some enemies in close range. He just needs to be afforded that opportunity. He even has that mark on him from RT, causing him to take a lot more damage than he normally would. He's in a trapped position, can't get out of here. Nice moves from iChaos to get that final shot on him. 2 to 6 stars so far, but all of the aggression belongs to SK Gaming.
I like this though. This strategy is good for me from Reply Totem. Get the early lead and then just sit back and just whittle your opposition down and just ensure the defense stays strong. It's looking much better, but again, that aggressiveness, like you say, from SK can overthrow things, and very quickly so. Linan just trying to bait things out yet again onto Maru, who's just going right to the middle of the map now, and it's going to be out of position. Maru comes the legs, Linan on 20 HP, hypercharge from Yoshi, he might be able to get him out unscathed, but no, Maru gets the kill, Joker gets the pull, only 1 star in it, but Reply Totem still have that lead.
Exchanges everywhere, and it puts SK Gaming only 1 star and a blue star behind, with 25 seconds counting down. Lina has a very easy target in Maru if he's able to tank that tick super. How close is he to his super is what I want to know. That's the hidden information here. So far, Reply Totem is all the way backed up in the back right side. Yoshi is marked, but he's still got to create some kind of pinching maneuver here. Joker has no pull. Lina has to go for it. 3 seconds left. Mari has the defense. The tick super down. They got to send everything they can, but it's no good. SK Gaming at match point dropped their very first set in a monthly final this year.
That was a very defensive position towards the end, but it worked. That's the thing. You just gotta get through the motions of things and survive against those match points. It's such a grueling process, but I think the strategy prevailed for Reply Totem. They had to make a change. It was all crumbling down, and you could just see it was a night and day difference. Get that early lead, go on defensiveness, and just start to communicate better. They were a bit all over the place prior to that, and a couple of mistakes from SK for sure. The first that we've seen so far today, but nothing that, in my opinion, they can't shake off. And I would like to have seen maybe the hyper hands come into play a bit more from Joker. Didn't really ever get a hyper charge. I didn't see a single one that match for me, but definitely SK can iron some of those mistakes out next time round. I think for Reply Totem to come back after that blunder in Brawl, that is the story for me, because it's like you said, coming into the match, such a hard thing to shake off that mental, but shake it off they did.
I think SK Gaming are going to be dealing with a little bit of that right now. I mean, they had a flawless run so far through the monthly finals, and they were set to do it again, but they made a blunder in that very first game. Minor as it may be, it's now tainted their perfect record. I wonder if that gets to them a little. Hopefully it doesn't, just for their sake. Look at Lina's stats, by the way. 8 kills for the guy. I think, honestly, that despite the outcome of game number 1, that was absolutely SK Gaming's game. They had 2 games in a row that belonged to them, and only in game 3 did Reply Totem sort of wisen up to what SK's strategy was. We saw Reply Totem get that blue star off the beginning of the game. They also wisened up to how to deal with Lina's Mortis. Previously, they did get baited at sometimes, and they just learned to keep their cool, realize when he's actually playing chicken and when he's actually going to push in.
I mean, the stats are strong for Linan, but sometimes towards those later stages, just being a little bit over, spending too much time in those spawn sides. I guess having some great stats today as well, which is great to see from Reply Totem. Knockout now. I mean, very much that kind of similar strategy that we saw from Reply Totem could be implemented in this game mode next, but the draft, so important to get this one right now. And brawlers like Meg can have a great round here. Pipers will be considered heavily for the bans. Eve, Angelo, Melody, I mean, they're all really quite up there. Bell certainly is a safe pair of hands. Brock as well, new hyper charge. I mean, what I'm loving about Brawl at this present moment in time is just how much choice there is when it comes to the meta.
I completely agree with you there, actually. I think that the meta, at least at the top level, has expanded. I think, honestly, when it comes to the top level of play, which brawlers are viable, it really is kind of locked down to those selected few, but the cast is certainly larger than it has been in the past. At the moment, we see the first selection of Pearl from SK Gaming. This is kind of unorthodox, honestly. I can get the math, though. It's a brawler that has good health. You get a shield that keeps you alive. It's knockout, so survival is sort of the win condition. It literally is the win condition. With Reply Totem selections, though, I think that Charlie's going to be good for dealing with any kind of aggro pick. So if SK Gaming decide to play it all long range, yes, they put themselves at risk of getting countered for that last pick of Reply Totem, but it will be pretty effective at dealing with something like Bell and Charlie, which Reply Totem is going with.
Gotta be honest, Pearl was not the pick that I was expecting to be seeing first from SK Gaming. I mean, Angelo as well, with that ban rate of 92%. That was a brawl that I absolutely expected to get banned. But, I mean, the Charlie's a great response for Pearl. I mean, despite all that overcooking and that damage that can be output to those later stages after just kind of keeping the oven going, there's the melody that I was expecting to see. I think it's our first time seeing her today in the EMEA region as well. So her debut now going to be on the side of SK Gaming. It's a dangerous brawler, you know, especially in the mode like Knockout, the shielding as well from the gadget can do a lot towards those later stages as well. Bust will be the final pick then for Reply Totem. It's going to be an interesting back and forth, and it's going to come down a lot to that mental, and both sides making mistakes in the previous sets. So a chance to refresh and just try to wipe off that dust and get back into the nitty gritty. I mean, what side are you feeling most when it comes to this draft, really? Because, I mean, it's a bit mismatched for me here and there, but, I mean, I'm kind of edging more towards SK, but certainly Reply Totem, for me, have got a good answer for a lot of their questions.
That's what I'm feeling, too, is SK. Brock is absolutely going to be running rocket fuel so he can break through the left side of those breakable walls. He'll probably be breaking open some bushes that Buster would find quite useful. Now, Buster was selected with this wall break in mind you. Also, interesting gadget there from iChaos. It looked like almost hit Joker, actually. I think that Maori can actually get some good supers off of Yoshi. I just wonder where Maru fits in all of this. I think that he will struggle to deal with Lina if Lina gets in close range. Like, yeah, you have a stun, but Lina has a shield that gives him 2.5k roughly shield that diminishes over time. And I think Buster, just in general, is not that strong against stuff that he can't three-shot.
Yeah, definitely Melody had some tweaks. Got to be said, the gadget of Interlude, that's the shield that you're referring to there as well, down to just a 30% shield now. So just a 10% for each of those notes that are hovering around at that time. So definitely needed. I mean, that gadget was way too strong. Mario's going to be jumping in here right into the arms of Peril. I don't know why. I've got to question that a little bit there. I mean, that was never going to work out well. And now with another pickup there as well in a 3 versus 1. What realistically can iChaos do except go into the gas and try to wipe the slate clean next time round?
We talk about Melody as this aggro brawler, but she's not like an aggro brawler by definition. She's just one that's good at going aggro, and she doesn't need to play so aggressively. She doesn't need to dash in. The reason that she's good in close range when she dashes on you is the same reasons that she's good on you if you jump onto her for whatever reason, as Maru so cruelly had to learn using the jump pad on the right lane. So far, Reply Totem massively backed up. Dash in from Lina. Here's the Cocoon, an easy kill onto Maori for Joker. And everyone on SK is safe and sound. A 3v2 is a very one situation.
Great work there as well from Yoshi, just keeping 2 players at bay on that left-hand side to really isolate, to get that takedown, to ensure things were going to be that 3 versus 2. And from there, it was easy pickings for SK Gaming. Now, back to where they were in the previous set. Match point for them, but this time, they've got to secure it. If they can't do that, they're going to be feeding much more over to Reply Totem, just feeding that confidence along with it. They've got to tie this one up, because this could go all the way if they don't.
Knockout is not a very forgiving mode to have as your last one, especially when SK Gaming is running this comp that doesn't seem to have a clear solution for Reply Totem to play into it. We'll see Reply Totem try something new now, and it's actually working really well. Joker looks for the kill. Nice use of the spiders from Maori to keep Maru alive and healthy. There's a wall break as well from Joker. I mean, it's a 2v3. It's very unlikely that SK win this, so going for some other kinds of value, like breaking open walls to facilitate an easier keeping control in the next round for SK Gaming is definitely the math for them. Now they just need to be considering the enemy super economy, not feeding supers to the enemy that are going to be immensely valuable.
Yeah, it was a really clean break from Joker, so we've got all 8 tiles and the barrels, so the bush is down, but I feel like with Yoshi's positioning here, he's got to be able to heal, and he can't do that. That's all credit to Reply Totem, but the map is shaped and formed for this next round. If SK can really start to work better as a team with the map now in its new form, this could easily turn around in terms of those rounds. Let's see, what is their response? What is their answer? Maru has got the shielding already to hand and is going to use that to push their way forwards. Spider's there for Maori as well. Super's all round for Chaos there and Maori. So, you know, SK have got to be very, very cautious here.
Totem have a new strat. Go super aggro. Lana gets the kill on Maori with his weak main attack. Don't need to have all that much damage to deal 300 damage to someone. It's looking dangerous for Reply Totem. Their aggression did not pay off this time. SK figured out that, yes, we can sit back and we can let you walk into our shots. Reply Totem were punished heavily. Now the 3v2 continues. Maori at most could get a super here. He's pinched by Joker and Yoshi. No super to show for it, unless that last shot that he hit ends up feeding it to him. Now all iChaos can do is make sure he doesn't give a super to Joker so early, and it looks like, yeah, that's exactly what he's going to go for. They'll head to the final round. If they get taken down here, SK Gaming will have defeated them for the 2nd month in a row.
Great pinching towards the end of that for SK Gaming. Now, Joker has got hypercharge now, so Rocket Barrage potentially inbound there, but a nice returning mark from Chaos. That keeps Joker now vulnerable for the remainder of this game, unless he can, you know, shake it off or they can replace it onto someone else. Lenan's going to struggle a little bit with this range in the early outset as well, so that's shielding from Mario, and there's the hypercharge, but no connection for Joker.
Only like a fraction of damage. And the guy's still marked too. He'll be 2-tapped by iChaos by the looks of things. Mary also has that hypercharge still. A use of the super could be very valuable. The poison, it seems, is going to be the only thing actually making these two teams fully commit. We'll see the hypercharge popped on the right side. Mary's got to be close to that hypercharge, or rather to that super if he's already apt to use the hypercharge. But no use just yet. Poison has to be moments away from checking in, and SK Gaming look to assume a strong position already with a kill.
Such a dangerous position, and it wasn't really Reply Totem. They were being cautious around it. Now 2 versus 1, and iChaos is down to 1,249 HP. Can he do something magical? No! SK Gaming will proceed to the semi-finals, and Reply Totem endure the same fate to this very team as last month.
So tragic for Reply Totem. Eat, sleep, brawl, repeat. That's Joker's mantra. Oh, and also stay hydrated. That one's going in the compilation this year. And a thumbs up. Yeah, give us all kinds of good stuff for the camera. Not a whole lot of rejoicing on the side of Reply Totem, though. They face the same fate that they did last month.
Devastating, absolutely devastating for Reply Totem. I'm sure, looking at the bracket that they were assigned after the qualifiers, a lot of memories, a lot of, you know, ill feelings towards things, but they came in with a clear head, but the mistakes did start to stack. I thought they might have had it in the bag a little bit. This could have gone to a 5th and final set, do not get me wrong, but it just felt like they just were not synergized. The pinching was really on point for me on the side of SK in that matchup. And some questionable placement sometimes in the positioning of Reply Totem just exploited. And SK Gaming are looking very much better. Certainly, just getting their thumbs warmed up wasn't the perfect of sets for them, and nor was the previous, but nonetheless, looking good and knocking down a big rival in this competition. For Reply Totem, it's back to the drawing board.
I want to join you in commending Reply Totem for bouncing back from that sort of unfortunate moment in Brawl Ball where they left the game completely open, giving an easy goal to SK Gaming. They came back and they won the next set, but even then, I have to wonder whether I'm willing to fully accredit that set to them, because it seemed like a big mistake was made with a pull in the last second by SK Gaming that ended up giving that first game over the way of Totem. And I mean, look, if it had gone to SK Gaming, it would have been a much different story. They would have swept Totem once again.
So strong stats there as well for SK Gaming. Now with 6 again, pretty much just on point every single set. Being a bit overly aggressive sometimes with that mortar speed. Got 8 kills on that, so I'm all for it. Yoshi as well with some high DPS, but Joker with the top DPS of the match. 260 for him, and curious as well, the MVP will be on event.brawlstars.com. I'm also edging towards Lenam, but For me, SK Gaming had some good all-rounders nonetheless, but a very tough defeat for Reply Totem. I mean, it's very brutal when you've got so few monthly finals to be able to bounce back from, and they've been making consistent monthly finals, but you want to be able to make it at least to those semi-finals, and ideally, yeah, get some wins under your belt, win an entire monthly final. That's exactly what SK Gaming had last month. So in terms of points, that divide is going to be getting ever stronger in favor of SK now.
I feel bad. I mean, these guys are clearly a good team. They faced SK Gaming in the very first round 2 times in a row now. Hopefully this is not a trend that continues for the sake of Reply Totem. For the sake of SK Gaming, though, it seemed like they got this exactly how they wanted. They're going to be facing tough opponents all day long. So Reply Totem is just another obstacle for them to punch through. But for Reply Totem, facing the monthly finals champion in the very first round, when you don't have to be #1 in this region to go directly to Worlds, just makes their Worlds qualification, their journey to the World Finals, at least where they have the goalposts set, I think unnecessarily difficult.
I agree. I mean, the org is notorious for comebacks, but there is our MVP. It is Joker, as voted for you on event.brawlstars.com on the side of SK Gaming. A great starting set to the day for him, and I'm looking forward to seeing what SK Gaming will bring in those semifinals. Can they go all the way this month, as they did last month, and just be the absolute titans of this region? That is the question that I had coming into this stream, and the one that still remains. I cannot wait to see what will follow on from that. But as I was saying, Reply Totem, they have had rough starts to the year in the past. It was a different roster back then. Now with Chaos, things are a little bit different, and I'm curious to see how they will bounce back going into the next monthly finals to come. Again, now is your time to head over to event.brawlstars.com and get your predictions in early for our next matchup. You want to be able to get through those tiers, get those in-game rewards. That's what it's all about, ready?
It is. It is all about the loot. It is all about the progression, not about, like, being a fan of an awesome esport or anything. Get your in-game progression and watch us yap about esports.
Well, we're going to head to a very brief break. We've got a nice little exclusive trailer. Well, not exclusive, but very special and dear to my heart trailer for you guys to enjoy in the meanwhile. We'll be right back after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Chicken. That is right. Squad Busters is going global May 29th. Pre-registrations are now open, so make sure that you head over and do just that. There are in-game rewards across the Supercell titles to be earned along the way for those milestones, so make sure that you get involved. We've got Squad Busters Shelly, inspired by Squad Busters Shelly in Brawl Stars. There's a chicken tower in Clash Royale, and Barbarian skin as well over on the Clash of Clans. But I have been thoroughly enjoying this game. I've been boring these guys behind the scenes with all my strats, and I've been telling them all today. I mean, Trav, what have you learned today?
I've learned, well, I mean, I learned from watching all your streams how passionate you are about the game, the chicken cycle. It's just unreal on Doppelganger mode. The chicken cycle is all this man talks about.
chicken goblin cycle in doppelganger mode. Actually, let's get that one straight. Let's head to the brackets to revise ourselves on how the day has gone so far, as well as maybe some B stream results here. We have had some B stream results. Humble were able to get the sweep over FA Kebab there, so a good result for them. And we've got our grand finals of March in the semis this time around. It just gets more exciting along the way. Of course, we just witnessed SK Gaming win over Reply Totem to make it there. Now we've got the question mark between Zeta and BC Gaming. Oceanus Gaming up against Eclipse Esports. They've already got the lead there, Trav, it seems.
Yeah, got that first set. I mean, the Humble FA Kebab, it was a pretty convincing win as well, 3-0, and it was quite a swift 3-0 at that as well. Managed to catch a couple of the sets behind the scenes, and yeah, Humble looking as good as they were last month, but facing SK Gaming in the next one, it's going to be a tough game for them. And obviously, Zeta Division versus BC Gaming next, another really tough one. And I mean, if Zeta played the same as they did last month, I'd say it's pretty much a 50-50.
It's going to be a very interesting thing to see how Zeta perform here. Ready to sit before we wave goodbye to you briefly. Give us your thoughts on how Zeta are performing in your eyes, because for many at the moment, they've not really been putting up the fight.
No, I mean, it's hard to come off of winning the entire world finals and then coming home to your home region and being challenged once more, being forced to consider, you know, am I the best in the world anymore? Because all the evidence seems to say otherwise. They'll be facing that BC Gaming team, which already gave them a pretty tough time in the qualifiers. So we'll see if BC gets the upper hand on them this time.
It was a close matchup. It really was. Zeta were able to actually qualify on that round 9 matchup where they were able to beat BC Gaming and qualify through that upper bracket, but it was 2-1, you know, in their favor, and they've been very shaky this year for me. I mean, of course, no one expected Zeta to fall at the first hurdle of the March monthly finals to Humble. I mean, this month they've already got to turn things around and start to shine, as we expect to see from the world champions. They went all the way last year. They were the top dog. This year, we haven't really seen much, and I want to see more here today, and hopefully maybe some of the balance changes have gone a bit more in their favor. But certainly, you know, looking back to that last month's match, that 3-1 defeat to Humble, that has got to be in the past this month, Trav. They've got to really come out on top against BC Gaming here today.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, Humble are a very strong team, so I'm intrigued to see how they do against a team like BC Gaming. It's a very young team, very new team. A lot of them are rookies. You know, Mewtwo only turned 16, you know, I think it was late last year. Salty and Tomsy joining him as well. So definitely a very young roster. Really intrigued to see what they're going to be able to do throughout this month and the rest of the months throughout the year, because in my eyes, they've got some extremely strong mechanics. It's just whether or not they're going to be able to put them into practice today against a team like Zeta Division and not kind of like cower under, you know, the name of Zeta.
Yeah, there's Tomsy. Of course, made the LCQ last year, fell at the final hurdle to SK Gaming, but very close matches, and to get to day 2, even for many of the teams that were in LCQ, was a massive achievement in itself. And you got to remember as well, for Mewtwo, I mean, like, his very first monthly final was last month, and they made the semi-finals. I mean, that is a fantastic start to, you know, to an achievements listing. Definitely, he's got very much big ambitions for this year, and much the mouth to match on social media. But I feel like, for me, BC Gaming are that team that are kind of going a little bit under the radar at the moment, and I don't know necessarily why, because they are getting good results. They're being consistent, and maybe just because they haven't got the flashiest names in their roster, that could be potentially it. But certainly they've got the mechanics and the skills to match. I think they stand a good chance here. That might not come across on event.brawlstars.com, but for me, there is that chance.
I do agree, and you know, the thing is, BC Gaming, they're relatively unknown. You know, Mewtwo, as you said, we haven't really seen much of him. He played his first monthly final last month, and he has got a lot to prove this year with the mouth, as you say, he does have on Twitter, but 92% to 8. I mean, the public don't seem to kind of agree with what we're saying about this being close, but I can see why it has gone this way. Zeta being the name that they are, being the world champions that they are of 2023, you kind of expect the public to go this way with them, and 92%. Very convincing. In my eyes, a bit more of kind of like a 50-50, maybe a 55-45, but we'll see as we head on into Safe Zone. We've got the first pick of Nanny coming in from Zeta Division. I do like that pick. Very versatile brawler, the bands of Sam, Max, and Eve. Colt going to be the first pick of BC Gaming, and their bands obviously being the Chuck, the Melody, and the Angelo.
I don't like that poll. I think that poll is very heavily skewed in favor of Zeta. And when you look at the scorelines and the stats and the reality of the situation, you know, BC Gaming last month got to the semis. Zeta lost in the quarterfinals. In the qualifiers, there was only one set in it. It went the distance between these very two teams. I'm not sure. We'll see how this one fares, but that is quite a decisive poll. The 8-bit start, I don't mind necessarily for BC Gaming. Glad to see that Chuck banned. I mean, we saw it scathe through the draft early today in APAC, and it was absolutely punishing. And you got to have an answer for it. So good to see that that one did not get through. Andros was a must ban here for me. So all good so far. Bell very much open here, I believe, as well. So that could be a consideration here. Of course, Colette with 62% of brawler bans not being banned out on this occasion certainly would be up there in terms of those picks for me as well. Would go very well and nicely into the 8-bit, having those shots ricochet between the turret and the 8-bit himself and whittle things down accordingly. Certainly aggression got to be matched with a good amount of control. There's the Colette coming in. The Nanny has been nerfed recently. It's definitely one of those picks for Zeta which they can absolutely thrive on, so I'm sure they were licking their chops when they saw the map rotations for them. Basic attack for damage reduced for Nanny from 1,600 to 1,480 per orb. That's an 8% damage nerf.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, though, it's still very solid. You know, not being able to be hit by the majority of brawlers is why Nanny's kind of so far in the meta. And Amber going to slide in there as well as BC Gaming's last pick. I really like what Zeta Division have brought to the table here. Surprising to see the Colette slip through the bans. 6 of the bans at that, and also the first 3 picks on safe zone. Definitely not something we've kind of come to see too much, but the roughs added on as well, adding power-ups to that Colette, had the hypercharge along with it as well, and that is going to rain down damage.
It's a tough one, isn't it? Because you kind of have to ban Chuck here. I think Melody is definitely up there for sure. I think verging on being an absolute. And you just simply have to then also ban Angelo. It's kind of tough when you've got that coin toss to figure out what to realistically leave open. I think they just kind of had to in that regard. Let's see how things will fare early on. And again, people ready for Gary. That's earned super quickly. No doubt running the gear for it as well. But I mean, that's already a break. That wasn't necessarily the cleanest, but nonetheless, a very good start for him.
Yeah, I mean, Gero's literally missed 1 shot in this entire game, and he's not stopping there. Second peep coming in now, looking for Mewtwo. Mewtwo wants a little bit of supercharge along the way, but he does get the connection on Salty, allowing Nowie to push up that little bit further on the left-hand side. Gero extremely low, but with his teammates in such an established position, should be able to heal up and keep control. Now he's going to have a super instantly. Going to throw that down the safe, but a great super from Mewtwo, straight through the middle there, and getting some good damage down.
Yeah, well timed there from him to ensure the takedown, but not really too much positioning gained as again Gary continues to tap. I said coming in, it is a Zeta pick brawler, and you can see exactly why the stats at the end of this game are going to be absolutely gnarly in favor of Gary if he keeps this kind of thing up. Let's see now as the damage booster down the right hand side. Safe pick been exposed on the left hand side, so now he's just trying to get some taps through there, but no hypercharge seen yet for him, no super either, but he can't be far away.
I mean, having this power up, Gero's pretty much going to get rid of all those nerfs that Nanny did get in those past balance changes. Now has another super as well. Doesn't really want to use it just yet because it is going to give them some room to move up if he does kind of stand stationary back in the spawn. So choosing to just go forward, hit a few shots on Salty first and force him to heal up. But Tomsy doing a good job of evading some of these shots here and staying in this aggressive position. But now the peep comes forward, they can get Tomsy down. And now he's still yet to be moved from this left-hand side. And Mewtwo, the big damage dealer on BC, hasn't seen the light of day.
BC Gaming just not able to establish much control and move up the map, and it really is just them being on defense the entire time. 80% of damage, not the most amount so far remaining on the safe, to be honest. Just a 20% gain by Zeta, but it's the control, it's the map positioning at the moment which is really giving them the upper hand. 20 seconds left on the clock. BC Gaming have got to go now, and they're just not able to do so. Everyone low, Mewtwo low, Salty low. Tomsy trying to break through, but in the meanwhile, I mean, that safe is fully exposed.
I mean, the hypercharge and the 8-bit turret are going to be a last-ditch hope from BC Gaming, and it can be done. Thrown over to the left-hand side, Mewtwo's going to come through now, kind of has to ignore the Colette and just go for damage, but he only gets 1 bullet off at that, and that is just not going to happen. Hypercharge on the other side, peep forwards, TP, and a lot of damage added to that BC Gaming safe. That's going to be the first game going to Zeta Division, and honestly, if it carries on like that, then I would not want to be BC Gaming.
Yeah, I'm starting to side a bit more with the poll on event.brawlstars.com. Let's remind ourselves, we did all vote Zeta here, but I just feel like it's not necessarily as clear cut. And I think in terms of the draft, Zeta have played this wondrously well. I think you kind of have to be much more inside their minds to realize that they value that Nanny so highly because they're just that good at it. You can't really let that one escape through the bans because sometimes it's better to ban something that you really know and understand about your opposition rather than the meta. But let's see whether BC Gaming can make some adaptations now and start to gain a bit better positioning control of this map. And as I'm saying it, Gary's already got another peep, and he's already got the kill for it. So not the best of starts so far for BC Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, they're going a lot more aggressive. It's kind of what they need to do, I feel, but not really making the moves that they need to be made. And now he already got a super over this left-hand side, and that's going to be 10% straight on the safe. Does go down in return, though, but a peep coming forwards now should be able to deal with Salty quite quickly, and it does just that. Mewtwo pushing forwards, wants to kind of gain some room whilst there's only one player through the mid. Gets a little bit of damage, and that's pretty much already more damage than they got in the entirety of the last game. But Tomsy over the left-hand side now. Slight adjustment from BC Gaming and hoping it's going to do a little bit better.
Yeah, but a good pinch there between Gero and Naui, and just no real space to be made from his teammates there to get him out of that situation. And as quickly as that, Zeta back in business, getting damage onto the safe and getting kills along the way. And nice from Naui on the left-hand side. Still continues the assault, and it's back to kind of where we saw BC Gaming in the previous game. It's not really looking like the way that they need to adapt towards the situation. It's going from bad to worse, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, they're just carrying on. Mewtwo's going to get tapped there, pretty much one shot by the nanny. And a peep coming in, not going to go for any TPs or anything like that. Don't need anything too special as they're kind of dominating BC Gaming all in all here. Another super ready to go, and that's going to be breaking up those walls, giving Gero a bit more wiggle room in that back spawn. But a nice kill there from BC Gaming. All three of them kind of just focusing down on Meow, trying to open up a bit of a path, but the two of them are holding all three back.
Making some moves now, though. Damage booster down. This could be an opening here on the right-hand side for BC Gaming if they can just power through, but stay on their feet. And these taps from Meow are dangerous. Now he's closing the gap with the gotcha gadget as well. Gets the kill, gets the hypercharge connection on the safe as well. And as quickly as that Zeta use that defensive maneuvering to go on the aggressive, and BC Gaming are way behind.
I mean, they have the tools to do it. They've got a Colt, they've got an Amber, they've got an 8-bit, but they need this turret. They need all control, and that's just not something they're getting. Mewtwo rotating through this mid here against the Nanny. Has a bit more movement speed than the 8-bit, so should be able to evade some more of these shots and doing just that, opening up a bit of room, but they can't let Amber go, and with that Colt falling, that's just not going to have the damage remaining. Salty going for some now, but it's just not going to be enough. 5 seconds on the clock, and BC Gaming can't make it happen. A dominant first set from Zeta Division, and if they carry on like that, I worry for BC.
A very, very dominant showing so far from Zeta. That was more like the Zeta that we know and love. Where was that Zeta last month? But focus on April for now. Certainly for me, Nanny's not necessarily a must-ban brawler there, but against Zeta, I think it really has to be. I mean, we've known about them and gravitating towards Nanny over the years, but I mean, not quite like that. That's a step up for even them, and certainly BC Gaming gonna have to reconsider that draft next time round. That set is done. We're on to the next one now. Maybe they can bring it back in Brawl, who knows?
I mean, that's the thing. I didn't hate the BC draft. Like, it wasn't a bad draft. I think they were just a bit outmatched when it comes to the actual gameplay and the kind of positioning that Zeta were just managing to hold throughout the entire thing. It's just poke damage like that. Like, yes, they had the supers. Yes, they had the big damage at certain times, but it's not, they haven't got the same DPS as that BC Gaming comp does. All BC needed was one push in either game, and they get the equal damage that Zeta Division have been holding for the entire thing, but they just didn't get that breakaway, and that's kind of the downfall of them in that.
Yeah, very true, very true. But I think that's credit to Zeta as well, just to be able to hold their own against it, knowing the whole way through the match that one single push can just be the thing to steal it for their opposition. And they just stood such a solid defense with the aggressiveness of the offense to match Geru. That's the one I was waiting for. Oh my word. 11 kills, 538 DPS. Astounding stuff from him. What a way to start the day for Zeta. Those stats do say a very big story, and that's not always the case across the board in Brawl when it comes to the maps and modes, but there, it absolutely is.
I mean, 538 DPS might be one of the highest we've seen, never mind just from like a Nanny. It's usually Colette against tanks getting that kind of DPS, but him getting that kind of damage at range with a Nanny is just absolutely incredible, and 11 kills along with it as well. You know, that's almost double the amount of the whole BC Gaming team together.
Absolute insanity there from Gary. Well, I hope for his sake that he keeps it up, because I do not want to see Zeta fall at the first hurdle this time round. And you know, you can call me a biased caster all you like, but the reality is this is the world champions. You know, we want to see more from them. We want to see them give a real run for their money to prove to us why they earned it in the first place. A different year, different time for sure. A lot of new rosters, a lot of new teams, but we expect to see more from Zeta. And at the minute, we haven't seen it. That was the first glimmer for me. A much better sign that they are solid and still very much in this competition. Goalkeeper's dream up next for Brawl. Not going to say it, Trav, but I am going to say it. It's a pretty wide open map. I mean, just putting that out there, that's kind of what Zeta like in that regard, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've just seen that. I think that was the prime example of them liking range. But they do have a slight alteration to this map. Obviously, seeing kind of like 2 boxes added either side. Makes the mid a little bit more cramped if they don't have any wall breaks or something like that. But I imagine across the board, within 6 brawlers, there's going to be some level of wall break to bring it back to how it usually is. But Mac's going to be the first pick, and that has been kind of showing up here and there. Very, very strong now that this hypercharge is there along with it, and kind of just strong anyway.
June as well coming in for Zeta, and again I'm still a little bit on the fence when it comes to the hypercharge for Gene, but Neat is what I'm very much on side with, to be completely honest. Hyper bearing is just such a dominant thing to have. 20% movement increase for Bruce, and again, well, 50% increase on movement, 20% increase of health for Bruce. Macy's a pick that I've not seen for a while. Not too sure about that, but Max Sandy I can absolutely get behind. I mean, you're only missing the Gene in what I consider to be like the golden comp of all of Brawl esports. But certainly the hypercharge for Gene can be very punishing. You got to have the support to match it up when you get those pulls connected. So Buster coming in for that very reason alongside things, and hopefully Bruce and Needs can help to really ensure some swift takedowns to the side of Zeta.
Yeah, I just feel like this Buster's surely going to be feeding Sandy a lot of supers, and that's going to be dangerous. Hypercharge along with it as well. I don't know if Zeta Division have kind of, other than the Gene, obviously got the range to be able to, contest the Maisie, contest the Max. With speed, they're going to be able to dodge in and out of that kind of damage radius without getting hit. So do kind of like Zeta Division's comp. I like the aggressiveness of it, and as you said, the hypercharge kind of threw Nita a lot further back into the meta. But we're going to have to just see if that's far enough.
Well, 3 out of 6 brawlers running a new hypercharge. You love to see it, honestly. Let's see how this will fare. Already a speed there from Salty to get Tomsy maneuvering things around with the full HP he has going towards Nowie, but Zeta are moving forwards. They're already on the defensive lines of BSC Gaming here. Some taps on the left-hand side. They've got to clear up Gary realistically here, and they do. But that gadget from Nowie, all sorted just out of range, but he's got to be taken care of. Mewtwo doesn't take any chances there and gets the kill.
Yeah, Vengeful Spirit come out from Meow there as well and still didn't get it. Mewtwo cleaning up nicely. Do have another speed available as well. Should wait for kind of Tomsy to come in here, go around the right-hand side, kind of out of the way at the moment, and speed still not being popped, just waiting for the prime time to do it, and that is now. Tomsy obviously going to be able to have these sweet dreams to be able to put someone to sleep on the goal line, but a dash through, nice phase shift there, but a bounce back coming back from now. He pulls them all towards him, and that's surely a clean break for Gero here. I don't think the stun's going to be there in time, and a ball should be sliding. Goes left, and actually Salty manages to catch it, but still, Hyper Bear coming in now, and that's going to be a tough thing for them. Heals and faux fur there as well, and Salty not going to be able to do this alone. Does have that though. No, Gadget could have maybe come through there, but just choosing not to in the end, saving that hypercharge, both of them now, and that's going to be very dangerous.
Far from the clearance of gold. I've since taken the score, and BSC Gaming immediately going on the aggressive hit. Speed coming in from Salty, pass from Tomsy, a beautiful response in a matter of seconds. Lovely stuff from BSC Gaming.
I mean, it expends all 3 of the hypercharges, but for that kind of quick goal, you can't blame them for it. Salty now going to be just trying to play through this mid. Mewtwo low already, and no gadgets left from Nowie, so that easy goal scoring opportunity not going to be there. Whereas for Tomsy, still got a couple of sweet dreams in hand. Pull almost makes that connection, but Meow just peppering him down, keeping him low. Salty needs to heal in this kind of position, but a knockback comes through. Shield on the right-hand side from Nowie, just allowing him to push forward against Mewtwo now. Speed, the stun there as well, but not getting him down. Just peeking back and forwards out of this range, and this is not the position you want to be in going into overtime.
Yeah, Tomsy was thinking about going forwards there, but Meow saw it coming and got a little tap along the way. They've got to be careful to not feed into Gero, because that Bruce Bear can cause so much mischief, especially going into an overtime scenario here. That's where Mewtwo can really start to thrive. The speed coming from Salty early as well. For that same reason, they've got to reclaim some territory here, and they do have a swift takedown there. Sandstorm going down, and this is great for BSC Gaming, but they've got to get that ball forwards, and they've got to start to ensure a few takedowns along the way.
Yeah, you can see Gero was so close to Bear there. He was just kind of staying in an aggressive position, hoping to get it, because if they push forwards, they're going to provide it to him. The Bear does go down, but it kept them in a good position. Pull available now, and Mewtwo's just going to get taken down instantly. Hypercharge was there. Tomsy's just going to hypercharge forwards, grab the ball, try buy themselves a bit of time, but I just don't know if that's going to be enough. Macy's going to need a knockback, and it's just not going to happen in time. Slots the ball on the left, and Zeta continue their win streak.
Very close towards the end, but I think BSC Gaming playing a much more leveled playing field match here. I think that they can start to bring things back into more momentum in their favor, actually. I mean, that was a great response to that goal. And sometimes resetting that mental, not the easiest of things to do, but they did do just that. bit unfortunate towards the end. Let's see, though, whether they can get a game on the board in this series, because I think they've got a comp to do it.
Yeah, well, here, we're going to see the little pullback, surely, but just trying not to feed Mewtwo the super. Is he going to be able to defend it nicely? There he is as well. A phase shift wasn't enough, and now he slots it in instantly with that pullback.
Gadget is so strong for Buster. Not really much utility now except for the speed of Salty, and that's not really enough. All the BC Gaming here pretty low. Nice stun though from Tomsy. That will give some valuable time over. But the ball now to the left-hand side, Bruce Bear as well. Meow's got super, gets the pawn to Salty. It's now just Zeta. Ball trickles over the line, and that is the set going their way as quickly as that.
I mean, that was gorgeous. I think it was a trick shot off the wall as well. Just timed it perfectly so that it dashed through the ball. Beautiful stuff from Zeta Division there. Really was a great showing in that second game of Brawl Ball. And this is just continued dominance from them now. Not yet dropping a game. And I just don't like this position that BC Gaming are in. They seem to bounce back here and there. The second game of Safe Zone was much better than the first. But that first game of Brawl Ball here was so close. But the second game, they just couldn't get a look in.
Yeah, I was convinced after the first game that there was a match on our hands. I really was. There were some great moments for BC Gaming in that first game. But then Zeta just shifted up a gear, and that was not the cleanest, by the way. I was a bit worried that wasn't even going to be a goal in the end, but they got it. But then things really took a turn. Tomsy just trying to get the ball further away there with additional speed was never realistically going to be enough to do so. But that last set, blink and you miss it.
It was so fast, but they had really good moments. Phase shift here trying to get through, and he gets through the damage, but the pullback's just still going to be used through that phase shift, and this was just incredible. Gero's Bear coming through here, and he times his trick shot perfectly with his dash. Just dashes straight through the ball, and Tom's just not there in time to collect the ball off the line. Really great stuff there from Gero to finish that one off. And it's the same again. Just kills from Zeta Division, and BC just can't match it.
Yeah, Gero took one for the team in that one. Given that he got so much DPS in the first set, he thought it'd take a little bit more of a backseat to allow someone to get some on the board. And this time round, it was Meow, 355. Nice job from him. But, BC Gaming had some good moments there. They really did. But just took their eyes off the prize for a split second. I've still got to question that Macy pick for me a little bit. I feel like it's still like a bit more of a 2023 draft pick. It's just not quite in the place of some of the other things that are available at the moment to get your hands on. So I hope that they bear that in mind. And that's my reservation, I think, for BC Gaming generally. This is the same squad that brought in Hank, wasn't it, last month? And, in Bounty, it's just little things like that here and there that always seems to land on Mewtwo, by the way. I'm not ready for it.
I don't know. Sometimes you got to take risks, and especially when, I think they know that Zeta Division are the superior team here. They've got to take risks. They've got to, kind of pull some things out of the bag. Hank, as you said, maybe a bit too far, but trying something a little bit different occasionally works. But we're seeing the Amber pull back in here as a first pick, actually coming in from BC Gaming. Didn't really work out too well in that first set of Safe Zone, so just pulling it back through. You can see the Max and Poco combination here. I'm sure that can work quite well, especially with the hypercharge from Max. But haven't seen Poco here in quite a while.
It's not the worst. I just kind of question why it's not Pam, because personally I think Pam's better. Being able to use the vision gear to see it through the bush. Poker can do that, but it does seem like it has been coming forwards a little touch this month. Interesting stuff. I think the Amber for me is definitely more to my liking. I think the Max as well was very aggressive sign from the side of Zeta. Lola kind of come in. Often forgotten about now, but I think it provides a great amount of healing from the improvised Kiss star power. Mortis to combo it though. I'm not really sure where the Mortis sits in regards to what they're looking at here. What are they going to realistically be looking to achieve? Take down the Poco, but you're going to be feeding in the process, allowing it to heal and probably provide healing to their team as well on the side of Zeta. I don't know whether this Mortis pick has a place in what we're looking into in terms of the draft on the other side of the field. And they've still got a third and final pick left for Zeta.
As well, right? Surely it's a tank. Max and Poco, you'd expect it to be something a bit more tanky going forwards, and it's going to be a buzz. Kind of expected at that point. When you look at a Max, when you look at a Poco, speed and heals, what goes well with that? A tank. So I'm a little bit confused as to why the Mortis comes in. Maybe it's just going to, as you say, try and pick off that Poco, but with Buzz just defending it constantly, it's surely a bit of an issue. I don't mind the Amber, I don't mind the Lola. Yes, it's going to bring in that needed DPS to bring down this tanky brawler, but the Mortis just seems a bit of a
Buzz, by the way, got an 80% win rate here as well. But, you know, BC Gaming, if you're watching back the VOD, you know, Trav is, you know, potentially open for doing some work on the sidelines of things. If you want an analyst and some drafting help, you know, he's got it all up there. It's all up there, mate.
It is. It really is.
But, I mean, but you're right. You're absolutely right. You know, when you're looking at what you're facing into, you've got to try to preempt some of those ideas. And if you're going to pick a Mortis, sure, but, like, there's not really a great matchup. Let's see what Mewtwo can bring to the table, though. Already some good signs of aggression going in and able to come out. He's surviving still. Let's give him the chance. Let him cook.
Hey, I want him to do well here because I'd like to see this go further than the third set. But I mean, Buzz just kind of walking him down now at the moment. Tomsy just sliding in here as well. Obviously going to be using his gadget with fire around him. Should get some good damage in standing behind this wall. But now I think, was that his actual super that he just used into the wall there? A little bit worrying if it wasn't just a gadget, but a speed available. Should just be waiting for the Buzz to come back in here. A little bit of amber fuel will be slowing him in the tracks, but burns it down instantly and makes that connection with Naui. With these shots from Meow and the heals with the tuning fork, it should heal through it.
Nice space shift there from Gary, but Mewtwo's still in the mix here. Can't get super enough to be able to cycle it, but in the meanwhile, bought some valuable time for his team, who are approaching 50% now on the zone to 25 of Zeta's. Zeta are behind. Max speed coming in there for Meow, so just going to come around the other side of things, gets a nice heal off, but not enough to keep his teammates in the mix. And BC Gaming are getting a storming lead here. I
mean, Mewtwo's doing a great job. He's keeping this aggression on, allowing this defense to be done by his team, but there's the hypercharge and there's the push through that you kind of expect to be from Naui. And he is back on Mewtwo's face again. Super available though, does go through, gets some great heals up, but now he still cleans up. Another super available. Maybe going to hold this next for the next time he comes up. But Salty just pushing through, getting some good DPS. Hypercharge there from Gero as well, but needs his super if he wants to provide these heals to his team. But at the moment, he's just not got it.
Speed though for Zeta, and still on that zone, unshaked at this moment in time. Now tied up in terms of the objective. Mewtwo's lurking there forwards. Meow gets the heal off though, and that's the thing. Trade is there. Mewtwo goes down though. It's going to be Gero, and now he's staying firm on the zone with the speed coming in there with the hypercharge as well. Salty can't really do much here. He somehow stays alive. I think Tomsy takes some shots there, and as quickly as that BC Gaming have got a chance to bring this back. It's 93% for Zeta. They're pushing hard for it. Still not on the zone though. Now being able to creep forwards, and they should just be able to get this lead, and they do get the game, but boy was it close.
I mean, the Mortis, I'll take it back, it's doing 100% better than I thought it was going to do, but as soon as that Buzz got hypercharge, it just seemed to be over bit by bit by bit for BC Gaming when those hypercharges started piling through, which just nobody on their side has, whether that be the max hypercharge, whether that be the Buzz hypercharge. They just clawed it back bit by bit, and in the end BC just couldn't hold on.
I love that. It's doing 100% more than what I thought it would. Just quoted that Trav Talks 2024. But you're right. I mean, I think that they're making it work the best that they possibly can under the circumstances, but they did put themselves in this position. So I want to see a bit more from this. They had a very good start last time around for BC Gaming, but Zeta then just brought back some valuable time. They can't feed into Meow too much. Those heals are just too strong. And already, look at that. Now he's pushing forwards, but goes down. It's a very even scoreline yet again, Trav on the objective.
Yeah, I mean, Tomsy and Salty holding on well. Mewtwo just continues this aggression and just allows them to do just that, but Meow pushing forward, couldn't get the heal off in time. And Mewtwo doing a nice job here with his super, gets wall, follows through with another as well. Now he got that hypercharge. Similar situation to what we were seeing in the previous one. BC starts to take a lead, but then Zeta Division clawed it back. So if they carry on like this, they will get the win, but Zeta Division just turned it in the last one and are looking to try and do that again.
Supers all around. Gary's cycling so much speed, and look at the splash damage going in there. Tomsy falls victim. Mewtwo's somehow staying alive here. Gonna try and circle things out. Not gonna happen. Zeta still remain on that zone. BC Gaming still behind, and their strategy is not quite paying off. Now with the takedown of Naui, a chance to try to rekindle things just a little bit, but they need to stay on this zone for longer if they're gonna get a game here.
Yeah, well, nice stuff there coming in from Tomsy and Salty, pinching the Buzz down to make him go back to spawn, but he is back up and he does have a super. Hypercharge ready for Gero, but not got a super just yet. Doesn't need to use it because they are all around him regardless. And now he's pushing forwards, gets the hook onto Salty there as well. Heal not coming through in time, but they have got this control back. And with Mewtwo in this defensive position, it's not looking as good for BC.
Yes, they really are pushed up forwards now, and again, very much the same story as the last game now. They've got to get some takedowns on the side of BC Gaming, and there could be one. Now they're still alive. Thomas on the zone with super as well. Gero low, and Salty now coming for the helping hand. It should be a game finally now for BC BSC Gaming, but can they turn it into a set?
I mean, that's the first game they've actually managed to win in this series, and it was very close to that, only 10% trailing was Zeta Division. So BC Gaming need to continue like this, get this set on the board, and then work from there. It all has got to start somewhere, but Zeta Division still looking to close it out. They still have this match point, and that's a dangerous thing for BC to be looking into.
Can they do the unthinkable here and just keep Zeta suppressed? Mewtwo going in on the aggressive very early on there on the left-hand side, giving us good value for it, but now he, as a result, has got super, and those slams hit hard. The stun is long. Going around to the right-hand side now, popping Gadget as well, gets the takedown of Meow. That could be huge for them. 3 versus 1 onto Geru. This is looking convincing now for BC Gaming, but they do sometimes lose that control. Now's the time to lock and batten down the hatches and get it right.
Yeah, Mewtwo had that bush, but it did get taken down quite quickly. Meow there has to use the heal early on to keep himself alive. Gadget forwards from Nowie, and maybe slightly over-aggressive, but Gero did manage to get the trade, but they kind of left without a defensive measure against Mewtwo when that buzz is not there. Tomsy getting beamed down there by Gero, and now he is back in. Super not available though, and now he's going on a tear, gets another, but not able to get the second. Mewtwo brings it pretty much into equal standing as BC Gaming take the lead now. But now he has the super around the right-hand side, and down goes that ego. So back to square one.
Now he's looking to get double stun, triple stun to Tomsy. Oh my word, the position there was beautiful. Follow up there onto Salty as well, and it is Zeta. They're not staying firm. Mewtwo can't really do much. He's going to try to come behind the situation, but Zeta are clocked onto it. They're attuned to it. Gero coming in with the hypercharge as well, and it's looking like a bad time for BC Gaming in this set if Zeta keep this up.
I mean, Mewtwo's just in spawn. He's not making any aggressive moves because of how well now he's playing. It's now coming back to defend, but he misses that super. Gadget towards Tomsy anyway, gets that kill. Mewtwo going on a tear, but is it going to be enough? They need 13% to 40. Another hypercharge ready to roll for Nowie, and he's ready to go again. Gets the takedown on the Mortis. That's him gone. And another follow-up too. Surely the game goes to Zeta Division. Nowie dominating the back lines of BC. And a 3-0 sweep as Zeta Division head to the semis.
A night and day difference for Zeta Division by comparison of the March monthly finals. They are in the semis now. I don't want to speak too soon and say that they are back on top, but they are looking a lot better than they were previous. And it's about time, because we wanted to see more from the world champions, and that we got it. Let's see how they perform later on in the semis. A valiant attempt from BC Gaming has got to be said. The Mortis did a lot more than we gave it credit for at the beginning. I mean, Mewtwo played it really well. Cycled, aggressive. I love what he brought to the table, but Zeta were just all about the objective today. You could see that throughout the sets time and time again. That's where this was won.
Listen, you know, Mewtwo did very well. But the thing is, it just wasn't comparable to the aggressive performance of Nowie. That's the thing. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing from Mewtwo. That's just a big bonus for Nowie. He's getting 1, he's getting 2, and we didn't really see too many double kills, too many triple kills coming in from the Mortis because he was always being shut down when he wanted to make those kind of moves. Here you see again, now he can just use this super onto him, but Meow making some great moves, but it usually is traded out in favor of Nowie. And BC managing to win their first game of the series, but just couldn't quite hold on for another to try drag it to that set number 4.
Strong stuff from Zeta. It really was. I mean, they've got a, you know, oh my word, I've got to talk about Nowie. 18 kills on that Poco pick. I mean, I was questioning why wasn't Pam going in. Well, now I'm much more convinced. I think that's what the Max brings to the table now when it comes to that kind of healing-based idea on Hot Zone as a mode. You know, that mobility, the speed, bringing Poco much more into the meta potentially now. I mean, what a showing from that man right there. That is a very dominant thing to see. I mean, definitely credit where credit's due for BC Gaming, but Zeta are just looking very strong today.
Yeah, they really are. I think maybe these pictures are swift. I think now he was on the buzz. I'm not 100% sure if that's kind of thing, but it would make more sense considering that 18 kills definitely slides onto that buzz pick a little bit better. So Zeta Division definitely coming out swinging, showing us their worth after being beaten in that first monthly final. They didn't look the best, but now they're back. They're ready to fight in the Brawl Stars Championship 2024. Moving on to the semi-finals. Definitely going to have a difficult opponent against them, whether that be Oceanus or whether that be Eclipse Our Esports coming from the bottom of this bracket to face off against them. We'll surely see in just a minute when we take a bit of a look at the bracket. But Nowie 297, no surprises there, the MVP.
Yeah, very solid start from the whole squad as a whole, but For MVP-wise, makes a lot of sense for me. I'm curious what Zeta are going to be cooking later on today now. I really am, and whether some of our teams that will follow on will just sort of look through some of these drafts and realize that against a team like Zeta, sometimes you got to play the draft to your playing, your players are opposite you, and I think that's quite a big thing to say. Often we see the bans and the picks be very much devoted by the meta and dictated by the meta. I think with Zeta, you got to look at what they like and what they thrive on, because they've got some pretty obvious things that I think some teams might see through and shut down early on.
Yeah, I do think so too. And I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing these next few games as well. SK Gaming, Humble. We saw this matchup a bit later on in that previous month. Both of these teams played their absolute hearts out last month in March. So it's going to be a very, very interesting matchup between these two teams. But obviously with Zeta behind us, they are going to be moving forward, obviously, into those semis. And I really look forward to see how they do perform against maybe a slightly more capable team.
EMEA really is the gift that keeps on giving. Up next, Humble versus SK Gaming, last month's grand final, this month's semi-final. We'll be right back after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
My headshot. Trick my headshot. Spy Mike's server. Spy likes soda.
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born. Oh my word! This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff.
An absolute masterclass! The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful.
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down. Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
That is right. Squad Busters is going global on May 29th. Mark it in your calendars. Better than that, go over to any of the other Supercell titles right now and sign up early. There is going to be across all the Supercell IP titles in-game rewards there if we hit certain milestones along the way. For Brawl, for Clash of Clans, for Clash Royale, it's all going on there. And already some are being dished out as I hear the pre-registers are doing very, very well. I'm absolutely loving the game, and I'm not just saying that. You know, Trav has been learning so much from my streams.
Yeah, it's honestly, I don't know whether it's painful to watch or entertaining. It's one of the two. But yeah, this man really does love Squad Busters. Like, it's unparalleled.
All I want is a hog rider. I'm saying that troop, by the way, is insanely strong. You want to try to get the hog rider as quickly as you can. But a fantastic title, and of course, huge news for all the Supercell. A massive congratulations to the whole company, because obviously it's been a long time since Brawl went global, right? That was the last game to go global, and it brings back a lot of nostalgia for me personally. I'm sure it does for you guys as well when a title does go global. So great news for everyone involved. But let's draw attention to our next matchup. Up next, SK Gaming versus Humble will be just that. Revise ourselves as well, the bracket along the way, to see how we got to this stage. Ready? Talk us through it.
Yes, let's do just that. SK Gaming with a trusty 3-1 defeat of Reply Totem. Their second time facing them in the quarterfinals. Humble with a sweep of FA Kebab, making it look easy. On the lower side, Zeta Division versus BC Gaming. We just witnessed that moments ago. A nice 3-0 sweep for Zeta Division. And then off stream, Oceanus Gaming versus Eclipsar Esport, resulting in some mostly convincing wins for Oceanus Gaming, especially their last one, which puts them up against Zeta Division in our second semifinal. And our first semifinal, SK Gaming versus Humble. Once again, a sort of re-meeting of these two teams that faced in the grand finals last month.
Looking forward to this next match. It's going to be an absolute banger. But Oceanus Gaming as well. You know, I've got to draw attention to them because we haven't really talked that much about them. But massive favorites in this competition, I'll be honest. And I'm looking forward to seeing whether they can make it to the grand finals here today. Didn't happen last month. Will it happen this time round? Well, it did last month for SK Gaming and for Humble. Let's discuss a little bit about these two teams. For SK Gaming, starting on their side of things, Joker, Yoshi, and Lenan, they are the March monthly final champions. Will they be the April monthly final champions? A couple of mistakes along the way in their previous matchup earlier today, Trav, but I mean, one thing's for sure, they are looking dominant and they can turn up the gears when they need to.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like this SK roster just has it all. Any kind of issues that they have, they just work over within the next set. And I mean, they didn't really have any issues in the previous month, but they've already dropped more sets this month than they had in the last, because they didn't lose a single set in March. This one, they obviously did lose a set against Reply Totem, so a little bit less smooth sailing for them. But obviously, Humble being their biggest opponent of the last month, if they don't iron out some of these mistakes, then Humble might just punish them.
There could be an open door somewhere along the way, but talking about sets dropped, this is a squad that didn't drop a single game in the qualifying stages of April, let alone a set. Humble have never looked better for me. Semantic, Boss, and Lukey, this is a dangerous roster already.
Those qualifiers were really our most recent test of what these guys are up to, where they stand at this very moment. And yes, you are correct in remarking that they didn't drop a single game throughout the entire process. And remind yourself that they faced Reply Totem in those qualifiers as well. That was the team that knocked Reply Totem down the lower bracket, and that's partially responsible for them facing SK Gaming so early on. Humble, though, have availed themselves a pretty difficult matchup in SK Gaming. I think this is going to be a fantastic sort of reconnaissance of these two teams.
Yes, some might say, a bit of a roster that we didn't see coming into this year's competition. For me, Lukey was always the up-and-comer of last year, a very underrated player, just missed out on the World Finals at LCQ with his former teammates for Team Humble. And now with Semantic and Boss, they are making waves. Just coming shy last month in the Grand Finals, didn't get a set against SK Gaming in that stage of the competition, but knocking out Zeta Division in the quarterfinals to that 3-1 scoreline. That was enough to give them a massive boost into the semifinals, where they beat as well Oceanus Gaming, and that's not an easy team to beat in the current climate. So I'm looking for good stuff today from Humble. I'm also looking to see whether or not they've learned from some of these mistakes from this very matchup last month, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They did have a few issues last month with SK Gaming, obviously in the finals, a little bit further on throughout this competition. So I'm sure they'll be pretty disappointed not to make that final stage again. But against an opponent like SK Gaming, I don't know if you can really expect to come into this one expecting to win. You kind of just got to have an upset along the way, which makes it happen. But Humble, I do think they are an incredibly mechanically gifted team. It did seem like a bit of a very unexpected roster, a bit of a throw together throughout, kind of the end of Roster Mania. But 90% to 10 is not what I would like to see, but it is pretty comparable to that Zeta Division one we saw a little bit earlier.
Very strong poll there in favor of SK Gaming, guys. I'm going to leave you guys to it on this one. Trav, ready? Take it away.
Well, getting into Hideout then on Bounty to start things off. We'll see if, kind of if Humble are going to come out swinging, or if SK Gaming are just going to kind of continue their dominance. I think when we had a look at those highlights as well, it did kind of show that they didn't drop a game against FA Kebab, so that's another good sign for Humble. And, as you guys mentioned, they didn't drop a single game throughout the qualifying stage either, so I'm sure they're looking to continue that throughout this April run.
I think Humble did receive not the strongest opponent in FA Kebab. Like, yes, it takes a tremendous amount of skill to make it to the monthly finals, but up against the other Titans that rank among this top 8, Humble definitely did get the easiest ride to the semifinals. So with that in mind, I think we can expect to see the best of what Humble has to offer in terms of preparation here. They've gotten to focus all of their efforts towards their hardest matchup today, SK Gaming. So far, the Byron first selection from Humble, that's kind of interesting. Do you have any insight on that?
I really don't mind it. I think Byron's definitely catapulted into the meta quite heavily. We saw it a little bit on APAC early, but Max Meg is kind of a bit more my speed. I like that aggressive kind of approach, and especially with that Max hypercharge coming through as well. Pair that with a Meg, no matter where she is on that map, if that hypercharge is activated, then she's going to get that additional speed boost. So that's definitely going to be very helpful. Charlie going to be added to the mix on that kind of Humble side. And I really do like the Charlie, regardless of a couple of the nerfs that she did receive. I think it's very solid. And Sandy with hypercharge, another great addition.
Looking back over to that Max and Meg, I mean, this is a good combo. I think it also is just fairly effective against sharpshooters. It's going to be tough, I believe, for Byron to be able to do too much versus these guys. With Larry and Lari in the mix as well, and no wall break on either side. I mean, no walls are going to be broken down. Larry is not going to have to contend with another thrower. I think this is a fairly good draft for SK Gaming. They're going to be strong against the sharpshooter and Byron. Really, the only thing that can mess him up too much is like maybe Sandy slows him down with the use of a stun. Of course, you have a Sandy super to think about, so that's going to punish aggression. You don't want to be feeding it too quickly. And then finally, Charlie is good for any sort of close range stuff. Into the Meg, I can see it being pretty formidable, but there's not necessarily a single like pop-off brawler that Charlie is going to be focusing down to Cocoon reliably.
Yeah, we see Linane on this right-hand side here. Doesn't really want to take that left-hand side. Not sure why, considering it gives him a bit more of an advantage, a bit more establishment up the map, and as a thrower with the walls there that aren't really going to be going down. You can't complain at that kind of position, but Boss being pinched down now. Some good heals coming in, though, from Semantic of his back, but speed surely going to get him taken down. Spider's doing a bit of damage to Yoshi on the way back. But I think he used his heal gadget there. Still going to be Brawl out of the mech with another follow-up shot from Lukey, so really nice stuff.
So far, so good. Lina also just making use of the outrange that he has versus Sandy. Sandy, I think, a lot of times finds value on maps that have bushes just to use the speed gear, and Sandy already has fast speed. Just the range is what sort of hurts for Sandy. We'll see Semantic still try to close around the right side. This 1v1 is absolutely not going in his favor, though. If he can keep this even on the right side, then honestly, that's okay, because it seems that Boss and Lukey, this combo on the left side, are making some headway in pushing up the enemy side of the field. They've gotten another gadget out of Yoshi, and once he's out of those, then they might actually be able to pop him out of the mag.
You know, Boss pushing forwards now, but not really having the easiest of times. Instantly push back. Every time they gain some ground, they lose some more. That's the thing, and Semantic very, very low on that right-hand side. Boss and Lukey looking to try and aggress once more. Lukey not the most healthy at the moment, so if Joker gets the speed, he's surely going to be the one being punished, and definitely with no gadgets left. Surprising to see Semantic not rotate after not having the most successful time. Now the hypercharge comes through, and another soup from Linane throw directly towards Semantic, but there's no real reason to aggress for him, and he's just keeping Semantic back, which is just what his teammates are going to be asking for.
Got a little damage on Semantic too, but as long as they can keep the lead that they have, and they're looking good. Yoshi can't do anything for his teammate, though. It's a free kill for Lukey, and Boss Joker uses the invincibility. Doesn't quite escape, but still only getting one kill over the enemy side. Yoshi might fall. Semantic needs the kill. He appears to be safe, but he still needs another. It's still a win for SK Gaming. What a nail biter there towards the end. Every time they fell and exchanged a kill with the enemy, they were only 1 star ahead at any given point.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It seemed like such a close game, so back and forward. There really wasn't too much movement. It was kind of all just fought in that middle map until the hypercharge came through, until the super at the end. But SK managed to hang on with some good trades. The Cocoon coming through from the Charlie did provide some help, allowed them to push up, but they just couldn't get the necessary damage through.
We saw Semantic try to get sneaky there with some sleeping powder on the Joker. Didn't quite hit the mark. They did come close. Early speed from Joker. So Yoshi push up the left side. Reaction from Boss and Luke. They have to sort of regroup to deal with this. In fact, they'll be turning this defense into an offense. Yoshi's forced to pop a gadget in response. Heal up a clean 2,500 health. I think much of this will come down to the gadget economy, how quickly the gadgets are used up by Yoshi. That then avails a possibility for Humble to push in. Semantic, though, is getting a good pinch on the Joker, gradually moving things in. He's stuck using his gadget for now, but it's not a bad ability to have on Quickfire.
Yeah, well, they're getting some good progression here. Yoshi should fall down as well, and they do get that kill. 4-1 now, and SK are the ones forced to aggress, but hypercharge can be used by Boss just to get him away, but now turns back around and uses that Cocoon once more. Might be able to get something out of this. Defense turns into offense as all three of them surround the name and get the kill. Semantic showing a lot more this game than in the previous one, and definitely helping out Humble to secure these 6 stars.
Interesting, and at least to me, pretty novel approach with the Charlie here, where they look to cocoon an enemy and then surround them. Instead of use that Charlie as a defensive brawler to stymie a push going towards their side. If Charlie ever gets low, they just have Lukey heal up Boss. I think this is a pretty innovative strategy. We'll see Lina fall. Humble now up by a pretty clean margin. Semantic falls, surrendering his stars to the enemy side, and SK Gaming are only down by 3 stars as we speak. We haven't seen them play aggro just yet, so we don't have anything to go by in terms of what this is going to look like as we approach the last 15 seconds of the game. But Joker is close to getting his super, pops the hyper, and goes for the big push in.
Yeah, well, he didn't have his super there, really, so Semantic just going to push up onto lane here, looking for the kind of 1v1, does get the trade. They need one more, though, going towards Boss, but they can't get anything done at the moment. The heals are too much for them to handle. well. And Humble gonna bring back a game, even the score out here in Hideout, and down to this final game to see who takes this first set.
They found their comfort zone. They found what they needed to do. They were able to force those gadgets out of Meg even more quickly this time. I have to wonder what was the difference maker. I think it did just come down to microplays on that 2v2 on the left side. I think also the effectiveness of Semantic changed over the course of that last game, where he was able to push things in and pinch on the left side, forcing a 3v2 instead of that usual 2v2 for the whole game. Yoshi's going to play very aggressive this time, looking for a kill onto Semantic. His Joker approaching from the right. Linane also looking for something, but is not able to hit Semantic. The heals are just remarkable so far from Boss.
Well, this is kind of what we expected off the start. To be fair, Lowry and Laurie over that left-hand side, and then kind of just holding down this wall, which is in a much more aggressive position. But we're seeing a bit of a swap around now from Humble, and they seem a bit more flustered. They don't have the lead. They don't have that blue star, obviously, so they need to make something happen, as they did in the previous 2 games as well. But Linane getting some great shots down on Semantic, brought to his knees with a good bit of help there from Yoshi as well. But the Spiders on this right-hand side from Boss pushing Joker all the way back, yet to be able to secure this kill.
Effectively 4 brawlers on the side of SK Gaming at the moment. We see Laurie dealt with in a cocoon onto Larry. Almost a kill onto Joker, but no dice. Boss completely sliced and diced on the back right side. Semantic looks to punish Yoshi with a bit more damage. He needs one more hit to secure the kill. Is it a good trade? He pops a gadget, but doesn't even make any contact. They're down by 7 stars as we speak. Hyper popped, and look at that positioning from Joker and Lina. Those hyper things from Joker actually do stack the little energy drinks that Max throws. So you can actually get about 50% by stacking on top of one of your teammates, or 75% supercharge if you stack on top of both your teammates.
Yeah, well, the cocoon's there, and that's 4 stars along with it as well. They're just looking to try and keep the rest of them alive, but that's actually flipped. 10 to 10 now, but Blue Star with them, looking to try and cut off Semantic here, but he actually goes high, wants the pinch round. Double stun, but Semantic gets brought down anyway. Yoshi low, though, being forced upon by Boss. He has the cocoon, but he's not using it, not keeping him in position, and he's low. Yoshi gets the shot, but Luki gets the trade. 1 second, and it's brought back by SK. First set decided in the closing milliseconds of the game.
How dare they do that to us in the audience? What a back and forth towards the end of the game, an absolute nail biter. It could have gone either way at so many different stages. In the end, it falls in the hands of SK, but not very convincingly. What a nice snipe we saw from I believe it was Semantic there towards the end as well. That secured the final kill for Humble, but he wasn't able to retreat to the backlines quite quick enough.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate for Humble there. They got the turnaround, 10 stars to 10, and then it was kind of just back and forward until those closing seconds, 16 to 16 in the end. But the blue star was the decider in favor of SK. And, you know, this was the final last month, and so far, just through the first set, it seems a final caliber game yet again.
I mean, can't argue with that. Look at how close this was. Flip-flopping who was in the lead several times, adjusting strategies. The way that the strategy has emerged over the course of the set is really a good example to follow in terms of what we can consider the top level of Brawl Stars. What does good Brawl Stars look like? We saw Semantic start to develop his Sandy game over on the right side, where he was actually able to contend with that Larry and Laurie, despite in basically any case being outmatched, baiting the shots, utilizing the speed, utilizing the bushes, and getting pinches on the left side. But then we sort of started to see that crumble towards the end of Game 3, where it seemed to be an absolute I mean, what do you even call it? Scramble towards the back right side of the map, where Semantic looked to get a trade. It didn't work out.
Yeah, well, I mean, these pictures are a little bit flipped around. Semantic obviously was going to be on that Sandy. 85 DPS, not really comparable to anybody else on the map. Still got a few kills along the way, though, so did prove useful to his team. But across the board, 3-4-4 and 4-4-3, both very, very comparable. And I mean, it was just a matter of who got the kills at the different times that decided the games.
It's time for some Safe Zone as we move into set number 2. Safe Zone is the only heist map in rotation right now, so both of these teams should have gotten plenty of practice. Expect to see only the best that a few days since those last balance changes can offer. It is sort of a scramble, a hectic one at that, as the teams are looking to grapple with this new meta, but that is what causes the best brawlers around to emerge. We'll see the Colt first selection from Humble. Now, do we see the Chuck anywhere in the bands? Yes, in fact, we do. do. Now, Colt's good all around. You have wall break, so that lets you deal with some of the shorter range brawlers that are troublesome on your safe. Colette is one of them, though she is banned. Colt is also just good for getting damage on the enemy safe. He can be a base race brawler if he needs to be.
Yeah, well, we saw this in, I believe it was the Zeta Division game versus BC Gaming, this exact map. We did see the 8-bit, we saw the Colt, however, they were on that same team, so switched up a little bit now, and obviously with the Eve being able to levitate over the water, it definitely gives a bit of an advantage to SK Gaming so far. Gets that positioning and makes that positioning a lot easier, so we'll see what Humble do choose to come back and try and combat this. You know, something like a Bell, definitely very good against that 8-bit in the mid, and actually it was the Nanny that played against it in the previous one, and it worked very, very well for the side of Zeta Division. So Humble looking to try and replicate that matchup through that mid and hopefully come away with a win.
I think Nanny is just also one of these brawlers that should be able to churn out a bunch of damage on a target like 8-bit. We see the Amber as well. Amber should be very troublesome for 8-bit too, I believe. Should be effective into some of those Eve babies as well. You're able to fire right through them. It's one of the weaknesses of the single target brawlers when it comes to spawnables. So Nanny, it probably won't be as much of an issue with her. For Amber, is going to be taking care of those. Final selection coming in from SK Gaming. They have the opportunity to get experimental here, but they choose not to, instead picking up the Bell. Usually this one emerges quite a bit earlier in the draft, so seeing such a safe pick as the last one could mean a couple of things. First of all, it could mean SK Gaming are just playing super safe. It could also just mean that Humble have gotten a pretty good draft where they haven't left any openings for a big counter pick to come in last.
Yeah, well, I like both of these comps, to be honest. A lot of brawlers we've seen here before. All three on that right-hand side were part of the last time we saw that map, and 8-bit on the left was as well. But I do like the Bell, and I like the Eve that come along with this SK Gaming comp. Going to be very good for bouncing, you know, in between a few of these brawlers and the safe as well. So Humble need to be careful about letting those bounces come through. But Boss, heading straight down this right-hand side, wants to try and slot into a position to be able to get some damage, because that's, you know, his main objective.
And you can find yourself a pretty good position in this little nook. He's getting some good damage on Joker, but he's receiving damage in turn. Good first kill from Semantic onto Lana. Does this mean that Humble can approach in a mid? Not entirely. They got to get some better damage on Yoshi before they can confidently do that. We see Semantic stay in actually really the same position on his side. Maybe they're hoping to get a more substantial kill before they decide they will push up into mid. For now, though, we'll see the Nanny peep going towards the opposing side, taking a bit of an interesting route, but it's the back left corner where Nanny's going to make her home. It's Joker's responsibility to deal with her now, and already 17% have been knocked off of the safe and counting as Colt continues to hammer away, assisted by the damage gear.
And he's still there as well, getting pinched back around now, almost turns around and gets the kill on Yoshi thanks to the gadget too, but so much damage. 56% already wiped away from that SK Gaming safe, and you can tell that they weren't expecting this after that last set. But Lane sliding over the right-hand side now, a little bit of a change, but oh, beautiful sweep from Boss, and he is showing up on this Colt, continuing to hit Joker along the way as well. And some Amber Oil over this left-hand side, if using the Mythic Gear, will slow down, so Joker just staying out of the way of it for now.
SK Gaming fully on defense. Boss trying to get some pinches. Big damage on Joker and a bit of wall break too. It prevents one position for Yoshi to put his super down and make use of whatever turret he's running. I assume to be the plugged in star power. It's going to make it more tough for 8-bit to actually set up at mid and get any form of defense. However, it kind of makes Colt's job harder too. Usually he gets some space behind some of these obstacles. Good damage so far. He's going to get the super. This guy's popping off.
Boss playing this incredibly, and Lukey just staying over his left-hand side and holding this positioning down. Joker jumps over one, but can't get over the second. 30 seconds left for them to get the big damage on a defensive turret played by Yoshi. He'll need to cycle another and establish it further up if they want to be able to get this damage with only 30 seconds remaining. Joker in the tank is peeping. Now we need some time to heal up, but can levitate over this water to get up the map faster. Hypercharge ready for Lane, so can make this aggressive push and make it fast. Super going to be missed by Boss there as well, and now SK start to move up the map. Gadget and Super should be coming in from Joker shortly with these popping, and now taking some damage, but big damage coming down on the right-hand side. Takes all of the members of SK down, just Joker surviving, and the peep will clean him up. Humble really making a big showing here in the first game of Safe Zone.
This isn't just draft, this is a Colt masterclass happening on the right side. The guy is picking up so many kills, and he's also doing the majority of the damage on the enemy safe. We're talking about Boss on that Colt. The guy seems unstoppable. I feel like Humble are going to have to dedicate some serious effort towards pinching him on the right side. He does find himself backed up against a wall and in a position where a mid brawler and a lane brawler can take care of him. Obviously, there's Lukey and Semantic to be worried about, waiting at mid and the left lane, but I think some more effort will be contributed from SK Gaming on the right lane.
Yeah, well, Joker going to be playing this, and surely playing a bit slower than last time, because he did seem to be taking quite a lot of shots in that early game and allowing Boss to slide into a better position. But it was Lukey using that TP up to the top left-hand corner, which allowed the opening for Humble to start. So that's surely something SK can take into account here and try not to feed his super as fast. But it doesn't really seem to be working, as he's connecting a lot of shots here onto Lane with a great pinch from Boss, who already has his super as well.
Swapping Joker over to this right side. I mean, he was here at the beginning of game 1, but now having some of these hatchlings make their way over to Boss seems to be keeping him in position, but they're not really winning. Lina gets a good snipe on Lukey, and maybe now they can begin to think about it. Somehow that super from Semantic missed on Lina. Yoshi gets to take advantage of his position to get 8%, but Boss is going to do that and then some. 13% with a couple of volleys onto the safe, trying to pinch Joker at the same time, who unexpectedly falls at the hands of Joker. Humble still trying to maintain his position. Boss is simply slimy with the dodges and maintains the position.
Yeah, Lukey gets that kill as well, and Boss still here on the right-hand side, clipping as well. An aim brought so low. Samantha goes for the burn down, but does miss that just narrowly. Only taking one bush with it as well, so not helping much on that front. Managing to evade a few shots in there. Super from Boss actually going to open up that mid, allow him to kind of be maybe a bit better for SK Gaming there, giving a bit more wiggle room, but actually not much damage for all of this control that they've been able to have.
I think this is a confidence play from Boss. I mean, he doesn't really need that wall to be broken down. There are plenty of advantages to having it up, but he's able to dodge the shot so effectively. Here comes the hypercharge. Don't even need a super. He triggers that mine from Bell in the midst. He was likely to fall anyways, but he goes down just a bit faster thanks to tripping that gadget from Lina. Joker still is trying to make some headway into Humble's defenses, but they're not quite able to yet. Now we finally get to see that turret from Yoshi, and it is boosted booster. Both Joker and Yoshi can take advantage of this, and it seems like that position is quite troublesome. We see the first time Boss falls this entire game, and this safe is simply melting. 10 seconds for Humble to recover.
Yeah, well, there's the mark as well, and a hypercharge coming forward from Lane, and that is a lot of speed along with it as well. Managed to, I think, get the triple kill there to clean up, but that's going to question whether or not Humble had kind of just given up on the game at that point, as there was no coming back. SK Gaming looking to try and take this 2-0, but Humble still have a fighting. They've still got this lifeline in this set. They do have that one game, so if they just get one more, then it'll be even Stevens at 1-1.
Something that stuck out to me this last game is I think we saw Semantic struggle quite a bit on that mid lane. He was trying to run back to mid and get his value, and I think he was repeatedly being taken down by Yoshi in particular. Now to be careful about feeding that turret to Yoshi, and we actually haven't seen the damage boost from him quite often, so that is owing to simply good gameplay and smart mechanics from Humble, but at the same time, it's just not very mobile on the side of Humble. Really only Boss is getting safe damage. Lukey, I think, is a little bit timid when it comes to utilizing his super to get onto the enemy safe. He might do it now. Instead opts to get the wall break. It's going to be very useful for dealing with Joker and keeping him from pushing up behind that 2x2 thing of obstacles.
Yeah, I don't mind that wall break at all. It definitely gives him some more maneuverability throughout this mid as well to evade these kind of, single shot brawls, or at least brawls that kind of just shoot in one angle. Good taps coming there from Lane, but can't really make the breakthrough to the mid. Actually, they're going to send Joker over that right-hand side. Nice play from SK there, as he makes it a lot easier than sending it through that mid. And now some good established position coming in from SK Gaming. Some of the best we've seen so far throughout this set. But the peak coming forwards, and that might relieve a lot of it unless they choose to leave. But actually, all three of them kind of just retreat back and want to pinch in.
With Lukey respawning, they might have an opportunity to take advantage of the 3v2, but looks like Yoshi's been battered and bruised. He's not taken down just yet. Semantic looks for the kill, and Yoshi was actually only one shot from being taken down by Amber. Just one little flame is all it would have taken. Lina seems to be tapping this game unlike the others. He's simply leveled up, it seems, for game number 3. Boss on the right side is having a rough matchup, but so far will not falter in that position. Just under a minute left on the clock. Humble barely at an advantage.
Yeah, we're seeing some really good adaptations here from SK Gaming, but Lane misses a couple of shots at close range. Boss now going for the super onto Yoshi. He's obviously quite slow, but doesn't manage to connect too much of it. Maybe would have been better served onto the safe, but they do have the damage lead with only 35 seconds left, so maybe they want to overstep. Now the super comes through and the hypercharge from Lane as well. A little TP available there, but they're going to maybe choose to leave this. Going for the damage forward, boosted there, 25 seconds on the clock. Lane moves into that position as well, but down goes the 8-bit. That is the main damage. The Eve falls as well, and it is a short lead for Humble here, and no more damage can follow up as well, set from these Eve boosters coming onto the safe.
Neck and neck. Yoshi's got to utilize his health to push up here. Joker also low on health. The hypercharge popped by Boss. He's got damage on damage. Joker with a jump, but no damage on the safe. It's just Lina to try and get something, but no dice. Win for Humble in set 2.
I mean, they were making the moves. SK almost had it done in those kind of closing 20 seconds. The damage booster was there, the 8-bit, the Eve, Bell, they were all moving into that damage booster, but a nice amber shot coming through, obviously burning directly through with the piercing damage and getting so much done onto those kind of opposing brawlers, not allowing the 8-bit to just rain down on that safe. So really nice defense there from Humble, and obviously great play from Luki to just go forwards towards that safe and kind of force SK's hand to make the move.
I think also something that has slipped our mind here is simply by how well Humble has been playing, that this is the second set that SK has lost in a monthly final. So we can wave goodbye to last month where SK Gaming looked absolutely invincible and say hello to Humble being such a formidable opponent, which we were already aware of, but is now more crystallized in reality as we see it up on the scoreboard with them getting set number 2. SK Gaming are not quite as invincible as they appeared before. I owe a good amount of this to the Humble draft. It's not one of those like 100-0 drafts. It's not something that was immediately evident either, but I personally started to see the symptoms when SK Gaming last picked Bell. Yes, it's a good pick, like it's a good brawler, but for a last pick, typically you would use this for a big counter pick, and it didn't necessarily counter anything on the enemy side.
Yeah, I feel for me, Bell kind of has to be that mid-brawler rather than playing down one of those lanes. You know, the range obviously helps quite a lot, but it doesn't bring big DPS. When you've got an Eve, when you've got a Bell, the DPS isn't going to be massive. You need that 8-bit on the safe, and only having that as one of your options. You know, Nani, Cole, they can deal some serious damage. Amber on safe deals damage alone as well, and they just weren't able to see the same results coming out the side of SK Gaming as we were Humble in terms of damage. So that is why they kind of lost that set. But SK going to look to bounce back in Rustic Arcade. It is 1-1, so nobody's ahead at the moment, but this will be the difference maker.
If I'm SK right now, first of all, this is a good map for 8-bit. I promise this is relevant. We saw Yoshi on that 8-bit just moments ago. 96 DPS, only 3 kills. Like, yes, it's not a game mode where kills are the objective, but they're a very effective way for getting to the enemy safe, and he was denied his super for so long. It's clear that Humble are acutely aware of how to deal with the 8-bit, and yeah, one of the methods is picking it yourself. I think the Mandy also deliberately being left open, or perhaps as a symptom of the other 3 bands that Humble has decided to go with being that much stronger than Melody, is something that Humble are considering heavily right now. They have to tailor their draft to be effective at dealing with Melody, or at least not let her win the matchup. If they can keep it at a stalemate, honestly, I consider that W, considering how much of a win condition Melody can often be.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you there. If you can just kind of hold her back, make sure she doesn't get those notes and get the super, then it's going to be, you know, relatively fine. But as soon as that happens, you've got to defend that jam carry. You've got to make sure that you can't just spray into action and go towards that, because the game can be turned on its head with a click of your fingers. SK Gaming going to have this second pick now, and Humble, you know, kind of sticking to the basics, playing that 8-bit, playing that roughs, kind of just the norm for this map. But Meg going to come in for SK Gaming, going to be able to tank a lot of damage. I'd imagine maybe through this mid. We'll see if they do choose to kind of send that lane or play through the mid with their last pick.
Well, the paradox here also is that Meg is just not, 8-bit is just not one of those brawlers that you want to be feeding super, and he's entirely possible as the mid for Humble here. Typically, I don't think we see a mid saved for the last pick, so Humble, I think, are fairly likely to be running the 8-bit there. This is the opportunity for a big counter pick for Humble. SK Gaming, I think, with their Carl selection, has pretty severely limited what Humble can go for as like a big last thing. Piper is a selection from Humble. And this is a bit interesting considering how weak Piper can be at times into something like Meg, into Carl as well. She can run the knockback if she wants, and maybe that's the angle that she decides to take. My question here is, like, who plays lane, who plays mid? I think Piper goes mid here and 8-bit plays lane.
Yeah, I think that's probably the shout. I think the kind of ranged decision is probably a smart one from them. Sandbags possibly coming in. Obviously, Carl's going to be able to slash straight through them, but be able to tank out some stuff and just keep your range with Piper, keep your range with 8-bit against this Melody, not feed those shots. It's probably one of the smarter things to do. We'll do see who goes towards that mid. It's actually going to be Piper through the mid and 8-bit down the lane.
And this is just the conversation, right? Meg is consistent into these mids, but Lukey seems to have not missed a single shot. Joker's already popped out of the Meg. He's got 3 gems at his disposal, and he might end up getting disposed himself. The guy was down to 900 health just a moment ago. Yoshi's doing Yoshi things, but more importantly, Melody things. He's still taken down after a pretty nasty pinch between Lukey and Semantic. Humble, like we supposed, are equipped to deal with the Melody.
And Boss doing a great job down this right-hand side here against the Carl as well. You can't really fault him for that so far. He's been doing an amazing job of kind of just keeping him out of the way and allowing Lukey to play his matchup. And now he goes forward. Good knockback. Auto-aimer there from Lukey to say no. Not going to be seeing that homemade recipe now. This is where you got to be careful. Super Zeb, another knockback from Lukey, and you can't blame him for it. In this matchup, that's exactly what you need. But back into the mech goes Joker, and these gadgets are being burned through quickly by Lukey, and a good kill from Yoshi. Gems forced onto Semantic's head. And SK are in the lead, regardless of how well Humble have been playing.
Lukey just witnessed the tragedy of how strong Melody is. You can use that auto-aimer, and yet Melody still has another dash. And if she's just used the first one, then she's got 2. Little cheat cartridge there for Semantic. Yoshi utilizing all of that mobility, looking for a kill on Lukey, but it comes back to bite him. But now looking to punish Semantic. Semantic's got to line up a good shot here. Instead, all that happens is he loses the turret. He could have saved it a little bit longer. It's a good thing that Lukey and Boss came to his rescue. I think with the comms that those guys were going to pinch in on the Carl, he maybe could have saved the turret. So the struggle now for Semantic is to get that turret once again. Joker has his mech back, and this is a huge advantage for SK.
Yeah, it's a big thing for them. Should be able to pick up this last gem now without really taking too much of a risk, but does get hit pretty hard, and the damage booster's there too. They do need to stay around the mid, even if they do get this 10th. 9-9, and Semantic forced back, but Yoshi going to go quite aggressive now as well. Not going to bring down Lukey, power up provided, but no one there to pick it up just yet. Now comes in Lenane, starts the 11th, and that's going to be enough to get the countdown forced out of Humble's hands. They can't even it from the mid, but damage booster's going to come down. Aggressive Melody keeping that under wraps, so for the reset, they need to get him down, but they couldn't get the gem away from them. All one from mid. Nightmare there for Humble, and SK Gaming moving one up.
Meg moment, top text and bottom text. That is a classic Meg thing that just happened there. You killed her? Nah, no you didn't. Those gems are staying over her head. She still got 4,000 more health, even if you got essentially an entire team wipe. I think this was a great game for Humble. I mean, they did a great job, especially Lukey in particular, of getting the damage lined up onto Joker. It's a much different story this time. Joker is avoiding every single shot from the guy. They pick up an early 3-gem lead.
Yeah, well, that's good stuff from them. Lenane going to go aggressive as well. Just try and burn through some of these auto-aimers that Lukey has, but he actually chose to kind of keep hold of it. Now, SK just seems to be all over Humble at the moment. Semantic finally going to get this turret set up and try burns through some of these shots, and Joker gets almost both of them down there with one singular beam. Well, another turret ready to go if they do go down, but Joker needs to work for another mech to be able to push forward for these gems. But with his teammates in such a good position, they're looking good anyway, but that is not going to be enough. No notes on Melody. You're not going to be lasting long. Lenane staying aggressive and actually evades some of these shots. Wow. Brings down Lukey as well, and he's just on a tear, gets another with the pinch too, and Joker with 7, and Humble just stood watching.
Man, the Lana aggression is paying off. I'm now looking at this Lukey interaction versus Joker at mid. I'm wondering if he's finally going to hit a shot. There it is, the first one, but it was actually blocked by the use of the turret thrown down. It must have put funny bullets in Lukey's gun today, because Joker cannot seem to be hit by any one of them this entire game so far. We're up to 9 gems for SK Gaming, and that's the first time that Lukey has touched Joker with even a single shot.
I mean, the sandbags were there, and within, a blink, they're gone, thanks to Lenane just slicing through them instantly. But a good setup here for Humble. They've got a couple of power-ups, they've got this damage booster down, and SK kind of just stood watching at the moment, waiting for the opportune moment for Yoshi to go in. But his notes do kind of go along the way. And Joker getting absolutely beamed. Lenane going in, no knockbacks there, and now Yoshi comes through and the auto-aim is not available. This lead is slowly dwindling for SK Gaming. They're going to need to make a move soon.
The turret positioning, if anything, is indicative of how desperate this final attempt from Humble is, but it appears to be paying off. That was an interesting jump in there as we saw Lana go straight into the Lion's Den. The ricochet from Colonel Ruffs hits Yoshi. All of these gems are safe to be picked up by Joker, though, so it's not really all that much of a loss. Huge damage on Joker as the gems have to swap hands yet again. Yoshi now is the recipient, but I couldn't think of a less ideal brawler for these to be on. A brawler that needs the aggression so badly. He still has a gadget to stay alive, but he needs to hit some shots first in order to keep that shield available. So far, though, we're still tied up. Just a minute left on the clock. Humble looking to acquire this next gem and maintain the advantage.
Yeah, Luki's so susceptible, doesn't have a jump or any auto-aimers now, but they do have 12. Gem should be picked up from mid to even things out and control heavily now with SK Gaming. But Boss pinching around this right-hand side, a good shot there from Lenane, keeping him low, but Yoshi's so low himself. Piper almost finds a kill, but Lenane gets straight out. That's going to be another gem into the hands of Humble, and another one spawns on their side too, which might be enough to keep them away. I don't know if two will spawn in time, actually. I think they just about will. There's one. They need this next one off of Humble's side, though. 29 seconds left, and let's say 15 or 29 is all that's going to be spawned. So if you get 15, you're in a good spot. 14 to 14, and the next gem will decide it, but Joker goes down, and so does Lenane, but Yoshi chooses to go aggressive rather than on the defensive, and that's the 15th, that's the 29th, and Humble have it.
Just need to get a takedown to Semantic or Luki. And also these gems have to be acquired on the right side. Getting down to 5 seconds left. 2 targets. Piper is a no-go. 8-Bit's too healthy and too far back. Every single gem on the field belongs to Humble, and they take the set.
This is crazy. 1-1 and 1-1 now in this rustic arcade set. This is dangerous stuff for both of these teams. Whoever falls behind here can be knocked out the competition with just one more follow-up set after this one. So definitely both of these teams want to get this on the board, want the momentum that comes along with it. And honestly, it's anybody's game.
Set's not over till it's over. What a win for Humble so far. Early kill on SK Gaming. Looks like Semantic's just gonna throw the turret right there. Why play it so defensively when you can keep the enemy hiding behind some of these obstacles? They're gonna take a moment to heal up before they coordinate their next push in. Joker especially needs this mech before he can think of anything at all, but he immediately gets met with a Piper bullet to the face.
Well, SK in a very tough spot now, but a flying hook around the left-hand side. Lenane looking for a pinch, but Semantic quickly moves over there. But his turret is gone. Nothing to TP back to now, but Joker gets increasingly low as Luki just continues to hit shots. Melody has the super now moving forwards. Baits the auto-aimer out. Nice from him and still has a super left. So now choosing to try and go forwards. Gadget going to be popped there as well. Gets a good amount of shield thanks to the 3 notes surrounding him. And Joker back into that mech form. Now pushing back. Semantic should fall. Does have a turret for when he comes back up, but Boss falling low, and that's another gem provided to them as Yoshi over-aggresses.
Humble still find themselves at a slight advantage. Luki's got so much damage to turn out here. What a risky position for Lana. He knew he was going to get pinched between the entire enemy team there. Yoshi could not be lower on health. Lana to the rescue. Even tries to punish. Managed to get a kill. But the gems only go over to Semantic and Boss. These gems seem to be changing hands so quickly on the side of SK Gaming, but they are at an advantage now. Just need 2 more to get this countdown started and acquire a set. Humble on the defense. Huge moves in from Lana, and all the gems now belong to SK.
Yeah, and Yoshi just goes and puts a nail in the coffin as well, brings another one of them down to deflate this push forwards. 8-Bit's so slow, don't even know if he's going to get up the map in time, never mind get the damage through. 2 of them stood in his way as well, and Joker retreats to the back left. Set number 3 goes to SK Gaming, 2-1 for them now, and the momentum that comes along with it is going to be huge for the deciding.
So now a question to ponder. did this play out the way that SK intended, or in a way that they are satisfied with it all? They have two aggro brawlers that fulfill a very similar role. I'm going to use my movement ability to get onto the enemy, and then I'm going to do a lot of damage in close range. That's the Carl Super, that's Melody just doing Melody stuff. We saw how many times those gems exchanged hands though, especially in game number 3. It was a pile of gems that was picked up by someone and then dropped back down to the ground. It was picked up by someone and dropped back down to the ground. But that one moment where a Carl and a Melody managed to get up to the enemy side, get those gems, make them available, and return with them, that is when they locked in the win.
I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like, you know, it's not the ability to kind of come up with an incredible comp and make everything go to plan. It's that adaptations that SK make. You know, if they have to have a Melody carrying the gems or a Carl carrying the gems, you know, if they adapt, that's why they win. And if they don't, then they're going to be able to lose. And we saw that in the one that they did lose, but coming back with 2 is going to be huge for them. Great taps there from Luki to kind of seal the deal in that second game, to bring at least one of these back to their side. But in the end, it just wasn't enough to be able to guarantee themselves that set. And SK Gaming do move 2-1 up. Dangerous spot for Humble now. They did make it to the finals last month, but so did SK Gaming. Kind of like a bit of a repeat of what we saw. And so far, it's SK Gaming all day long. And I mean, look at that. When you look at the result of the set and you see that SK have won it, and you look at these stats, I think you're joking with me.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they got the rug pulled out from underneath them or something. That's honestly a little bit comical, but it is owing to the strategy that SK Gaming went with here, and that's why I posed it as more of a question to ponder instead of something that I actually have answers to, is like the brawlers continuously using their movement in and dying over and over and over again, and then winning the game in the end because the one consistency on their team, the Meg, could pick up all of the gems even though the other guys were dead. I think that's just one that we're going to have to think about for a little bit of time, and maybe this dictates the meta going forward because this is still very fresh in our minds. Ring of Fire, fresh new map to ponder as we head into a brand new draft. Set number 4 is upon us.
Well, Amber coming out once more. We've seen a lot of this today, actually. This brawler seems to be quite high up in the meta. Meg on the other side. We've seen a lot of her today as well, funnily enough. And, you know, I'm not usually the biggest fan of Meg, but recently I've really liked it, especially when paired with the Max or something like that. I loved that brawler. But Jessie going to come in alongside it, a Ring of Fire. The band's obviously been Stu, Max, and Poco, so we won't be seeing any of those. And Angelo, Byron, and Melody there as well over that right-hand side. Humble bands. SK Gaming do have the following 2 picks, though, so need to make a pretty good overall pick, whilst Humble obviously having that last.
Okay, 4-5 for SK Gaming here on Ring of Fire. They need to be considering what mid is going to be effective into this Meg and into this Jessie. They might be a little cautious about the aggro brawlers, considering they're facing the Jessie. I think Pam is a brawler they would be partial to, and honestly a pretty viable pick for Humble here. It would be a huge presence of mid brawlers for them, but that Jessie does clue me in a little bit that having that on Humble's side would mean that one of the more important Pam counters is eliminated. We don't see Colette banned though, so maybe that's not entirely what Humble was planning out here.
Yeah, well, these picks should come in shortly, and it's going to be a Lola. I'm not sure how I feel about a Lola being played into a Jessie. I'm not sure if you kind of agree with the same kind of thing. Wouldn't be my first pick, but you bring a Buster in along with it. If you can pin them in the spawn with a Buster, it's going to be pretty solid. And obviously, you know, Meg at range doesn't have the most DPS. Jessie, if you can avoid a few shots from Jessie, then you're fine. But I also think the downside of picking kind of like the Lola and the Buster into a Jessie might outweigh the upside. What?
Okay. Yeah,
it's been a while.
We're seeing the same thing. Shelly, last selection. Shelly's going to be good for about one thing, and it's going to be supering Buster or like preventing him from getting too much value in close range. Maybe Humble are trying to prevent themselves from getting spawn trapped too much, and they're like, okay, yeah, we'll like break open our walls, we'll demolish the Buster when he gets in close range and that kind of stuff. Shelly's just like on bush patrol, essentially, in case Buster gets in that position. Because Buster actually has a pretty high win rate on this map. Keep in mind, it's, you know, new patch, new balance changes, but only a few things have changed. Buster's still going to be pretty good here in yesterday's meta, which is, in many ways, today's meta. 70% win rate on this map.
Yeah, well, the name playing straight through this mid now, just looking for a super to be able to back them off and evading these shots so well. Like 3 of them shooting at him, and he took about 1,000 damage. That is ridiculous. They did kind of burn down through a lot of that ammo that they did have, and he's staying in such a good spot. The bounce back's there as well now. Boss brought out of mech because of it, and a drag back from Lane, but the slow down coming from obviously the shell shock of Semantic Super is going to allow him to kind of evade some of those shots.
Could be a punish on a boss on the left side. Good pinch from Joker and Yoshi. Humble look to pick up the remnants of any semblance of control that they have here. But Lena refuses to approach Semantic, and he's basically stuck in the bushes. We said bush patrol. Unfortunately, that's not where the objective is. If SK Gaming don't go for any kind of spawn trap, then it could be challenging. Semantic's going to try and infiltrate the enemy bushes, breaks open the wall, gets a huge pinch on a Joker, with Boss also contributing damage. Take down to Semantic on the left side, though, and Yoshi gets to hold auto-aim, doing Amber things. Has a super to show for it, too. Super in from Jesse, and a big slow, but there's no one to take advantage of it. It's just Boss in the Little Meg form.
Yeah, that was a huge slow from Luke there, and he actually does have this hypercharge and cycle through, and he's going to need to make use of it as well. They are 25% down, and a big turret thrown in the bush here. That's going to take a lot to be taken down. They might honestly just leave it at this point in the game. The swing from the Meg gets the connection onto Lane there as well, and now trying to get around this side, but Semantic slides in the bush. They're just giving up this control of the hot zone, and I'm not sure if I like Semantic's kind of deal here going around the back, but I'm sure it might play out quite well in the long run. Actually, hypercharge there, and it works out perfectly. Eventually, the turret goes down, but it's just not going to matter. They need to get back towards the zone, and actually, the burn down on Semantic does bring him to his knees, sends him back to spawn, but I think Humble have got it at this point.
Humble have now eclipsed the capture of SK Gaming. They've had them trapped in spawn. The Semantic strat apparently worked, or it worked well enough to secure a game 1 for Humble here in Ring of Fire.
Yeah, the flank definitely paid off in the end, and Humble, they seemed, very back and forward. They had their moments, and they really made use of them. They got a lot of percentage when they had the control, whereas I feel like kind of SK, they got a few kills here and there, stood on the zone when the Buster had the shield, but other than that, didn't really make too much of a showing throughout this mid.
Well, let's see what kind of waves can be made this time. Do we see a similar start from Humble? Semantic already popping that gadget, going for some free shots on a Yoshi, getting some value off of Lena too. The solo replay coming in. Yoshi gets to auto aim and get the kill on Boss early on. We see Semantic trying to prevent Lena from getting in these bushes. Ends up demolishing quite a bit of cover in the process. It's not a hotly contested area that SK Gaming are really focused on, but Yoshi will take advantage of the extra visibility and extra confidence that there's no one in that left side to throw down a super around the left and severely constrict the room that Humble have to walk around in.
This Mythic gear really being very helpful with this oil placed over the mid, slowing the Jesse down. But some bounces coming through, the name is quite low, and Semantic keeping him that way, but the bounce back shots coming in now as that shield is placed. Well, not really getting too much from it. Another pullback coming in there from Joker, and just being kept alive by some tank, pullback from Lane, just being tanked out by Joker there. They do have a huge lead, but they did in the last one, and they still couldn't manage to make it work.
Looks like Yoshi accidentally ignited all of that fire fuel on the enemy side. It appears that the slow is being pretty helpful, but was also diminishing Yoshi's ability to fire upon enemies, because it's only a 10% slow, which is significant. But does it really give you more value than actually dealing damage to the enemy? Hypercharge and super on the right side for Semantic. Lena gets rid of him. Boss is on pretty low health, but he still finds a moment to tiptoe in on that safe. Good contributions from Lena on the right side, but it's time for Boss to get his super back. At the same time, he's tasked with keeping Yoshi and Joker off of this point. It's a 2v3. It's a suboptimal scenario for SK Gaming. They still have to give some good efforts towards keeping Semantic back. And we see a hypercharge from Luki on the left side, but no super and an easy kill for Lena.
Oh, Boss almost get brought down before he gets back into that mech, and the bounce backs, the shield from Lane doing so much. Boss really low as well, Semantic low too, and this is surely going to be a win unless Luke can make the magic happen, and he just can't. SK Gaming ticking up and up and up until 100. Match point up next.
SK Gaming approached this win fairly early on in the game. It started to be clawed back by Humble, and it only faltered in the later stages with SK Gaming regrouping. I think we saw good moments from the Shelly, but I don't think we saw Shelly do exactly what she was intended to when she was selected. In particular, we saw Shelly try and move past Buster's shield to get that close range damage, but Lena had enough time to recharge his ammo by then to get the killing blow on a Semantic.
Yeah, well, as we start again, it is a 15% lead so far for Humble. The boss is the one claiming that. Don't really want to feed him this mech straight away again, and actually, they do just that. Instantly give him back his mech after falling out of it, and that should allow them to keep this control. But Luki just slotting back through this mid, wants to play against Joker and Lane, because those are the matchups that he's going to thrive in.
Lina now with the super forward. Semantic looking for the flank from the left. Joker's trying to keep him back. Lina looks to punish. Semantic with the clay pigeons active. Doesn't get his super, in fact. Lina and Joker send him to the respawn. So far, SK Gaming have gotten some good capture on the point, but a humble lead. Boss needs his super back before they can make any actual significant progress. And Yoshi is also creating a large field of slowing, looking instead of firing at that point to instead go for the bushes where Humble usually reside. Big ignition onto Boss as Joker has to heal up and Lina has to return to the point. Humble are only barely ahead of SK's capture percentage so far.
There's a turret on the right-hand side. They're choosing to just deal with that now rather than come back to it later. But Luki does have a hypercharge. Can't be too far off another turret either, is he? Just get a couple of connections onto Lane in that aggressive position. But this is ticking up now for SK Gaming, and this is the prime time to get a hypercharge turret like that. Instantly burnt through though, and Lane still around the back, causing some issues for Humble. But so far, they are clawing this back bit by bit, but pull towards him should be dealt with quite quickly by the two of them. But these shots from Jesse coming in over and over and over, but SK is still ticking up for them. Semantic, the last hope for Humble, and he seems to be doing well.
Semantic needs to pop off. He's got to avoid a lot of shots right now. Yoshi's taking a moment to get some supercharge back and get his health back. Lina has the montage ready to go. A big shield in the face of Semantic trying to punish, and the Jesse turret in. Humble might just be able to do it. They avoid the Amber super, and Joker, Lina, Yoshi all have to push in as one. We're counting up to 100 for Humble. The hypercharge super in from Luki, and it's good. Humble secure the set, saving themselves from a match point.
Well, set number 5 we go, and Humble just played that so well towards the end. Two very comparable games. The first and the third ended so similar, where Humble just had a bit more percentage on the zone and managed to close it out that tiny bit quicker than SK Gaming. So a huge props to them. And look how close this game is. It's back and forward, 2-1, 1-2, 2-1, 1-2, and onto Goalkeeper's Dream to decide it all. Who goes to the final? Who drops out in the semi-finals? Honestly, either of these teams deserve to make it all the way.
I mean, look, if anything, we're getting our money's worth. We are getting the guaranteed maximum out of this match. It is going all the way to set number 5 with every single possible game played. Let's get some highlights real quick. SK Gaming started things off fairly confidently. They got good capture percentage secured. We saw Humble actually take back this set right from under SK Gaming, and then SK Gaming followed up with a win of their own after yet another close match. I think the biggest thing that changed in set number 3 was the nature in which we saw that Shelly played. I think also we saw some extra effort from Luki on making those shots connect with Lola in particular, because yes, Lola's kind of an interesting one into Jesse. You typically wouldn't do that because you're reflecting the shots from yourself onto your ego onto yourself, all that jazz, and that was taken advantage of more pointedly in that last game.
Yeah, well, stats-wise, 977 for Humble. They do have more kills, but only narrowly, a 685. And big DPS coming out of Boss, Luki, and Lane, all over 300. The rest of them still completely fine, doing their bit. As we see, it's very close sets that everybody must have been putting their part in. But obviously, it's going to be decided in this 5th and final between SK Gaming and Humble. Huge match for both of these teams. Humble wants to close that gap that SK Gaming opened in the first month in terms of points and try and take that #1 spot from them.
Not going to be easy at any step of the way. SK Gaming have felt that taste of a match point already. Just the sensation of being only one game away from victory, taking down such a challenging opponent in Humble, one that they swept with ease in just the last month. Humble now are appearing to be even stronger of a competitor than SK likely anticipated, as we head on to a set 5 in just a moment here.
Well, a little bit of a water break here for Semantic, and after all the shouting he does, I'm not surprised he needs that. You gotta, kind of replenish the voice as he just does like a bit of a scream, even if he's not really near his opponents. I'm sure he's still shouting, and I'm sure Boss has got one heck of a headache right now, but battling through it, and ready to get into set number 5 here. Obviously, it is Goalkeeper's Dream. As I mentioned earlier, slight alteration to how this map is. We do see those additional boxes, not in the goal mouth, but just in front of it to give a bit more of a compact mid.
So I have this theory that this makes it a little bit more challenging to get those mid-game or those midfield supers, but aside from that, it doesn't change the usual dynamic of this map. I feel like when you get an enemy kill and it's a 3v2, then you've basically already scored a goal in many situations, especially if you have a super on your side. It is very, very fast. Once you fall back, if it gets beyond those boxes, then you're gonna get scored on. If it's just one person defending the goal, it's indefensible. If there are 2 people defending the goal, it's still possible, which is way more than you could say for many other Brawl Ball maps.
Oh, Angelo sneaks through, manages to be the first pick here for Humble. And look at that, the ban rate for Angelo being 78%. Max, though, on the other hand, not going to be an easy brawler for Angelo to hit. And I do really like that hypercharge in as well. You can see the Nita sliding back through. We've already seen that on this map today. And it did work an absolute treat. Once that Bruce comes in, once you get the hypercharge, it's going to be very, very solid. And that's 2 of the brawlers who have these new hypercharges, both on the side of SK Gaming.
Super interesting draft so far. The Angelo was deliberately left open by SK Gaming, meaning they are prepared to deal with it. Max is famously good into these sharpshooter brawlers that usually rely on range to control, because Max is so good at dodging and closing the gap that those sharpshooters need to establish dominance on the battlefield. When it comes down to how does the Angelo fare on this map, yes, I think he can very easily get overwhelmed by just a bunch of crap being thrown at him. Some high health brawlers making their way over to his close range sort of quarters. The way that you deal with this is you have good consistent lanes that are able to keep everything from closing in on him, just like that. We see the Sandy selection and the Rough selection. I think that these should be good against like aggression and stuff. SK Gaming could decide that they are going to not take that route at all and leave the Sandy and Roughs without as much value. BB is in fact their selection, so they're gonna run it down. That's essentially what this is. We will run it down.
I mean, you can't blame them for it with what they're faced against. Ruffs doesn't have the most DPS. Sandy going to be pretty much tickling a baby when you're running towards it with a gadget. And obviously, Angelo's got to charge up those shots. Can't quickly just auto-aim and try to bring it down. And especially with a max speed, Bruce Bear in there as well, it's going to be tough for Humble to defend this. But if they get enough Sandy supers, if they get the power-ups, if they can stay alive and allow Angelo to kind of work his magic with the big damaging shots, then they might just be fine. But it's going to take a lot.
Okay, Yoshi on the left side. Notice that Ruffs is not running the sandbags. Yoshi has no trouble at all going right through those. Boss is making this look easy. Joker's going to go for the big play. We even see the phase shifter self-pass forward. Lana taken down in close range, and Semantic has a choice. Does he let Boss try and get this, or does he use the super? The safe option as well. Down to the back left corner. That's the thing, is once it's down to like a 2v1, that goal is indefensible. A single brawler cannot defend this goal on their own.
Yeah, well, Semantic gets the stun off. Not really many follow-ups, though. Can't get his super off it too much. Hypercharge ready to roll as well. With Lenane moving forward so fast. Hypercharge is still ready to go, but he needs his super to get the mute along with it and the speed from it too. And SK in such a good position. A little bit of a wall break now. The stun's there. Nice. Lenane finds it anyway. 1-1.
Object permanent skills need a little bit of work here because he was clearly in that back right corner, but it seems like he was kind of forgotten about. They weren't able to keep Joker from getting to that ball either. I think that was the more pressing issue here. Hypercharge popped by Joker, so much speed. He looks for some kind of juke over Lana. He's got a lot of health. Goes for the pass down the center, which honestly quite often can trick your enemy as they look to defend opposite sides of the goal. This time though, you're just not getting past Humble.
Yeah, no sweet dreams there to secure the goal. Just gonna have to wait this one out. Speed there, ready to go as the sandstorm goes down, the speed comes out, and now Sandy quite low. Damage gear activated as well. Lukey has his activated too. But now Lenane just pushing around this right hand side. That's gonna be the same position as they were in last time. Speed now, and then needs to be able to walk through them. Lenane with the same again. SK straight to match point.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, man. The little pass for the layup from BB. Well done. The speed as well to secure BB in that position. It's so tough to peek out around that corner and deal with BB when she's in the bushes where you can't see her very well. There is wall break available to Boss. If he breaks open that right side, it could be pretty valuable to him. Lots of effort contributed on the right side to deal with Lina in particular. We're down to a 3v2 now. Got to see good moves onto Joker. Luki is not able to quite one-shot him, but can bring him really low. Yoshi's one shot, an ideal target at the moment. We see the speed onto Lina, who's just juking out the shots at the moment. Now Luki has popped this super for additional damage on the enemy, but Lina is always ready at the right-hand side or the left flank to contribute some damage.
Well, they got to keep them out of these kind of aggressive pockets which Linnea is in. When he gets to that kind of pocket on the other side, that's always where the issues start for Humble. Joker took a heavy hit there as well, and obviously power up on Sandy now, which is going to help out increasingly throughout the game. He just needs his super. Super now used by Luki. Boss going to get down on there on the name. Ooh, aggressive push from Joker, going to be cut short. Should be a goal now, 1v1. Luki takes some shots to the face, but can he defend it? Little shot to the right, bit of a stutter in there as well. Don't know who was doubting himself, but Humble forced it in.
Ankle breakers, but also just can't defend that goal on your own. Humble find themselves up by 1 goal to start things off. Little rampage on the right side, but it's just that little from Lina. The most that he was able to do was get a big thwack on a couple of enemies at a time. With the wall on the back right broken open as well, this could be hazardous. We might have to see Lina mirror this over to the left side. It looks like that's exactly what he'll try and do. Got to get the ball in a position where someone can pass it to him, though. Joker's going to go for it, tries to phase shift her in. There's plenty of time for SK Gaming to get a goal of their own, but with Boss, with his speed and the super to the left side, okay, yeah, I guess he didn't know where Lina was going to spawn.
Yeah, but I mean, a step forwards and just look where he's going to spawn would have still resulted in a goal.
Yeah.
Hypercharge ready to go now for Yoshi, and he's going to try and punish that straight away, and this should be able to do just that. Goal, massive bubble coming through, and it's in the goal, bouncing round. Just Semantic left, he's got the stun, but can't use it. Not close enough, 1-1. And SK Gaming looking to punish that mistake.
If this comes down to an SK win, this is going to haunt Humble. The goal-scoring opportunity to bring it to a double match point. Yoshi looks for the pass to right, but it's blocked by Boss. Joker pops the hyper to try and get the kill. He's looking for anything he can. Just a kill on the Boss would do so much, but nothing. Humble have this all tied up in an OT with all these walls broken down. Tremendous loss of value for Yoshi and for Lina. It's going to be a tough ride for SK. It's a likely match point incoming in favor of Humble.
Once the super, he's got the hypercharge coming forwards with the speed. Joker should surely fall, and the mute, but Yoshi gets it off the line. Still followed in by Humble though. Double match point up right now.
It's possible for Humble to bring this back. If they're somehow able to bring this to overtime, then they can pretty much guaranteed get the win. Nita's not going to have any value in OT. BB, yeah, she can like juke and dodge, but where are the walls, man, that make that all possible? They reign supreme. They have range superiority. But now that these walls are back up, we can see these guys start to bring it back. Let's see what they're capable of. Big damage on Lina. Does secure an early advantage. We'll see a pass up to Luki. Joker tries to block it. Very well done and well interpreted. Well read by Joker.
Yeah, big interception there. Semantic has his super, and in this position, I sense danger for the side of SK. Yoshi going to take some shots to the face. Lane pushing forwards, trying to just relieve the pressure, but Joki gets stunned, double stun there as well. Just Yoshi left, and a jump forward from Luki. Should be able to slot the ball in. Does just that. Hypercharge super and a rough super ready to go. SK really in a bad spot.
Huge moves forward so far. Not quite a goal-scoring opportunity just yet, though. Now a 3v2. Boss, Semantic, all closing on this goal. Lina is the one saving grace. Pocketed in the left. Jump from Luki. Over to Semantic, but blocked. Yoshi doesn't have enough gas in the tank to finish it off. And Semantic secures the win. The celebration on cams as they take down last month's rivals. The team that bested them in the grand finals now fall in the semis, making way for Humble to advance to the grand finals.
And that is great for them as well, because that should mean they move up into a bigger position on that overall leaderboard as well. At worst, they're going to have 2 second places. At best, they can have a first and a second going into month number 3, but a huge game for Humble there to be able to take down a big rival. Obviously, the champions of last month now dropping out in the semi-finals against who they beat in that previous month. Semantic, Boss, both so happy, and I imagine Lukey at home smiling as well as they take down a big opponent.
I can only assume, and yes, this guy's gonna have to drink some more water. After all of that celebration, his voice has got to be cooked, but he's still gotta save some sort of ammunition for that final match, because that's just where they're going, the grand finals, where, as you said, they'll compete for second or first place. And look, I know my math, but my math isn't that fast. I think this might actually guaranteed put them at #1 on the leaderboard, as they secured #2 last month, and the #1 seed has been taken down already.
Yeah, that is rough for SK Gaming. Huge performance from them throughout the rest of the sets. But the 2-1s sadly didn't follow the pattern. And this time it went to Humble. Big plays here. You know, when they get in those pockets, when they get in the top left, when they get in the top right, Lane was just excelling. And so was Yoshi. But for the rest of the time, Humble just... they had the bigger amount of dominance over the map. Once the left got broken, once the right got broken, Angelo just started to walk all over him. And I thought that could have been a big issue for them. Almost kind of threw the game in some way by shooting left there, but in the end they managed to get the win regardless. And that, they've got to be so pleased with the result.
Check out the stats too. This is the typical stuff you'd expect from a team that plays control facing like a run it down composition. But I wouldn't even really call this much of a control comp from Humble. I think that they had some tank counter things in there as well. I liked that Sandy. I don't think that Ruffs is like a total tank counter, but he got some good stuns in there. And the wall break was certainly useful for dealing with the tank that was BB. Lana, so fearsome when he got into position. I think Joker and Lana made a tremendous duo when it came down to the pass to one of the pockets in the goal. Lana rushes forward. There's no stun to deal with him, or at least the reaction time simply wasn't there to prevent him from walking that into the goal. I think really well played from both sides, but Humble, yeah, I gotta give it to Semantic. And seeing this guy on the cam too, it's hard not to give this guy MVP. Definitely the vibe central of the team.
I generally think any of the members on Humble there could have had MVP, and the same for SK as well, to be fair. I don't think a single player really played terrible throughout that entire series. It was so close. 2-1s back and forward all day long. We're just seeing everybody's together. I didn't even realize everybody's together. Reply Totem in the background. Eclipse were in the background for a second there as well. But it is Humble who are victorious today and will move on to the grand finals.
Incredible. Yeah, everyone wave hi to the cams because you're live on stream. Everyone under the same roof. It really is cool to see everyone come together, even for a monthly final that's online. Got people in person hanging out at the highest echelon of play. The teams do mix up quite a bit. We see roster mania every single year. And yeah, a lot of guys are well known with each other. They're friends with each other. It's just kind of cool to see the reunion of all of them under the same roof. But only one can win the monthly final. And so far, we figured out that from the top side of the bracket, it's going to be Humble.
Yeah, well, we've got one semi-final down, one more to go. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship in the EMEA region. What a banger we just witnessed. And I'm just saying, everyone's together. Everyone's together in the same sort of space. When are we doing the lands? You know, when we having the monthly final lands, BSC, I mean, everyone's there. It could be done. But great to see a lot of unity in this region. Everyone coming together, having a great time, regardless of their results. A lot of support there is what it makes this region so great. But I mean, I've got to bring it back around to that last matchup. Watching from the sidelines, it was so impressive, so enjoyable to watch, Reddy. I mean, you know, whoever's going to be facing Humble in that grand finals is going to have a big mountain to climb.
Not just that, but they're going to be facing a team that's currently on fire. They went all the way. If that's not a good warm-up for a grand final, then I don't know what you would even qualify that as. It all leads us into our second semifinal because, look, guys, we got to find a worthy opponent for these people. It's between Zeta Division and Oceanus Gaming at the moment. And honestly, I think this one's a bit closer than many people would chalk it as, especially considering that Zeta Division has this sort of reputation already. If you didn't notice, if you're just now tuning in, they kind of like won the World Finals last year. Coming into this year, though, they haven't found that much success, at least just in their home region. Oceanus Gaming is here to challenge.
Yeah, when Zeta announced the roster, I was like, you know, these guys have got a pretty decent shot in their future to come, you know? they did pretty well last year, didn't they? But Oceanus as well, like I say, they are that kind of underdog team that aren't really getting the spotlight right now, and I feel like today could be that day for them to make it to those grand finals. Let's first talk about Zeta Division, Trav. Geru, Naui, and Meow. We know them, we love them, they are the world champions in the BSC, and they started to bring the fire today.
I mean, what else is there to talk about, really? World Championship 2023 had a really tough month last month. They did drop out in those quarterfinals. Obviously, already doing better than they have done in March, making it to the semi-finals, but they won't want to stop there. If you're the world champions, you know you can make it to the later stages of the monthly finals at least. So they're going to be going straight, well, attempting to go straight towards the grand finals, but they've got a big opponent in the way. Oceanus is not going to just roll over and let them walk through them because they are an incredible team. Zeta Division, yeah, incredibly mechanically skilled, and they've really got what it takes to go anywhere in Brawl Stars.
Yeah, bringing out some of their big brawlers today. Certainly that Nanny pick went a long way. But Oceanus, like I say, ready set, Angel Boy, Nob, and Cube, they've been getting some great results. Back in the March qualifying stages, they beat Foot Esports 2-0, as well as SK Gaming 2-0 to qualify in that upper bracket this month. Having to beat FA Kebab, maybe not the most strenuous of tasks for them, but they've already been off to a very good start today. And despite not making the grand finals last month, could it be for them this month?
It may be possible, honestly. They have to get through Zeta Division, who we have observed are just not really the same team that we saw at the World Finals last year. Now, they've had a month to prepare and a brand new meta to take advantage of. Maybe it lends it to their talents, but in the respective Oceanus Gaming, we actually saw pretty good, clean first matchup of the day versus Eclipsar. They only dropped one set along the way, and the set that stood out to me the most was actually the final one when it came down to some hot zone. They were playing Ring of Fire. It was a very dominant draft for Oceanus Gaming, and I think that says about basically all I need to know about them. We are already aware of the mechanical skill of each individual player. In particular, Angel Boy is the pop-off guy that stands out to me the most, but the draft is what we need to see to sort of finish this one off to make sure that they can do both of the most important elements of Brawl Stars.
Interesting to see Poco coming back a lot in Ring of Fire, combined with the buzz. I'm loving the drafts that I'm seeing so far from Oceanus Gaming, some of the B-Stream content there from earlier today, some of those highlights. And Cube back. He's had a bit of a downgrade this month away from the road, which is a very unfortunate thing to see, but nonetheless looking very calm and collected. He absolutely looked so phenomenal last month, didn't he, Trav?
Where's the toothpick? Get rid of I don't care about the robe. We want the toothpick in. That's what I care about. But at the end of the day, it just doesn't seem to be happening. And definite downgrade in terms of attire, but Zeta Division always looking smart in their jerseys and everything as well. So it is a huge matchup between both of these teams. Oceanus, I really want to see more from them because, as you said, they're not really getting the spotlight. But spotlight is something that really does need to be earned, and a great way to earn it is, you know, getting to the grand finals by beating Zeta Division, and I think that's exactly what they're going to be striving for today.
That is certainly their goal now, and very close to being able to obtain it. But again, Zeta have shifted up a gear since last month. You know, they went out in the quarterfinals to Humble in that 3-1 scoreline. It looked bleak. They came back fighting very strongly here today. The question for me is a bit reserved on whether they were tested. BC Gaming, for all intents and purposes, certainly are a team that can put many to the test. But I'm just kind of curious to see how Oceanus will fare. On event.brawlstars.com, 78% are siding with Zeta Division to the 22% of Oceanus Gaming. Quite a fierce statistic as far as that is concerned. Trav, we'll catch you in just a moment. Me and Reddy going to take the reins on this matchup as we are going to Rustic Arcade for Gem Grab up first. And certainly that kind of wide open spacings might lend itself a little bit to the kind of Zeta style of draft here.
Yeah, I look to the long-range meta here a lot, but also we see some things sneaking in. The usual counters to the long-range meta, this is when the Meg starts to appear. We see the side lanes also become homes for brawlers like 8-Bit. I want to know if we'll see any kind of Gene action. When it was APAC earlier, we actually saw Gene Lane play like 2 or 3 times, which is way more than I've ever seen in the BSC in like the past 3 years that I have done this already, which amounts to 0. I've never seen a lane Gene, but His hypercharge is pretty good, so it's possible. We just haven't seen it in this region just yet. Byron, first selection from Oceanus Gaming. This is likely going to be paired up with some kind of aggro brawler. We saw that Byron actually paired with Charlie earlier, and it seemed to be quite effective.
The Byron coming into the meta is a very interesting thing to see, but you know, it makes a lot of sense considering just how much Angelo and Piper get banned in this very instance. Great to see the Melody ban as well. I think Charlie, maybe some are starting to rethink just a little bit that final ban as well, by the way, being 8 bits on that top left. But you know, I wonder how Charlie will fare later on, as Max seems to be a pretty decent counter to that Cocoon, being able to phase shift away. Maybe someone's starting to realize that Max coming back in to the mix is quite a pleasant thing to see when it comes to the meta. Sprout ban by Oceanus, clearly something strategic going on there for sure. But I like the Max ban. I think now it's kind of warranted, actually, quite heavily so, as the aggression and the speed that it's able to deliver coming back a little bit. And Ruffs as well. You know, that's another brawler that's kind of deviated away a little bit from the EMEA region, one that we've seen a great amount in the APAC region, however. And it's nice that we're starting to pick some of those ideas apart and bring some of those lovely little old reminiscence of what the meta used to be in EMEA.
As the viable pool of brawlers has expanded, you know, there are so many other moving parts to consider. There's the Gene, by the way. Maybe this is the lane. With the 8-bit ban, it might be just the mid selection that they go with. Amber also going to be fairly strong. I actually want to talk about a couple bans here that you brought up. The Sprout. You just don't really see it that often. Charlie Byron also awesome combo. I think maybe they'll decide to go with that. That Sprout on lane can be unbeatable if you get it as a last selection on this particular map. You just don't see it a whole lot because A, it's not super known, but B, it's usually banned out. So if you're watching scrims and things, you're not going to be seeing it that often. Max, also, with it being banned out, makes that Charlie a little bit more viable. Zeta Division, what do they do into this? Meg, is there a reaction to a consistent mid in the form of... I'm not really sure. I guess the Byron is where Meg plans to get her value in the matchup.
Yeah, I'd say so for the most part. I think Meg makes a good final pick actually on the side of Zeta. Nothing like a Nanny on the other side of the field to really kind of contest it too heavily. No Bell to mark it up, so I don't mind it at all on the side of Zeta. Like you say though as well, that Max ban, I think it's very strategic from Oceanus to be then following up with that Charlie pick. We saw earlier time and time again just how slimy Joker was playing on the Max into that Charlie and able to escape away from the Cocoon with that brawler pick. So I quite like it. I think it's going to make her just that little bit more valuable here. Going into the sandbags as well, should be able to have a good time tearing them apart. So far, 3 gems though into the pocket of Naui for Zeta, and Oceanus not really getting much of a foothold on the objective just yet.
Okay, lane switch from Oceanus Gaming as they put Cube on the lane versus Meow, who appears to be running sandbags. We'll see Cube able to fire through all of those sandbags. Nob looking for the close range matchup versus Garo, trying to keep Naui occupied with all those spiders, but he's able to swipe right through them. So far, nothing for Oceanus Gaming. We don't either see Angel Boy healing up Nob a whole lot, which is what I expect. Missed pull, but it came dang close to hitting Byron just moments ago.
Yeah, it would be nice to see it connect, but just ever so short. Nice heals there from Angel Boy into the mid, but he's got to worry about himself a little bit as well. Has super to hand, which will go a long, long way in terms of keeping the HP afloat. Now Nob has Cocoon as well, and he's got to be very cautious around his sandbags. Meow trying to push his way forwards a little bit on that right-hand side, but now he's too low. He can't contest this. He wants to stay in mech.
Like that play from Angel Boy as he used his super to not only heal up Nob, but get rid of a couple of those troublesome sandbags. Nob's going to get swiped. The heal misses as Nob simply wasn't even there. By the time the heal got there, we'll see a big pull for Giro. Just not really much that Q... What? How? How did he get a kill off that?
So close. But in the meanwhile, Angel Boy and Naui very low in terms of HP. Now coming back, nice gadget there from Angel Boy as well, just to keep the ticking of the poison going down. 8 gems to 7. Really so little in it, but it's Zeta getting a much better positioning in that mid. All the heals were much needed there from Angel Boy on that top right onto Nob. That keeps him in the game now. A hypercharge on Charlie. A dangerous thing in gem grab, but it's not able to reach Naui. And now the countdown for Zeta.
10 seconds remain. A 3v3. Garo trying to keep things occupied on the left side. Cube has the super. Takedown for now. It's just Angel Boy left and decimated. Oceanus Gaming fall as Zeta Division take a confident game 1. And yeah, why not pop the hyper hand just to show off that you had that in your back pocket if you needed it. Shut down almost every single gem found its way over to Zeta Division.
That's the thing with Hyper Hands. We haven't really seen it much because it just kind of takes so long to obtain. And I want to see one of those insane moments where just the entire team gets wiped out and the support behind it as well. That's the other thing when it comes to when it comes to Gene's new Hypercharge. You got to have that support network behind it. But nonetheless, I feel like Zeta had a much better positioning for the majority of the match. The heals went a long way on the side of Oceanus, but they were not really able to make it last long enough to get that countdown for themselves. Very close up into that moment in time. Cube going super aggressive right behind the spawn side, getting some good burn damage onto Geru now, following up again, but not able to connect this time. Now Angel Boy's wide open to Naui, and this is looking better for Oceanus, but as quickly as that, down goes Angel Boy. No gems on the side of Oceanus. Zeta looking in full control right now.
We're seeing much more damage and much closer interactions in favor of Oceanus Gaming this time, but Zeta Division are still coming out on top. Cube has this super that he can use. We'll see a good amount of damage find its way onto Gero. Nice little supply drop in there for Naui to make him more healthy, as he now goes back into the mech with over 8,000 health to work with. Oceanus Gaming have established themselves behind some of these unbreakables. Now Gero has the pull. It's easy pickings on a Cube. There's just no counterplay here for the Gene. They're only spawnables for Nob, and that's about it. For Zeta Division, also with this Meg, they're able to deal very effectively with the Byron. We see Angel Boy kind of switching up between, is he going to play mid, is he going to heal a teammate, and he doesn't seem to be finding too much success with either, now dropping all the gems on the ground. The control belongs to Zeta.
I'm liking the aggressiveness of Nob, but at the same time, these cocoons have got to land onto Naui and drop some gems and really cause a bit of a stir. In the meanwhile, it's 9 in the pocket for Zeta, just 1 away from countdown, and these cyclings of the rough supply drops from Meow are just keeping everyone afloat with that buff. Let's see now, there's a bit of time here if Nob wants to push forward. The heals from Angel Boy yet again. 7 to 9, it can be done, but we just need that little bit more from Oceanus. Now the Hypercharge is popped, but again, the Hypercharge and the cocoon not really finding the value.
Gero has his hyper hand ready to go. He could pull everyone on the enemy team if he wanted to. And check this out. Every single member of Zeta Division has a Colonel Rough supply drop. Here comes the hyper hand. He's just going to go for the kill on Nob. You get a bit of extra damage, but it doesn't get them the control that they needed to stop Oceanus Gaming from advancing on to 10 gems. What it did, though, is it got them a sort of interruption of the control at mid. They're still looking to acquire that next gem, but so many kills pour through. Angel Boy needs to stay alive, and that he does, healing himself, running all the way to the back lines, and bringing the set score to a tie.
Nice stuff. That's what we wanted to see from Oceanus. A little glimmer in this first set to keep themselves afloat, and that was the way to do it. Their aggressiveness is certainly there, but just sometimes a little bit overly so. These gene pulls are definitely a concern for me from the side of Zeta. Just very accurate in nature and landing every time, deflating the amount of pressure that Oceanus are trying to inflict upon the situation. And Angel Boy as well, despite not running the heal side of the gadget, just really making everything count, being very self-aware to his teammates and making sure that they're able to really aggress their lane sides. I'm liking it, but Zeta did get that first game in the pocket quite convincingly, so can they do the same again?
Well, let's see. Oceanus Gaming have gotten their fair share of the gems, and now they're taking more of their fair share. They've got 1 gem up on Zeta Division. Looks like they found their comfy spot, which is spawn camping Zeta Division. They just need to play this the same throughout. We also see Angel Boy finding his comfort zone, pouring all of his healing onto Nob. Now that they've surrendered mid-control, as they have to back up versus this 3v2, we'll see if Zeta Division can get something more resemblant of game number 1. Big pull on a Cube. This guy's gotten pulled so many times. It's so punishing. Nice cocoon there from Nob. It allows him to get the kill on a Meow, and then some onto Naui. No damage there with the Vengeful Spirits from Gene, and he actually falls to Oceanus Gaming. Now we're seeing more of the same. 2 gems on an Angel Boy bring us to 8 gems for Oceanus.
Cube pushing forwards now, gets the burn off as well, but there is the Hyper Hands connecting and then making some space for Zeta to push back. 2 versus 2 now. However, 9 gems. Oceanus, there's 1 sitting in the mid. Now Angel Boy will be the one to pick it up, but in the meanwhile it has been reset. That's the 10th there, and Zeta's got to go on the hunt.
Okay, Cube can keep these guys back. He's got an auto-aim, spray and pray, throw down a super 2. There's a KO on a Meow. It's just Gero and Naui to save the world. 5 seconds left, and there's the cocoon from Nob 2. Naui's the only one, and Meg, all she does is tickle enemies. She doesn't have any real damage, no chance of bringing it back. A win for Oceanus Gaming to close out set 1.
That's the start you want to have. Zeta, with all that momentum from the quarterfinals now, finding themselves behind, and you can see it very quickly on their face. The, you know, quite the typical sort of Polish expressions that Zeta tend to have. But there you can see that one hurt. That one hurt. A little bit of a slower start for them this time around. But no, interesting to see that Byron just thriving so much. I mean, no doubt about it. Meg's a bit underwhelming in terms of the win rates on that particular map, about 44% mark. But I mean, even so, you know, I think Angel Boy was doing a great job. It didn't have the inject into the arm for the heals, but that's why that kind of wider spread onto the Meg with that sort of tankier HP is keeps her whistle down, keeps her low the majority of the time, and the aggressiveness of both Nob and Cube on those side lanes, it went a long way.
I think it took a moment for Angel Boy to find that balance of how much he's going to attack enemies and how much is he going to heal up Charlie in particular. Look at him heal up Cube as well so that he can make a big pop-off play in the final moments of that last game. Oceanus, I think, as a whole benefited tremendously from Angel Boy just striking that balance. And no doubt the guy's played Byron in scrims. That's why he's placed on the Byron. He knows how to do it. But each opponent is going to be a little bit different. We've seen repeatedly, at least when we watched APAC earlier, how prolific this Byron and Charlie combo can be. Once they were able to find their comfort zone, particularly in the back right side with that combination, they were profiting immensely.
Well, I would love to see the additional stat of the amount of heals that Angel Boy was putting out in that game, because I'm sure that would definitely make you rethink when you look at that. But 11 takedowns for Cube, 378 DPS for that man there. A lot more kills on the side of Zeta overall, I would say. 9 to Gary, 9 to Naui. But again, that objective play, the positioning, the aggressiveness, plus the heals was what made Oceanus come out on top in that set. Moving on to the second then, it's going to be Heist, the safe zone up next. Much more that longer ranged affair, and I want to see a nanny ban on the side of Oceanus. Certainly many others you've got to consider here, but playing that particular brawler away from the hands of Zeta, I think will go a long way. We saw just how devastating it was earlier today versus BC Gaming. It went to town, and again, I think you've got to bear those kinds of things in mind, but certainly the long range sharpshooter affair is where this is going to go down. You've got to consider your 8-bits, your Colts, your Brocks, and all those good stuff. Colette really as well has got to be there. Melody, I'm a bit sort of between at the moment. I can absolutely understand why many want to ban her out here, but I think that you kind of have to value that nanny ban above all else when you're playing against Zeta here.
Very interesting. Yeah, I mean, she's just such a good base race brawler. If you think that you're going to be able to contend with the base race, then by all means. But I will warn you that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. And in this case, it actually might be a quick and efficient killer, but certainly not painless is the problem. So Melody, in my book, I mean, I'm cool to disagree here. Melody is a must ban. But that Nanny, definitely one that is in my books as one of the stronger guys, especially I mean, honestly, either of these teams' hands. Angel Boy very memorably popped off on Nanny at last year's LCQ. Zeta, also a team known for repeatedly playing the Nanny and profiting whenever they do so.
The things as well, like Angelo is a must ban for me here as well. There's so many must bans now. Chuck being a must ban as well, that, you know, it starts to stack, and then you got to make a decision on what you're actually going to be going in with. Sam for Zeta, combining with the Colette and the Eve on the side of Oceanus, the Amber, and they actually managed to pick the Nanny away from Zeta into their own hands with the Colt. Very interesting drops on both sides, relatively even, but the Sam, they've got to find the value there, and it might not be the easiest of things, especially if Nob breaks open his right-hand side.
So it looks like they have decided to ignore the Sam and give Angel Boy the Sam duty instead. He just needs to hit 2 shots in order to make this happen. Now he tries to heal up, but he's not able to get that last one. Now we see the Peep making its way forward. Meow looks for the free kill. Teleport forward by Angel Boy, and the gadget used by Naui to take him down. So far, though, Oceanus are still at a deficit. The Sam push was pretty devastating for Oceanus. They decided to abandon and just try and get Nob and Cube some solid damage. Angel Boy did end up getting the kill on Sam, but it was not soon enough to prevent him from bringing their safe down to 63.
Now he's burning down. That's a nice tap there from Angel Boy, but the hypercharge onto the safe brings Zeta into full power here. 38% is all that remains now on the Oceanus safe, and I want to see more from Angel Boy. I want to see these TPs onto the safe, get the value that he needs, but now they're greatly behind here. Cube there with a little trade out. Now there's another Peep going in, trying to maybe find Geru here, and it will keep him alive. Still not enough to be able to secure that takedown, leaving him on 760 HP. And Zeta, despite all that attention that Oceanus tried to inflict upon them on the aggression side, they're still able to hold this mid.
Oceanus not really falling back at all, just maintaining position. But they need to do more than that. They have to find some way to push forward. Nice use of that gadget from Sam. A teleport forward for Angel Boy, but he didn't have anything to follow up. Garo also avoiding that final shot. Yeah, a little flourish from Garo too, as he won that interaction. We're down to 30 seconds left in regulation, and Oceania still have yet to make another significant push in. Even a super from Nob trying to destroy some of these walls. Are they going to fully commit is the question on my mind. They're going to have to do something. They might have to all abandon Cube, doing whatever he can to defend Naui on the back right side. He's just going to wait there and let Cube try and defend. Down to 50% on Zeta Division safe, but they eliminate both of the brawlers attacking with just 5 seconds left. This one's in the books. It's a win for Zeta.
Yeah, tough position there towards the end. Oceana's Cube doing his best to defend it, but they need to go on the aggressive. That needs to make up for lost time, and we're not able to do so, as clearly the value was obtained on the lower part of the map from the Colette to come back with that hypercharge as well. So that was well played from Zeta. A good, valiant response, playing into a brawler which they know best, in my opinion, as well. And Angel Boy just not able to make it work in the same way that we saw earlier today from Zeta. I want to say this TPs really find the value of all they're worth, but just kind of couldn't get the same kind of cycling, the same kind of attention to the takedowns that were needed to open up some space here. Let's see though, this time round, Oceanas have the lead still in terms of the sets, but Zeta are clawing this one back.
Okay, Sam doing Sam things. Honestly, being largely ignored. Only Angel Boy is attempting to get any damage versus him. But if Garo can get in a good position, maybe if Meow is able to advance forward, now he could get a good combo with the use of his gadget. Now he's not being ignored because he's like free supercharge for both Angel Boy and Nob. There's the gadget and a good kill for Naui. He's left almost alone on the safe, taken down by Cube as he respawns. Now 13% has been dealt to Oceanus Gaming safe so far. And Garo and Meow are playing it so passively at times that they just avail time for Naui to come back to the brawl, and then Oceanus Gaming have to play full defensive all over again. They're getting Oceanus stuck in this loop of defending and not even being able to push forward once they get the kill on Naui.
Now he's playing a fantastic game on this Sam. Hypercharge popped there for Nob, couldn't find it, but now the follow-up does on to Garo. It's a good defense, but so much damage already rained in. 45% damage already for Zeta, and not a slimmer of a little bit of a trickle scratch on the safe from the side of Oceanus. Now coming in from the side of Nob on that right-hand side, but is it too little too late? Gotcha gadget there for Garo, getting some good value, back up to full HP heals, and now his role's reversed. He's the one that's suppressing Cube on the bottom side of the map.
Oh. Whoa, I didn't expect him to win that. Looks like he got the heal just in time to stay alive. Nice hypercharge super in from Garo, and he avoids the final shot from Angel Boy. A lane victory for Meow on the right side allows Naui to then go take that place. We see the Amber spraying and praying the auto aim, doing a lot of work there, but Naui seems to be out healing a lot of this and even getting some damage on the Cube at the same time. Oceanus Gaming still locked on defense with no end in sight as Garo gets yet another super onto the safe. It feels like a GG, and that's because it is. Angel Boy's the last defender remaining. It's him versus 3, and Zeta Division take this second set swiftly.
Absolutely disgusting stuff from Zeta, and right when they need to bring this one back into level. To make a Sam work that well, that's not an easy thing on a map like Safeton, I can tell you. But they were able to bring home the goods that time around, and I think the Colette, the amount of value that Garo was getting on that particular brawler as well, the damage cycle that he was able to just to keep inflicting time and time again. Again, we talked going into this match of how many must bans there are, and for that same reason, you can't ban them all. Like, I imagine many people saying, how did Colette escape that draft? But nonetheless, who would have seen Sam coming? And look at now, he's just dancing around everything that, Oceanus could throw at him.
It's one of those where, like, yes, the Amber is here to prevent you from getting rushed down, but it's her also versus every other member of the enemy team. And if she gets taken down by the Sam, then, like, what do they really have to deal with it? I don't think the Amber was really able to do her job so much, because now he's simply using the geography. He's using the terrain to his advantage. Hiding behind those walls, Amber is very bad at clipping around corners and dealing with those. So it really depended on, does Sam rush down mid? No? Then crap, what am I going to do with this dang Amber that I have? We saw good damage from Oceanus Gaming when it came to damaging enemies, but not the enemy safe. The Colt just didn't really get to do what he does best because they got rushed down so consistently. After the Sam died, what did the rest of Zeta Division do? They just stood and held. They had Eve, they had spawnables, they had so many options for ways to simply play passively and wait for Sam to respawn before they went for any form of safe damage again.
Yeah, you can see from the DPS there now, he's just so low, but he didn't need to get the takedowns, he didn't need to get the damage. It was all about the positioning power for him. And it's a tough one because, you know, you pick Nani, you take it away from Gero, and then you bring in the Colette, and he's just equally as good with that. You can't ban Gero. That's the problem. You can ban any brawler you like, but you can't ban that man. Going in then to knockout next for our third set. New Horizons being the map. And being all level now, everything to play for. Both of these two teams have not made a grand final this year. Certainly for Zeta, they've been able to achieve more than they did in March. For Oceanus back where they saw themselves exit the competition last month. So they want to get to the grand finals and better their results. All to play for on a new draft coming in thick and fast. Angelo, Buster, and the Gene on the left side for Zeta Division there. Mr. P first pick is a very interesting one that I'll get to in just a minute. Kit Band, Sprout Band, and Grey Band, pick of Meg for Zeta. You know, honestly, I think the Mr. P buff has been really quite favorable. You've got to remember, spawner movement increased by 25%. That is a lot. And in terms of the home base HP as well, increased. It's a 13% buff from there, 4,400 up to 5,000. I think Mr. P's gone under the radar a little bit considering that buff.
Yeah, Mr. P has always, well, okay, let's not talk like Mr. P as a whole is two completely different things. You have the actual good part, which is the super. The super is fantastic. You get constant spawnables that go in and waste your enemy's shots, and they get it down low, and then you pop a gadget, and it's at full health. Oh, actually a little bit more than full health, and it's got damage this time. The rest of Mr. P, yeah, it like, let's be honest here, it kind of sucks. You get bad damage. It's a shot that's slow, easy to juke, has bad range. All of those things combine to create a brawler that is weak into things that rush it down. Zeta Division have this Byron, so maybe they create a sort of combo that enables this. Maybe this is when the Charlie emerges once again. I think Mr. P can, deal with those quite effectively. Piper's here for the wall break and also just for long range into the Meg. That's quite bold. I don't know. I wonder how much I believe in this Mr. P. Like, yeah, you can fire at a last pick thrower over a wall, but aside from that, I don't see what those spawnables are going to be doing here versus Zeta.
The plan was that they're committing with this Piper pick. That's exactly what this is about. The Mr. P first because simply to ensure that it's on their side with a follow-up, and that's why Zeta responded with the Meg. To be like, well, if you're going to bring in Piper, we're going to be ready with Meg to counter that anyway. So they full committed, they stayed firm with it. I don't mind it necessarily. Melody, though, for Zeta. Like that draft is like just mind-blowing when you look at how it went down, that Melody was the final pick in the end of it. But I don't mind what Oceanus are cooking here, but this Piper does need to get the value that the taps have got to land. It's not an easy thing to whistle down that Meg, especially when you've got a Byron to back it up, to heal it up. And the Melody as well, you know, that's going to be bringing just as much agility as the Carl will be into the equation. So I quite think this is a balanced draft, actually, but it's going to come down to these shots landing on the Meg. And, you know, for Oceanus, that's going to be a tough ask, realistically, here. They're going to rely a lot on the aggression of this Carl pick to really help to whittle things down to make it more straightforward.
Okay, Mr. P, the mystery is solved. It's here so that you can get that Piper a little bit later in the draft, so your enemy doesn't have as long to counter out that Piper. But then I feel like that kind of reveals your hand. If anything, though, Mr. P is a good pick in a Piper. Those spawnables are really, really annoying for her to deal with. We'll see Cube on the right side fighting for this. And watch how the suitcases go right over Gero. He's sort of getting backed into this left-hand corner. He doesn't have a whole lot of damage to work with. He's not dead just yet, though, so it's not entirely all lost. Now he's dangerously close to getting kicked out of that mech. Nice use of the toolbox. That's what it's here for. You see players run the toolbox instead of the heal because you can, in theory, block more damage than you would heal by using the healing gadget.
Exactly that. You know, it's normally, for me, Oceanus that are really championing that very gadget this time on the receiving end of it. And it would have helped out considerably. Now he's back to full HP. Heals in from Gero onto Meow as well and just keeping everything afloat in this mid. But now the gas coming in. Nob in a bit of a tough spot here. Pops the gadget there to try to relieve some of this pressure. And then meanwhile, now he's out of mech. Angel Voice low that goes down. Cube surely to follow here. One last attempt from Nob. One gets fine. He can't find a second. Surely he won't. And Zeta will take the first round.
Super is available for Oceanus Gaming this time. Most importantly, Cube. He's got it on the right side, but does he use it immediately? I have to wonder if now he would find himself in a position where he can actually get rid of that Mr. P Super. It's going to be difficult to find a position for it. We actually see it placed way on the back lines, so this thing is going to die once the poison starts closing in. He will lose that value, or not. He's just holding it. Now it's in the back left corner. It has officially been placed down in a spot where it's not going to be reached at all. Meow is also going to have a challenging time dealing with this, and now I see why he went all the way on the back lines. He went for basically the safest lane switch possible, but I'm surprised they didn't relinquish any territory in the process of him removing himself from the battle for a good 15 to 20 seconds there.
Look at the speed of the spawnables now for Cube. I mean, it's just, it really does show that buff all the way through. Gary down to 1 tap here as well. Still a 3 versus 3. Now he out of mech. Actually finds Angel Boy, and that's huge for Zeta. 3 versus 2 now. The port's doing their work, but the heals are still there, and it's that same old story. Nob in a 3 versus 1, and very little he can do under the circumstances. He's doing his best, but his best will not be enough as Zeta take the first game.
Well done for Zeta. Mr. P had that super down, and we saw how much pressure it was able to apply, but that's only on really a single brawler. The rest of the team seemed to be just fine. But Byron was still doing Byron things, healing up the teammates that were making most of the action happen. We see those fast porters, 25% speed buff, by the way. Basically, porters got a permanent max speed, if you want to look at it from that perspective. But for now, it doesn't seem to be enough. Hopefully, we can see Oceanus Gaming get that a little bit earlier. It's sort of the expectation that's going to take an entire round of knockout for you to get that super. So it's not necessarily written that Mr. P is going to, have to lose a round before he's able to win a round. But for the time being, it seems that he is very weakened.
Good body blocks there, must body blocks there from Angel Boy. Cute Nob comes out of nowhere, buys a kill in the process. Lovely stuff, 3 versus 2 now in favor of Oceanus. It's the first time that we've already seen it so far. I mean, the one thing I've got reservations for with Mr. P is the fact that those porters are going to help out the Melody, but with the Melody out of the mix now anyway, in this 3 versus 2, they can whistle down Garo here as well and just try and buy their time. Don't, be overcommitted here, because Cube being low is a dangerous thing. If they make it a 2 versus 2, that's the tap that was needed, and now Oceanus should be able to seal this deal.
Okay, now we're running for the poison. Cube trying to get that shot. He actually gets taken down, and Angel Boy has to finish the job. No super for Mr. P just yet, but he's got to be close. Maybe like 1 or 2 hits off. I'd honestly wager that he's only 1 hit off. Just has to connect it. We'll see Garo and Naui teaming up on the left side once again. Cube trying to take advantage of the right side. Meow going for the lane rotation over to the left, it seems. Seems like he thinks that he can do better into that lane versus Nob, but that lane rotation is actually costing them a lot. Being in transit means his movement was really predictable for Angel Boy. We see some damage come in from Cube, and he finally does have the Mr. P super to work with.
Another nice heat ejector there from the Carl. There's a nice gadget that we haven't really seen too much of, but now definitely more the favored, I would say, in terms of the meta. Now, 4 spawners are down. It's going to help out Cube a lot to be able to just keep more control, and that 1 tap from Gary might make him rethink a little bit, but already Gary's forcing himself over to that mid area. He's got to heal up before he tries to contest this porter spawner yet again. Now, out of mech is definitely a saving grace for Angel Boy. If he can land these taps, the taps are not really finding the target. It's the gas now coming in. That could be brutal here for Oceanus. Angel Boy with a nice knockback. He's Meow at bay. Not going to find the kill here, but he's taking his time for it. Now he finds it. It's a 3 versus 2, making a 1v1. Nob versus Naui. Who's going to come out on top? Nob falls back, and now he gets it.
The star power making a major play for Naui just now. Zeta Division 1 round from winning the set, picking up their 2nd of this match. Oceanus Gaming also have the Mr. P super once again. Cube might opt to put it in a more defensive position this time, but he's got to be cautious with Meow, because Meow can hit it through the walls. If Meow gets a super as well, it gives him easy mobility to that position. Cube puts it exactly where he wants and waits for a good situation for him to push in with this turret as well. Heals it up, and look how much he's moved Meow back in the process.
You're getting so much value. Honestly, it's really quite crazy to see that we haven't seen more of Mr. P. I'm sure we'll see a ton tomorrow in the South America region, don't get me wrong. That's kind of like their go-to champion brawler. I want to see it banned everywhere there. But nonetheless, it's doing its job. As long as Cube doesn't get overly aggressive realistically here, that's the thing. Now he's the one to be doing just that. Now out of mech as well, getting the heals that he needs. But now it's easy pickings for Angel Boy if he can just find the connections.
Well, now he was able to get his mech back off of Angel Boy last time. Now he has to deal with Nob. No defense versus Nob this time. Cube also championing that super on the left side, finishing the job nice and clean. He got 3 Mr. P supers total that game. Compared to the first game, he only got 1, and it didn't even generate a win for them. Very well done this time. If they can replicate that, then they can absolutely take it.
It's very close, though, honestly. Very, very close. And if they can just not feed into this Mr. P on the side of Zeta so much, prolong the inevitable of those portal spawners to be coming in, it will help them out massively so. And Cube, for that very reason, really wants to go on the aggressive and try to get it down as quickly as he possibly can. Certainly going into the second round, you've got to have that and be able to turn the tides if you are behind. But it's so close at this present moment in time, and for either side, a massive opportunity. Certainly for Zeta, they are the ones that want to be 2 sets ahead, because that, if they can achieve it, might be too much for Oceanos to come back from.
Much different approach also from the Mr. P this time. We saw him rush up mid instead of going on that right lane. Didn't really work out so well for him. Didn't take a lot of damage though. He'll move on to the right side to back up Meow into this back right corner. Garrett took a ton of damage, ended up getting burned by Nob. It's down to a 2v3, and this is where Cube found himself in that last game, getting some of his supercharge off of Brawlers fighting the 2v3.
Well, Oceanos are very concerned about Meow here on that Melody pick, and look at how well he's juking this situation. He's got his shield gear rolling in. Oh, but there's the taps that followed up. Beautiful stuff from Angel Boy there and Cube to be able to ensure it, because that was a dangerous position that could have escalated out of control very, very quickly. A very important round there for Oceanos. 1 more, and there'll be 2-1 sets up. That's huge if they can just do that, but Zeta will not be giving it to them easy.
Yeah, that Mr. P super, it's thrown to the back right. Meow's gonna have to deal with this. He does get some of his notes off of this, which can turn into a shield if he needs it to. Has that mobility as well. Look how he has the 3 dashes ready. Everyone's backed up towards the back right though. Now he's demeched. He got dangerously low just a moment ago.
Yeah, those kills from Garrett were absolutely necessary there. My word, I thought he was going to burn down, in all honesty, but the positioning now fully with Oceanos. Meow's trying to make some space on that left-hand side. They're going on the aggressive. Nob's now down to 3,400 HP. Now, suitcase over the wall from Cube will go a long way, but Zeta are back in control now and getting some more aggressive positionings on this mid, but the portal spawners are still coming in thick and fast, and there's the takedown onto Garrett.
Meow needs to get his next set of dashes if he wants to be able to turn this one around. Now he doesn't have a whole lot of DPS to offer, but he does have a swipe if he can get in close range. 1 versus Nob would not be ideal, but he might have to just go for it. Now Nob in with the super, but it doesn't even matter. Knocked into the poison, yes, but his 2 teammates remain. Oceanos Gaming have turned this into a 2nd set victory.
That is huge. Absolutely huge. It was Zeta that laid down the gauntlet early on in that first set, but ever since then, this has all been Oceanos. Lovely, lovely stuff. And again, a kind of like, you know, out there brawler idea, which, you know, if you pay attention to the balance changes, made a lot of sense. They were committed to that pipe. They had to ensure it. So getting them Mr. P first pick takes a little bit of the strategy away from the eyes of Zeta somewhat. They're maybe not necessarily seeing that pipe pick coming. And they certainly can't hard counter it, as well as Mr. P is. The Meg did a good job, but I feel like over time, there was little that they could do on the side of Zeta to be able to counteract it. The only thing they could do is not feed into it. That was their mistake, and that mistake proved costly.
I wanted so bad to be right after my I hate Mr. P tirade. I low-key wanted to see Mr. P taught a lesson, but it simply didn't happen. The combo of Mr. P and the #1 brawler that he counters here made Piper so viable in important moments, but also like the Mr. P was quite effective at dealing with the Byron. Though if I had to name one thing that disrupted the Byron the most, it was absolutely the Carl. The Carl popped off and got some good ganks versus Byron, appearing out of nowhere, getting the burn on him twice. That was incredibly effective. Didn't even really have to super on the guy to secure many kills. Well done.
11 takedowns for Nob. What a game for him. Great DPS though from Angel Boy as well, tapping on that Piper pick. Sometimes couldn't find the Meg when she was out of mech, but nonetheless made it count towards the end of things and getting that rounded number there. The most, well, pretty much almost the entirety of Zeta Division's DPS, let's be honest. But a very, very important set it can't be understated there for Oceanus now. One set away from being in their first grand finals of 2024. And it could be here on Goalkeeper's Dream for Brawl Ball. Very wide open spaced map. And it kind of suits both teams' play styles in that regard. Got to be so cautious on the tanky brawlers, the speedy brawlers, the long-ranged brawlers. They're kind of all catered to on this particular map. Angelo got to kind of be heavily considered here on the ban side of things. Melody as well can just dash her way forwards into the map. Piper, we saw BB having some great value from Lena earlier today. Really great stuff from him. Charlie, I mean, the list goes on and on. Sandy there, the Nita as well, and I think I saw the Melody band out on the right-hand side. Could be wrong. Jean first pick, and it was the Melody there. The Meg, the Ruffs, and the Buster as the Max coming in from Oceans, and I really love Max on this map now. I think that's my starting hand.
Wow, okay, we see that Max and the Amber as well. You're able to deal with the brawler that's rushing you down, and you're also able to be the brawler that rushes people down when you are aided by the Max speed. I'm glad that we finally saw some respect being put on Melody's name. She's insane on this map. The ability to dribble the ball is the #1 thing that makes her so effective here on an open map where a super into the goal is like a death sentence. We'll see Zeta Division pick up that Stew. That's going to be a good lane option. Can break down the walls, but I think the speed zone is also a really good option for Stew. Obviously going to be a lane brawler, and getting the super quite easily is a fantastic asset to have on a map where it's very easy to super the ball into the goal if you just get beyond those new boxes that have been added on either side.
See, it's risky now to pick Angelo because ultimately the Max is going to be providing so much speed. It's hard to land those shots. So Zeta thinking about that one. I mean, in terms of the win rates for Stu and Amber as well, they're pretty much the same, around 56%. So some good drafting all-round M's going to come in from Zeta. They're just a bit concerned potentially about that kind of tankier brawler being the third and final pick from Oceanus. And it is just that, committing with the B. It gets some good results here. I don't necessarily mind it, but it's going to be tough into that M's. And for that reason, I think for Oceanus, they've got to consider their lanes quite carefully on this occasion. But certainly, you know, Max combined with BB, you know, it really can go to town, and before you know it, it can be a goal. It's tanky, and with that additional speed behind it and the hypercharge now as well, it's got so much going for it.
Well, we saw what can happen earlier when you have a Max and a BB and a team that is not really equipped to deal with it in form of stuns. Now we can equip a stun. Meow can also equip a stun, which, I mean, yeah, you're always going to be running Friend Zoner as Imps pretty much. But now we have yet to see what gadget is being run here. Nice kill for Cube, but no one's there to pass up the ball. Meow getting a kill with just Caustic Charisma, and now he picks up a kill as well. Meow also, in combination with Naui, getting the kill. Ooh, a little stutter walk to run down the clock. Down to 2 minutes. Already a goal for Zeta Division.
Speed is the response now coming in. Angel Boy pushes his way forwards, but again, shut down immediately there by Meow. And that's the concern. This M's pick missed the magic hand, though, could prove costly. The burn down is there. The magic puffs, though, will keep both Gero and Naui in the question, but nonetheless, low HP. And those shots are not going to stop the healing process that they need to ensure is there for this defense. Speedo going down now, but Oceans are edging further forwards here, and the ball push forwards. Oh, it almost went in. The takedowns are there. It's just Meow who's holding on for dear life. Phase shift is there, and Nog finds it.
Incredible plays, and he's got a speed to show for it too. Instantly in with the action. Angel Boy going to the right side. Ball needs to be passed to Angel Boy to really make this happen. Meow senses him on the right side. Big pull from Naui too, and those walls are broken just as they need to be. Gero has a super. The phase shifter in for Max, but there's no ability to defend. Zeta Division take game 1.
But if there's one thing about Goalkeeper's Dream, it does seem to be a bit of a speed run for every team involved. It's some of the fastest games and sets that we tend to see now in the competitive map pool. But that's the power of Stu. You know, that ability to have super pretty much whenever you need it. It can go such a long way. A couple of takedowns, and it just leaves the goal wide open. Let's see now whether Oceanus will be able to equalize this set, or maybe even go all the way for it. But I think the response from Zeta here is quite valiant. I think the draft as well, very strong in that regard. Ball to Gero, fires. Oh, I was going to say fires the angle, but not quite. 2 bodies were there, and Meow can't finalize things there either. But now that takedown should ensure it. Quick pass from Naui, and no mistakes made. An early goal on the board for Zeta.
Glad that still resulted in a goal for Zeta Division. That was a pretty interesting one. Yes, firing straight down the middle. Oh, Oceanus Gaming are off to the races. Super! Right down the middle from Cube. In a matter of 12 seconds, they've equalized the score.
It's just crazy. It's so crazy on this map how quickly the tides can turn. And now it's the Max and not playing it that's looking for that bit of speed, that bit of a way to itch further forwards. Gadget pop there from Q because he's being aggressed by Gary. Some good returning fire there. The magic hand from now, he is dangerous. He might even go for the shot on goal if he finds enough depth closed here. Speed now, just in the nick of time. Angel Boy pushing his way forwards, and this could be a goal scoring opportunity if Oceanus keep up this pace.
Angel Boy slowed and pulled. Zeta Division find themselves in a 3v2. They divide and look to conquer. Cube also getting the burn onto Naui is actually significantly weakening onto him. We'll see Angel Boy approach around the left side. Meow already knew he was going to be there. So much damage being absorbed. Nice little bubble there to get some extra damage, but did not get anything significant. Really, yes, he got damage, but not a kill. He didn't weaken anyone too much. A pull over to the left side. That one was a little too quick, and Nob seriously threaded the needle to defend that goal.
Yeah, somewhat of a blunder for me a little bit there, but the ball is still loose here. Now he might burn down. He does, leaving just Meow. It's low HP. It's going to be Garo going for maybe a shot on goal here. It would be found. The speed was there for good measure, and now it's Oceanus that are storming down the field. If they can find just a little bit more of a close of the gap, Cube might have been able to score something there, but not going to go for it now. Just trying to keep the whole thing turning over here. But it's far from over. We're still tied up, and we're about to go into overtime.
10 seconds left. Who wins in OT is the mystery. Now he's going to be keeping people low. The BB's going to have a lot less cover. Gotta see the action now. Double hypercharges popped. Oceanus Gaming trying to race down the track, but Gyro's here to defend the ball. Now he was to push this forward. If someone can get a super, that is the win condition. Even with 3 people in front of the goal, it's entirely possible. Oceanus Gaming all group up as they attempt to recoup and heal. Meow significantly weakened. Gyro also very low health. We'll see him healing up, but he's completely beamed down. Angel Boy with the pass.
Oh, no.
But no one on the left side. No recipient. Missed pull. Cube looks for it, and the defense is good for Zeta.
Such a huge blunder. Gary now might have a shot on goal. Here goes to the right, and it's wide. Speed comes back in for Nova. Now it's going to be Oceanus. They're going to be going straight for the goal yet again. It's so back and forth, but certainly a missed opportunity. That should have been in.
Angel Boy falls now. Hypercharge popped by Naui. No contact with the hyper hand? That's so shocking. Nob now popping the hyper and the super, but nothing comes of it. 5 seconds left. 2 supers available to Zeta Division. Garo and Meow. We see Garo is the only one left. 1 second, but no pass into the goal. A tie.
Oh my word. What a back and forth, but certainly some mistakes made on both sides there. That could have been easily going one way or the other. At the end of the day, a tie is a tie. Going to return and play this one out yet again, but I can't emphasize how important this set really is for Oceanus Gaming. Their first grand finals of the year for Zeta, a chance to cling on. They've already done better from last month, but they want to go all the way. They want to get back to where they were back in 2023. And this might be the way to start. The ball is loose, not getting pulled in, but almost passed himself. Oh no! That would have been amazing, but he fumbled it yet again. That could have been a goal in a beautiful way, but instead it's not.
Oh, the pressure is immense here with these plays going so terribly wrong in the scramble. Oceanus Gaming had an opportunity. They have to stay focused and not let that get to their heads. So far, though, massive damage on Angel Boy. The ball is securely defended in the back left. A pass over to Angel Boy so he can start to run this one down the back right of the field. Garo, Naui, Meow, they all have to pivot their attention. Angel Boy is just a distraction. A little pass over to Meow as Angel Boy attempts to keep him from shooting. But the pull from Naui kept him from getting any actual value. Oceanus Gaming now once more find themselves on defense in the 2v3 versus Zeta Division, who seem to have become this single conglomerate, all traveling as a unit.
Look at this damage going in. Angel Boy somehow survives there, potentially with a gadget, but it's just now Nob, and the pass through should be straightforward here for Zeta, and it is goal on the board. But a reminder that if this ends in a tie, we'll have to replay out the set, and that could be disastrous. A brand new draft there. Missed gadget, the missed magic hand there from Naui with the hypercharge. It's back and forth all the way, but Zeta are pushing for this.
Angel Boy without any moves left. Garo down to 800 health. Cube with an easy pass in. Now he was just trying to stay alive. He couldn't possibly defend that goal all by himself. It's now up to 1-1, 45 seconds on the clock. If Oceanus Gaming win this game, they will tie the entire set and will have to be replayed starting with a brand new draft. And there's no telling what would happen then. Now 30 seconds left. Zeta Division regroup to defend this push in from Oceanus Gaming. The ball could be positioned in such a way that it's passed up to Angel Boy as he sits on the corner of the goal. Meow and Now patiently await that moment. Angel Boy now taken down, pulling the knob after he popped the hyper and the super, but he gets the kill! A pass into the goal from Cube, it's what it's gotta be. Garo already knows, and it's going to be a replayed set.
Oh my word. Oh my word. This is not the circumstance that both sides want, I can assure you that. They were locked in, they probably had the drafts that they wanted, certainly with the Max as well on the side of Oceanus. I think that that might be a golden opportunity for Zeta to actually shut it down next time around. But it's going to be a redraft back to square one. I think that maybe they're just realizing that.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see that draw on the board. It doesn't show anything in game. It's just like, oh, okay, you know, the set's over, and oh, it's a draw. Okay, let's replay it. It was funny seeing one of the Zeta members actually just leave the room. He's like, I'm out of here. You know, I got to get a quick break after that one. An exhausting yet also exhilarating set that will have to be entirely replayed from the beginning. This is also an interesting dynamic in how this game is played at this level. What a goal from Knob, by the way. I'm still not over that. In the way that this game is played at this level, where the only X factor, the only thing that can't be tracked by people using APIs and knowledge and almost like espionage, is that your bans are secret. No one can track those. And now that the bans have been revealed, there's really room for anything to happen.
Well, this might be exactly what Zeta needed, in all honesty. A chance to kind of play this one out yet again and learn from some of the drafting of that one, because I did feel like Oceanus had the better draft here. I think you've kind of got to ban Max now just because there's so little time to be able to recover. That's the thing. And once you be able to respawn with that and bring a whole team forwards, I mean, you're immediately on the defense. That's kind of what we saw play out. Certainly for Zeta, this is the sort of downtime that they want to have in this scenario as we go back into the draft very shortly to find out what the new one is going to be. But it's a dangerous time. Oceanus have got that momentum, and they're not going to be slowing it down.
You just don't see this happen often in the BSC. It's a new rule as well, with the nature of power match in the game changing. And I simply don't think that we've really seen this just yet, especially not in EMEA. So I can't wait to see what this new draft is going to look like. But I don't think either team is very happy that all of their hidden information has been exposed. The only team that could really be happy here is the team that thinks they were going to lose the set. But since it came out to a 1-1 score, I think both teams thought they had a winning horse in this race.
Oh, absolutely so. I think that both drafts were decent, but there were some big heavy hitters that just made a bit more of a difference for me. And again, we'll see the draft play itself out yet again. We know what both sides are thinking in terms of their mindset. I mean, certainly for Oceanus Gaming looking to secure that Max again, that was the difference maker for me. But the Amber, very underrated, I feel, a little bit in that regard. Did a lot of work for them. The steal on the side there of Zeta as well did do so much in terms of goal scoring opportunities. The bans are in. Will it be the same drafting? Will both sides just kind of agree? I wonder that. We've never really seen it kind of play itself out. The bans being busted there. Max going to come in for Oceanus. They might just have done a gentleman's handshake. Meg banned out there as well as the Jesse. Amber again. They might well have just done that.
Well, I mean, that may be just good sportsmanship if they're going to go through the motions and do the exact same bans once again. But hey, maybe these are just the options that they have trusted. There's the possibility that that last pick changes. Seems like there's a bit of decision making happening right now. Stu, the exact same brawler that was picked in the last one. So you're entirely right. Hey, maybe things just go all the way. I'm leaning more on the side of it's not as much of a gentleman's agreement. Maybe that last pick actually gets changed.
Oh, imagine the shade being thrown to that. Imagine if you're that guy. You know, it could be that. I would say I'm verging more on the side of a gentleman's handshake than I am kind of like something else. I mean, it could be that they're just not necessarily sure that they're allowed to change their draft. It is in the rule book. That is there. It's all quite clear and it's been discussed.
There you go.
There's the suspect. Zeta throwing the shade out there because they're thinking that if BB comes around again, we want to have a counter for it. I mean, I wonder whether that is off script.
No gentleman's agreement here. Let's talk about the Charlie, though. Actually, Amber's going to be pretty good into that Charlie Spiders. We'll see the Roughs come in from Oceanus Gaming. Those spawnables are going to be troublesome for Charlie, but there's no, like, huge counter last pick from Oceanus Gaming. They're playing it a lot safer this time, and honestly, their options were really limited. Could they have run a thrower? No. There's Gene, there's like Stu, he could choose to break through walls. Could they have run an aggro? No. Charlie's here. I think that their options were so limited that they just went for something safe.
There's an imposter among us, and it goes by the name of Naui. But I think that you have to reconsider the BB pick on the side of Oceanus once that Charlie showed her face, really. I think Ruff's still going to be very, very solid here. It's going to be lacking a little bit of range, but then again, so is the Stu as well. So the sandbags will work well into that as well, as they will into the Gene. So I quite like this adaptation more so on the side of Oceanus than I do on the side of Zeta, in all honesty. It's looking that way so far. Speed's going to be taken care of now by Cube, and now Meow using the spiders just to keep his survivability in check, and is juking his way around it. But it was a bit of a close start there for me from Zeta.
Oceanus Gaming just playing D. Angel Boy has a super that he could use to break down a wall if he wants. He's actually going to throw it to the middle, possibly for Nob to pick up. This is about, I guess, the furthest back he could get it at that moment before he decides it's time to start farming up yet another super. Cube gets an easy takedown to Gyro with nowhere to go for Gyro. Cube has the super. Big pull for Naui. What a defensive play. And he lives to tell the tale, too. No kill on a Meow from Angel Boy. It was a near miss. The 2v3 in favor of Zeta Division as Zeta pushes forward and Cube looks to reestablish his footing.
Yeah, Magic Puffs as well, going such a long, long way here for now. It's to ensure that his teammates are with him in this fight. Speed coming in as Cube now going towards the left-hand side in a dangerous spot. Souped up again, both him and Nob from Angel Boy's supply drops now. The good taps from Meow keeps Angel Boy very low here. Meow's survivability has been fantastic, by the way. Still a real threat on this right-hand side. Cube surviving on 67 HP. You can cut the tension with a knife.
Meow on the right side. Attempts to attack Ruffs. Nope. More sandbags. More spawnables. A Charlie's least favorite thing. Now he gets the pull, but it doesn't go in his favor. Hero now passing over to the right side to keep this ball in a safe position. It's quite interesting. I've seen so many Genes use their hypercharge super and die as a result. It seems like less time in transit for your enemy means less time that you can damage them while they're stunned.
Wow. Oil slick down on that right-hand side, and Gary might be thinking twice about going forwards for Angel Boy's low as well here in that top left. They can't really aggress. They're going to regroup and use the Magic Puffs yet again to try to keep sure that HP is in check. Nob's got hypercharge too. Another supply drop down from Angel. We're going to break this left-hand side. That's bad news for Gary all round as we approach overtime. If Oceanus timed this right, it could be a goal, but Zeta know that they're pushing forwards into this top left-hand side early on to keep Oceanus in check.
Okay, see how everyone grouped together for that max hypercharge. People getting a lot of supercharge from that play. Oceanus Gaming, everyone is powered up 30%. They have so much damage and health to work with. They already beamed down Meow, but Gyro is so slimy. He's effectively got a lot more health than he has in that number as he's dodging these shots as it grazed just past him. They've availed enough time for Meow to respawn, but Meow is taking damage like there's no tomorrow, like it's his job. A pass over to Nob, pull from Naui as a defense, but Cube has it. The first goal and the first win of this set.
Yeah, it's a bit like that, isn't it? When you get the reset, it does reset your brain somewhat, but that is it. Yeah. And now, a match point for Oceanus Gaming. Zeta can still bring this back around, but time is ticking for them. That momentum that Oceanus had, they were able to continue to maintain, dropping somewhat a little bit of the aggression and just keeping things more methodical, but the timing towards the end, pitch perfect.
Okay, very aggressive. initiation from Oceanus Gaming. We saw Nob pop that phase shifter to get the ball over to the right side early on, and I can see what the mentality was. I think Zeta Division just reacted to it too well and too quickly. Now the ball finds its way over to Oceanus Gaming. This is just how things ebb and flow. They played way too aggro at first, and then they lost a brawler. Now they find themselves on defense. That's simply how goalkeepers dream, and Brawl Stars in general goes. Oceanus still find themselves locked into these bushes, though. 2 supers available for Zeta Division. We see Naui in particular sitting on his. Nob is able to avoid it. So is Angel Boy. Cube is the ideal target. It's an easy kill. The 3v2 ensues. A major advantage for Zeta.
Yeah, good takedown from Naui, but at the same time it has to open up the map. It should be a goal here. Garrett's gonna get the ball past the Meow. Oh, a little bit close. Already gone for the shot, but nonetheless a goal is a goal. And Zeta are the ones to get it on the board. 1 minute 20 on the clock. Plenty of time for a response here. If Oceanus can start to turn things around more into their favor here. And the huge taps are there onto Meow. Speed now with Cube going straight down the middle here. A pass there. Super shot, but off the line there by Naui. What a great save for Zeta.
And Meow is popping the hypercharge just for the raw speed, gets a super 2 into the corner, and a goal for Zeta to secure them the second game.
Well, we're all tied up yet again. This is dangerous stuff here. It was a great response from Zeta, but are we getting deja vu here yet, ready?
You know, I can only think of one thing that would make this better. If this game is a draw, oh my gosh, I want it to happen so badly. I can't wait for a 3rd set of Brawl Ball. Please make it happen. No, don't act. See, I was like actually trying to like anti-jinx it, but maybe now mentioning it has undone all of that. Forgive the yapping. Oceanus Gaming so far have this pass up to the back right. Angel Boy has to recover a lot of health. Sandbags saving his life entirely. And we'll see he goes for the wall break this time. Much different from what we've seen before.
Wow. Again, these magic puffs. Oh, the magic hand will find nothing but a sandbag. That was perfectly timed there by Angel Boy, and now the pressure ensues as taps are there, but Zeta still staying firm more and more often in this mid, and it's allowing them to regroup time and time again, and forcing Oceanus Gaming to be on defensive. 2 takedowns on the left-hand side now. Oh, Nob able to survive. A little shot there, I think Vengeful Spirit, no less, there from Naui. Not much that Nob can do, though, and it's going to be reset yet again.
I guess he just wanted to have his super ready to go, but now he also made good use of the fact that I can clip corners, and you kind of can't. Nob is respawned with his super, though. Cube is in a position, gets cocooned. If he weren't, he totally could have scored a goal as he has that super ready. Nice moves from Meow, but no kill just yet. In fact, it's Naui with the smoke to claim the life of Cube. No one from Zeta even close to dying, so it's Oceanus Gaming that have to fall back as Cube now respawns. Hyper and Super, no contact with the Hyper hand somehow. Oceanus Gaming maintain their survivability as Meow now readies himself to use a Hypercharge and a Super combo.
Great awareness, great positioning there from Oceanus to survive those hyper hands, but they're not out of the woods yet, not by a long mile. Garrett's lurking this way, hand side, he's going to dash in now, but can't find the ball. Novice low, it should be a goal here for Zeta, but they're panicking a little bit. Now they're going to walk it in and just buy some time off the clock in the process. Not a bad idea for me. 25 seconds now for Oceanus to respond, or we're going to the 5th and final set.
Hyper and Super popped. 75% supercharge for every single member of Oceanus Gaming. They could even cycle the max super if they're careful. Angel Boy now with the super in. No damage on Nagiro. Everyone from Zeta Division is all the way alive and healthy. Could be a kill for Angel Boy. Now receives the pass and a walk into the goal on the right side as we approach OT. 1-1 score once again.
A beautifully timed phase shift, and the speed coming yet again for Oceanus, who are going on the hunt. Past the Cube, can he find the ball though? Shut down by Naui. Angel Boy is healthy, he's tanky, he's got the HP, but his teammates are down. He can't get the pass. It's going to be reset, and Zeta now have got a golden opportunity to bring this back.
Now he has the Super 2. Cube is the ideal target, but Nob and Angel Boy are just as vulnerable. They have nothing to block this pull. Now he simply needs to get into position. Magic Puffs are keeping Meow and Gero alive. The speed is here for Nob. Cube is bobbing, weaving, juking, looking for an opportunity. We see the cocoon come down. Nob is a sitting duck, an easy target for Zeta. Gero readies himself for a pass over to the left side. Meow and Gero could make the combo happen. A team wipe, and the goal for Zeta to finish out the set.
We are going all the way on this one. Oh, don't say that we don't like to tease you guys in the chat. That could have been another replay. Not gonna lie. But Zeta, in the final moments, in the final hour, come out with a goal. And that takes it to the 5th. Oceanus had a golden opportunity there. They really did. I thought it was going to be a goal, but just in the nick of time defended. And now we're off to Bounty.
I was hoping for a tie. Personally, I could have done with another of those, maybe a couple more after that. The never-ending, the infinite loop, we're stuck. Okay, it's fine. We've broken out of the time loop. We're going into Shooting Star for our 5th and final set. We got replays to get through before that. Let's chew on some of this. It's not just one set of replays. We got 2 sets of replays. I think we actually already covered the other one, but this one was just as action-packed as the last. We saw Oceanus Gaming start off with, honestly, like a rock start, or a rockstar start. I combined the 2 words just now. Just attribute me when
very clever, very smart.
Dictionary. Thank you. Zeta Division, though, fired back with a really quick game, too.
I know you said that you kind of lack a bit of praise on the EMEA casting desk when it comes to some of your puns, so I thought I'd just highlight that for you there, Reddy, and just let you know that I really appreciated it. I really appreciate that. Definitely some lessons to be learned from there. For me, Meow, what a blinder of a game for him. 13 takedowns for him. But on the other side of things as well, Cube with a great game there as well. 8 takedowns, but the DPS to match across the board on the side of Oceanus Gaming. Both drafts, in my opinion, very relatively evenly balanced for the most part. That little adaptation going into that second rematch there with the Charlie coming in and the Ruffs adaptation for Oceanus, which, to be honest, the Ruffs has got such a high win rate as well. You're looking towards the 80s when it comes to how Ruffs can be extremely beneficial to have in your comp. This wasn't quite enough for Oceanus Gaming. The defensiveness of Zeta prevailed, and that's what keeps them in the mix. That's what keeps them in the conversation, and might be enough to see themselves going forward to their first grand final of the year. But one set remains between them and just that. For Oceanus, their first grand finals potentially of this year as well. Both sides want this, and there's no surprise why the scoreline is how it is for that very reason.
And so many opportunities, honestly, to have taken it there already for Oceanus Gaming in that last set. They got the reset. They were able to bring this one back to a match point, but we're not able to finish it out. I loved the gameplay from both sides. In particular, Zeta with the Charlie and that in that Gene, they would find themselves like way over on a lane, not defending the goal at all, but they would get this horizontal super, some kind of CC onto an enemy that was about to make a phenomenal goal, like a super down from where those 2 boxes block off the goal. It was a Gene super. It was like the Charlie cocoon, and they seemed to hit it with about 100% accuracy. So kudos to them. They got to give themselves a pat on the back, but not too soon because they still got one more set left in Shooting Star.
Yeah, now so much is riding on this set, and as we know, Shooting Star, just that wide open space to map. Got to be cautious of those Mortis final picks and those aggressors that both teams are notorious for. I would say probably maybe more on the side of Zeta with the Mortis picks, but Oceanus, sometimes they like to bring in something crazy as well. But we shall see how it fares. The long-range sharpshooters are where this one's at for me. I think Angelo, for that very reason, a must ban here. Piper as well. Nanny is really all up there. Max, I haven't really kind of seen Max coming back now yet into Shooting Star just yet. We did see a bit of a time when she was a great deterrent of those kind of long-range sharpshooters and that kind of comp to really aggress and force back into the back lines. But maybe we'll see it come through. Who knows? I mean, Tick, we haven't really seen much of today. Has got a new hypercharge. That's not always a bad thing to consider on a map like this. Larry and Laurie, you haven't seen that much either. And I think they're still in a relatively okay place when it comes to competitive. So I'll have to see whether throwers could be a flavor of this particular map and how this one will fare. Brock's new hypercharge, not necessarily the best, but certainly a consideration here, as Brock has always been pretty decent and better as well. Again, safe pair of hands to avoid the clustering up of your opposition, and just to whisk them down if they do can go a long way.
You seem to have covered all of them. I wonder if you said Angelo. He's already flying away, though, because he already knows that he has been eliminated in the ban phase. Yeah, he's out of here. He'll watch as a spectator, just see what goes down from the outer rungs of the Love Swamp. Yes, I think you basically covered it all. What is possible and viable here? Max and Gene is actually a combo that I look to be actually viable. The problem is picking both of them is quite challenging, because it I mean, those brawlers are going to get banned, or it's like left open for a 2-3 pick. I think honestly, like Max or Gene are both definitely first picks. We see that Max actually banned out in a nanny for a selection from Oceanus Gaming, so that is a Angel Boy specialty. It's also quite good into Piper, which has been banned. Here's a Gene from Zeta Division.
Yeah, certainly some other choices still here. I think the Melody ban is quite necessary here. I think the 89% ban rate for Ando says it all for me as well. Nanny's got a 66% win rate here as well, but we didn't see Oceanus really handling it too well earlier in this series when it came down to safe zones, so we need to see a bit more this time around. Gene first pick. No, I do quite rate that. I think that certainly on this particular map as well, if you have that hypercharge towards the end and your opposition is on that back wall, then getting some value from it wouldn't be the craziest of things to assume. Meg going to come in for Zeta, and that is always a great way to overthrow things and can also support the Gene in the eventuality of those pulls coming in as well. So I quite like that very reason. The Nanny's going to work pretty well into it though, so I hope that Zeta are prepared to take some scrutiny, because I'm sure that Oceanus will be looking to really trickle down her HP fast.
No doubt. I think that could be quite challenging with sharpshooters. This is just where Meg finds her value. You can juke the shots and you can heal up as well. RT, like this selection from Oceanus Gaming, sharpshooter, that is good at being a sharpshooter and also good at being a Jackie, because you can go into basically like double Jackie form in close range. Tick, final selection from Oceanus Gaming, because the possibility of a thrower on Zeta Division is very, very possible. I think that Gene is going to be quite effective into Tick once he finds himself behind some of those walls. It just might be a little challenging to get all the way there unless they have a final powerful brawler to aid them. This might be one of those moments where they don't go for a power pick, they just go for something safe.
Or something dangerous into the Tick, but it's going to be struggling to do much against everything else. That's the thing. Carl, I think safer. I quite like that. I was thinking, are they going to be daring enough to go Morris here? But they don't, and I think that's probably the wisest thing they could probably do here, because for everything else, it's going to be awful to have. But I think the Tick hypercharge certainly has flown under the radar a little bit. Headstrong for me is still really pretty decent, actually, when it comes to the hypercharges. You can cycle pretty well. If you find your opposition really kind of clustered in a corner, you can make sure that is going to get a ton of value, just kind of allowing those mines and those Tick heads to really go to town there. So I quite like the Tick pick for me on the side of Oceanus Gaming, but the Carl is certainly a good deterrent. I mean, if they go on the aggressive with that effective pirouette into those things, Last Hurrah can certainly knock it back, but it can be very difficult to defend against a brawler like a Carl.
There is counterplay, it's just difficult to execute. Thankfully, these players are known for having pretty good mechanics, but Gero is going to be ready to play the counter to the counter. I'm also getting word from our stat monkeys on the background that actually RT has a 70% win rate here. RT's kind of cracked on this map, so expect some good plays from the RT by virtue of being RT alone. An early super from Angel Boy looks to nuke someone on the back lines. Big damage onto Gero. Nothing that will send him packing, but certainly a lot of damage. It's almost all healed up by Meow in a matter of seconds, which keeps Zeta Division alive, healthy, and ready for a defense.
Yes, they've really have been depending upon those healing puffs for the majority of their sets so far, and forcing then Oceanus Gaming to have to pump out more in terms of DPS. Now a little punch through as they start to really round up everything on the side of Zeta. And there's one takedown from Angel Boy to Meow. Force though through. Oh, Angel Boy's going to be using the head to escape. Love that from him. And now the legs go down from Nob. Is he running the new gadget as well? I don't know, he is running. I think that's the wise choice here as well. And Oceanus, that puts them in the lead.
Angel Boy using the Warp Blast to escape. He really said, we gonna be using the whole brawler, using every aspect of the kit. Takedown on the cube, though, shifts the tides of battle in favor of Zeta Division. They'll be running back with a 1-star advantage, and that blue star still in their clutches after Gero got it off the beginning of the match. Now, dipping below 25 seconds remaining on the clock, Zeta Division find themselves at a distinct advantage. Naui does risk getting popped out of this mech. Nob just needs one more shot on the guy to secure the kill. And Meow's trying to heal him up with magic puffs, but he is now popped out of the mech. A kill on a Meow or on a Naui is entirely realistic. That shield from Naui is going to be vanishing before too long. Here is the hypercharge in. The hypercharge from Tick taken down. The move in from Nob, but no kills. Remarkably close, but still a win for Zeta.
Oh, that was so close towards the end. It really was not the value that I was looking for from that tick hypercharge. The mines just then exploded a bit prematurely and not really getting that value. That could have really been Oceanus Gaming on match point, but it's not. It's Zeta Division, and this set now blown wide open. Can Zeta make the grand finals? They exited in this quarterfinals last month, and it seems to be the Zeta curse almost. It's like they almost like find themselves in this position where they either go out in the quarterfinals or they win the whole thing. Make from that what you will.
Well, let's see if they're able to win the whole thing. They still have another obstacle in their path. It is Oceanus Gaming. Big damage on Nagiro. Respect the attempt at combining the damage of Tick and the damage of Nanny, using the knockback from the Nanny head on Giro. It was not enough to finish the kill. Now he's sitting back here with 92 health remaining. Oceanus Gaming probably not too happy about that one, as they were so close to demeching this brawler that has been causing him issues upon issues for the entire last game. And now proceeding into this game, do we see, okay, wall break, and didn't even get the whole wall either. That's a little unexpected from the Nanny head. Now he's going to be still utilizing whatever remains of this wall, but it does make Angel Boy's job a little bit easier. He's able to fire around that one remnant of wall that Zeta Division is currently in possession of. 1 star for Zeta Division, 45 on the clock.
Yeah, still no takedowns yet from either side. Meow then pretty low with the taps that are coming through, and Nob finding Gero as well. Another peep for Angel Boy, but we've yet to really see the value from him. He's going to push now he forwards here. Not quite enough though still, and Zeta hold on to things. Time is trickling down. They are pushed back, and there could be a potential here for a turnaround, but it's going to be all Oceanus here, and they know that they can't be forced back too deep. They've got to give themselves enough time to defend this. So 15 seconds on the clock. It's now or never.
We saw good defense from Cube just a moment ago. Meow actually pulled the Tick super. Oceanus Gaming need only 1 kill. Any member of the enemy team would be good enough. Damage onto Meow. Nob has to be looking for it then. Gero's marked. He's popping into the super to defend as long as he can. Oceanus Gaming can't get anything, and Zeta Division close it out. They advance beyond the semifinals to the grand finals.
What a moment for the current reigning world champions. Back on top. More work to be done today, but that is the results that they were hoping to achieve at this stage in the competition. Went out in the first round last month, but made the grand finals of this month. And there's OP here coming for some celebratory handshakes. You'll love to see it again. Everyone seems to be together at the moment. Why do we not have a LAN in this region? That's what I want to know. But I want to see that in every region, to be fair. I'm very biased in that regard. Fantastic result for Zeta. Oceanus, though, just coming short. I think it really came down to that 4th set for me. That's where it could have been won or lost for me on the side of Oceanus. I think that's where they had to put that final nail in the coffin. They couldn't do it. And for Zeta, what a result. Can they go all the way now? That's the thing. If they fail at the grand finals, it didn't happen at all last year that way. They either won it or they went out in the quarterfinals. Well, now they are in the grand finals, so it would be the first time in literally years that they would have ever lost a grand finals if that happens.
There's potential for the trend to continue with Humble taking down SK. I would say as a very strong foe that would typically await anyone who advances on to the grand finals. With Humble looking as strong as they are, keep in mind, I mean, that was a remarkably tough match. This could be more realistic for Zeta Division. It all depends on how you personally power rank all of these teams. Let's check out some of these stats too. A pretty fruitless last game. All it came down to was a couple of kills to decide the entire thing. An extremely passive game of bounty netted the win for Zeta Division.
I think that was a smart thing to do as well under the circumstances. You know, with the Gene, it's just allowed Zeta time and time again just to buy some time to recollect, to stay kind of present in their positioning. And defensiveness, you know, can be the thing that makes you win the game. Overly aggressiveness, we've seen it time and time again, can go the other way. And our MVP, it was Naui. And again, it's great to see that boy back on top.
Yeah, I mean, such a cracked member of this roster. I would honestly say that every single member of Zeta Division has some MVP potential, but respect to the guy now. He was picking up MVPs at the World Finals last year as well, so it's cool to see some kind of trends continue, though on the horizon, another continuation of a trend, a confirmation of our sort of suspicions. Do we see Zeta make it all the way to the end just because they made it through the quarterfinals? Does it happen once again?
Well, I wasn't convinced at the beginning of today going into things that Zeta were going to be able to show much. They have shown us a lot. So there's that to consider here when you go to event.brawlstars right this very second. Place your predictions up for the grand finals. That is the important thing to do now. We'll touch on that as well when we come back after this short break. But ready, set. Give us your thoughts very quickly before that break. Who are you voting for on that poll?
Ooh, it's going to be tough. Honestly, I'm voting for Humble. I'm just a Brawl Stars fan at this point. I thought SK was going to win the whole thing. I want to see Semantic's reaction.
I'm here for it. That is our thoughts here for the Costas. Very briefly, we'll be right back after this very, very short break and a word from our sponsors.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
We could tell you all about Spike Air, our new brawling shoe with explosive technology and a podium-perfect profile. We could tell you it's banned in 42 countries for unfair advantages in the Brawl Stars Championship. But we'll let Spike do the talking. Spike Air. Look sharp.
Sorry, Paula. Maybe we could try again if we get more comments.
It's happening!
What the? Yeah, so I was thinking at least chicken, and then chicken, and then...
I want barbarian. Barbarian.
Sure, that works. Oh, hey, look at this. The buttons are here. We should maybe...
Take it easy.
No.
Let's take it easy.
Oh, okay. Okay. Where were we? Chicken, chicken.
Barbarian.
Barbarian.
Come on, Ilka, you can do it! Yes, do it. Press it. No, not that one. Yes! Oh, Squad Busters is going global!
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. Ooh. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down. Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we have had an absolute banger of a time in the EMEA region. We're just lining up our grand finals as we speak. But first, Squad Busters, guys. I'm bringing it back around to my favorite game, and I might well be leaving the casting desk, to be completely honest, because if there's an esports scene for Squad, I'm there. I'm gone. I'm outie. 29th of May, mark it in your calendars. That is when Squad Busters will be dropping globally to iOS and, of course, Google Play stores. Make sure you pre-register right now by going to any of the games that are currently live for Supercell. You can go there via Brawl Stars. You can go there via Clash of Clans, Clash of Royale. It's all there to be had. I've been having a blast. I've been talking non-stop about it, but I'll hand over the mic to Ready. Ready, Are you playing the game? Are you enjoying the game?
Oh man, like I played every single beta of the, well actually it's a lie. I started playing on the second beta and I was grinding the betas. This is actually a very fun game and I would encourage you to give it a try. It is one of those where if you are a competitive Brawl head, then you can find some good movement strategies, but overall there's just like a lot of wackiness happening. It's overall a very fun game to play casually. For me, I usually take a very competitive approach to the game, so it's a nice breath of fresh air for this guy.
Yeah, I'm defining it as casually competitive. That's kind of my take on it so far. It really, no, Trav, you can look like that how you like, but it really is. You get very absorbed in it, and when it doesn't go your way, you really want to go into that next match to really cycle it back into gear. But we, of course, are giving away a lot of exclusive skins and pins and in-game rewards across the entire Supercell IP. So make sure that you pre-register right now and take advantage of all of those in every other title. What a day it has been, guys. It has been honestly phenomenal, but we are not done yet. Let's revise the bracket. Trav, welcome back. Talk us through it.
Well, I mean, we started things off SK Gaming versus Totem. They took a bit of a win. Humble beat Kebab. Zeta Division beat BC Gaming. Oceanus beat Eclipsar. Then we saw the semi-finals of SK Gaming versus Humble. Slight upset there, I'd argue, as Humble do take the victory 3-2. Two very close semi-finals as Zeta Division win against Oceanus in a 3-2. Very long game, 6 sets. And then we find ourselves in the grand final where Humble face off against Zeta Division. Humble returning to their second grand final of the year, for Zeta Division looking to kind of rectify that first month.
Was this the grand finals that we expected to see? That is the question. Let's look at our predictions most importantly. So I went for a little bit of risk in that semi-finals. I don't knock it. I'm still for it. But we are divided yet again. Trav, me and Reddy, starting with Humble. Talk to us. Zeta, you're the minority here.
Listen, I'm a little bit scared now. I was thinking people were going to Zeta. I was thinking people were going to Zeta, but at the end of the day, I can understand why people go Humble because they did take down the reigning champions. But I'm still pretty comfortable on Zeta. I feel like Zeta have been playing very well today, especially in that first game against BC. I feel like they wavered maybe a little bit against Oceanus there. A fair few mistakes, especially in that Brawl Ball. It really wasn't that great from either of the teams in Brawl Ball. A lot of misses. But at the end of the day, I'm circling back. I'm going to go with Zeta. They convinced me just off their 2023 performance.
Predictions master might falter here to the cowboy from Texas. Let's see how this prediction goes down. This is our matchup. Our grand finals tables is set. Humble, let's talk about them first. Semantic, Boss, and Lukey. In my opinion, looking today, the strongest they've ever been. And they were in this very place of the competition last month. Came just short to SK Gaming, but this month took out SK Gaming in the semis. So I've got to favor them a little bit here in terms of my predictions. One thing's for sure, they are looking so good at the moment. A few couple of errors here and there that we saw in those semi-finals, but they were able to rectify them most importantly. And, you know, for the organization as a whole, always coming a bit short when it comes to making those world finals. Well, for me, I've got to be honest, this could very well be Humble's year. They've got the best possible start for it, and they are far from done yet. Taking down SK Gaming, last month's monthly finals champions. No easy feat whatsoever, and you can see just how much it meant to them. Lukey is there, by the way, as well. That was a surprise to me as well, just kind of lurking in the background. But we've got one hell of a Titan that they are facing in Zeta Division. Ready, set.
World champions from last year, and this year they've attempted to continue that legacy, but it did not go in their favor last month. This month, however, they have made it all the way to the grand finals. They started off versus BC Gaming, doing really quite well. They continued into the semi-finals, and wow, actually that was like way closer than I think many people expected. We saw what the prediction percentages were, but also all of us on the desk thought that it was going to be, well, actually no, I take it back, not all of us. You, Ark, decided to differentiate from the pack, and you were honestly almost up a prediction on the rest of us, because look at how close this one was. Even tying up a Brawl Ball set, and it almost went that way again, with the final goal being scored in overtime of game number 3. This was a remarkably close match. I think we saw a lot of errors from Zeta Division in this match. It, I think, was a situation where they benefited quite a bit from the errors of their enemy, and Humble has not made any mistakes today, so they won't have it so easy this time.
Hey, when it comes to predictions, you got to shoot your shot. You know, you got to try for it. It could have been, you know, coming out smelling of roses, let's be honest. But, I mean, I stand by it. Oceanus Gaming, look out for them next month. Today, it is all about these two teams, and one of them will be crowned our April monthly finals champions. For Humble, certainly it'd be a tough defeat if they are to take another, being in 2 consecutive, back-to-back grand finals and not come out with the goods in either of them. They do not want that to happen, and like from the smart semantic space, they're feeling good about this, dropping the pins IRL, by the way, all day long. But certainly I've been more personally comforted by their consistency over Zeta. Zeta, for me, are absolutely the most inconsistent team of these 2 so far, Trav, in my opinion, leading up to today. But today, Zeta have definitely stepped up a gear. That cannot be denied.
Yeah, no, I agree. I can 100% understand why people will be going Humble today. And honestly, I was tempted to as well, looking at their performances. But if you're the 2023 World Champions, you've at least got my backing for a good few months until I get proven otherwise. Yeah, last month, not the best. This month, they've bounced back, and I feel like a final is a position where Zeta Division are going to thrive over anybody. And that's kind of why I did side with them. Humble, 100% understand, but, my mind's going to be with Zeta in a final majority of the time.
But for me, Reddy, Zeta certainly got the experience in this position of the competition, but what then can Humble bring to the table? How can they get the upper hand in this affair?
I think, honestly, they just need to keep the mental as well as they had it in the previous ones. We saw moments where they quickly fixed their mistakes. Obviously, the mental was on point. Versus a team like Zeta, honestly, I think Humble have already beaten the final boss of EMEA. They're going up against Zeta Division, which is not a second-rate team by any means, but they're not quite SK Gaming. I think Humble are already aware that the worst is over, and now they just have to keep that momentum, keep their cool.
And Trav as well, again, you are siding with the world champs for good reason. I can understand it. I don't knock it whatsoever, and we'll soon see what the poll results are on event.brawlstars.com. Just waiting for the players to get into draft. It looks like they are actually in draft now and going through the motions, so shortly be getting into that. But, is it just the fact that Zeta just had that consistent experience in these grand final stages that gives you the sort of mentality that they're going to go all the way? Yeah, that's the thing. And you mentioned,
they don't lose finals. They either get knocked out in the quarters or they win the finals.
Exactly.
That's why I was like, well, why isn't Ark predicting this way? And it looks like the majority of the community are going to be siding with me as well. But 36%, listen, I get it.
Ready, set. We'll jump in with you after the match. For now, all eyes on this poll. 36% for Humble. I think it could be a little edging of a bit more, maybe towards 40-45% for me. But nonetheless, this is where Zeta, as you rightly say, always tend to seal the deal if they make it to this stage in the competition. Well, they do. There's no 2 ways about it. They always win a grand finals if they make it there, or they get knocked out in the quarterfinals. For them, I'm all up for seeing an upset. I want to see it's 2024, Trav. New year, new me, new BSC. I want to see some things we haven't seen before. That's the whole point. So if Humble do the unthinkable here, it'll be Lukey's first, monthly finals win as well. And when you consider how he's been relatively short in terms of his career so far in BSC, it'll be a huge dub for him. The bans and the draft is going in thick and fast. Piper, Cordelius banned out for the Chuck potentially there, and the Colette banned out by Humble. The Chuck, the Melody there, I had Macy in my head, and Angelo banned out by Zeta Division, and Zeta bag then the Nanny. That's dangerous stuff.
I say literally, you said you like to see some new things, but a new thing that we're not seeing is Zeta Division on this map with Nanny is going to be dangerous. That's just how it is. It's going to do well. When Zeta Division have got this in their hands, it usually goes their way. Second pick should be coming in very, very shortly. We're going to see the 8-bit along with it. Quite surprising to me to see both of them together, but that's going to be some hard-hitting damage if they do manage it. Bell as a return pick, and I think I like that a little bit more. Obviously, against the 8-bit, the bouncing back and forth between the turret and how slow 8-bit is makes it a bit easier to connect those shots, connect those marks. So I do like the Bell pick.
Yeah, I really do like that Bell pick for me from Humble. It's definitely the perfect response so far. Is Eve still available? Eve is available. It's kind of maybe like a boss pick potentially here, but he was tapping on that cult early, so maybe not. But for me, it would be definitely highly up for consideration here when it comes to what is going through the minds of Humble. Going to be going with Amber. They did that earlier today as well on this very map. Certainly, though, if I'd known what the map rotation was going to be, I would have seen the draft, and maybe I would have the coin toss with Zeta. That Nanny pick, it's looking like a good place to start. Brock going to come in. We haven't really seen much of Brock on Safe Zone today, so I'm quite happy about seeing that particular brawler. But in terms of damage on the safe, the Hypercharge is not really making much of an impact there.
Yeah, honestly, it might be better off just not using the hypercharge and just raining down the normal rockets on the safe for the most part.
Yeah.
For both of these teams, I like what they're bringing to the table. Both sides have got hefty damage to be rained down, you know, pretty fast in a short amount of time. The Colt, the Amber, both going to deal so much. Then again, you look at the 8-bit, the damage booster, the Brock along with that, and that's going to deal so much as well. So one push and it could be over for both of these teams. But I'm sure it's going to be a bit more of a kind of like a ranged affair, seeing, you know, feeling each other out, seeing how they're feeling in these grand finals, and then taking it from there.
And in we go. Let us see who will be able to get the first sign of damage on each side. Keeping the Ember back, quite like that idea. Luki tapping already, straight into the mid and placing down a nest egg. Is the view of Gary, so he'll surely communicate it forwards. But look at Gary now, so low. Those taps from Samantha really doing some work now as Humble starts to move forwards in, and nicely done. Already some damage to the safe. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, Boss on this Colt he was a menace earlier, and it's a menace now. We'll see if he's going to be able to do the same kind of damage that he did to the safe. Already 19% done, and a bounce from Luki's shot does make a connection as well. Still just beaming down the safe. Boss is just unreal on this Colt on this map. And Zeta just locked in spawn, can't seem to be moving anywhere.
This is looking so convincing already. I don't want to speak too soon. Got started, but now Humble low on that left-hand side, both Luki and Boss healing up accordingly. But Zeta are very slow to the mark. Scary that it plays at the right-hand side now, and some big taps there onto Boss. Keep him low. Good break there from Boss. He'll go down, but nonetheless, that was the intention of just opening up that right-hand side to allow a bit more of a stronger defense going into the remainder of this game. But it's a substantial lead so far for Humble.
Yeah, we're expecting a TP here. Surely might just go for the damage. But it looks like he may be choosing to TP in. Just goes for the damage on Boss there. Good damage amp, and that really did push them all back. TP available for Meow as well, but does really want to stay in this kind of further up the map established position. Surely not going to be able to do that for much longer, though, as he does go down. Maybe just for him, to be fair, the mark, rather than just kind of staying up and having that looming over his head.
Rocket Laces there, not really cutting it for me from Gary, just came short of the wall. Hypercharge now available, suggests he uses it on his opposition, really just to clear some space. Allowed me out to get forwards, place down that damage booster, and connect with the save the extra credits gadget there. TP onto Boss, nicely done there from Naui. Able to push his way forwards, and Semantic is low, going to burn that left-hand side a little bit though as well, trying to slow the advance.
Yeah, now we got that damage booster up as well. Meow's just going to take that position and try to take some fire off Naui whilst he heals up quickly, and 23 seconds is all that's left, so they really can't afford to, you know, regroup and come back up the map once more. Luki just trying to get the damage in, gets the shot onto Naui, but Brock's still there as well. Boss just going to go forwards, hypercharge low though as well, so he can be taken down, but Semantic's going to fall down the bottom, and that starts the damage coming through, but it's just not going to be enough. Surely 5 seconds actually, maybe when Naui joined it, do it. It's still beaming through, but not going to be enough. 18-5, almost had it, but just couldn't quite scrape the damage.
My heart was in my mouth in that moment of time, especially considering that, you know, 8-bit on the safe with damage booster. I mean, that could have been over. That could have been over very, very easily in favor of Zeta, but Humble did enough early damage. That was the thing. They got so quickly into that game, really leaving little time for any response on the side of Zeta. They almost, though, had just enough seconds to do so. Let's see again. We go in. We need Zeta to bring this one back just a little bit more, hold themselves more in this mid. Now he's cycling on that nanny pick, get some peeps coming forwards and get TP onto that safe early on.
Yeah, I do feel like Gero's lack of caution off the start in the last game was definitely a bit of an issue for them. It kind of gave Humble instant control of the map, and that's where they really excel, but it seems like they've got the control anyway, and Luki taking some fire off Gero there. Doesn't seem to be running this mythic gear, as I'm not seeing much of a slow there on Gero. TP forwards now as Naui starting to get some damage through, but a wall break from Boss. He gets taken down instantly. It might be the reverse of last game as Naui finds another connection. Wants to just go behind this wall here and actually just gets taken down by Semantic. Not without 10% being taken off the safe. Not much for the control they just had.
Yeah, Semantic there by a pixel. Getting that defense there would have gone a long way otherwise in favor of Zeta. Now Peep coming around again, and there's the burn. Semantic is on the defense, allowing Luke to tap into the mid, and just a 7% though so far for Humble. Much different this time around. Slowed his Meow and marked up and quickly taken care of. That's going to allow Boss and Semantic to push forwards now. Boss can find the angle on this safe and start to shred it down just a little bit more. It's going to be evened out very quickly here with 1 minute of fast approaching on the clock, and Humble in a much better position now, let's be honest.
Big tap from Naui there onto the bell, kind of pushes him back a little bit and allows EMEA to just kind of force himself out of this mid, but Semantic in a wonderful position here, just sliding into this back corner, allowing such a good pinch, but Nani shooting backwards now, and the bounces between Naui and the safe really aren't helping too much. Here comes the hypercharge as well, and all members of Humble just raining down on this safe. Hypercharge super as well from Boss, gets so much damage through, and this is surely going to be done right now. Amber still burning through, and one more shot will do it. Humble takes set number 1.
That is the start the Humble wanted. And Semantic knows it's still pinning. He's mixing it up though as well as he goes. Don't know how many he's got to hand, but nonetheless, I'm sure there's plenty more where that came from. And Zeta have been in this spot time and time again, and they don't tend to always win that first set. They are able to bounce back from it, but the way that Humble are playing is just scary to me. You know, when you consider that Zeta had that nanny pick in that set and how much work that one single brawler alone did against BSC Gaming in the quarterfinals today, it wasn't the same story there. And Humble's accuracy and awareness to defense and getting that combination between a good offense, it's just very, very calculated stuff. And it would be fitting to me to see them continue what they started last month. Still early days, nonetheless, but for Humble, that was the perfect start to this grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really ask for anything else, can you? They just... First game, yeah, he got close at the end, but I think they were kind of knowing that they were still going to win towards the end, and that second game, it was just night and day difference. They just walked over them. Semantic playing a lovely Amber around that right-hand side. You know, he went from right all the way to the left to finish off that game, and all members of Humble just played absolutely incredible. Not to say that members of Zeta didn't play well, but it just kind of seemed like it wasn't the same Zeta who played this map earlier.
Yeah, it's a little bit of confidence, maybe a bit of the sort of wind out their sails, perhaps, but it's unusual because they did, like, you know, do well in that semi-final stages to persevere through, but it was a very long and grueling series, and that can take its toll even on the world champions. Everyone's got that level of stamina to bring to the table. And I just feel like the momentum so far has been Humble, you know, in their sort of 2024 journey in general so far. Nonetheless, Zeta, by even making the grand finals today, certainly, you know, put a lot of skeptics, you know, and shut those people down, because I was one of them, you know, going into the day. I thought maybe it'd just be another quarterfinals exit for them, and they proved me wrong, and again proved me wrong in the semifinals. And I love to see that. I love to have myself be corrected in that manner. But moving on to the second set, will Zeta bring this back? Can Humble continue their assault here? Is shooting Beatles for Hot Zone certainly one of the more unforgiving maps, Trav?
It really is. If you get spawn trapped once, the game can be over just like that. But we have been seeing some very good back and forward dueling Beatles through EMEA, and obviously the APAC region earlier as well. There was so many back and forwards on this map, and, you know, huge turnarounds and stuff like that. So I think it's a really, really intriguing map in terms of, like, being able to push out, and the amount of different brawlers that you can play on as well. I think it's really, really cool to see, whether that be throwers, you know, a bit of aggression, some defensive brawlers, tanks. I think you can pretty much play it all on dueling Beatles. So it's just really intriguing to see what these teams are going to be picking.
Tanky brawlers as well have shown their face a little bit here today. Rose is a consideration now, having received just a little bit of a tweak to her hypercharge rate, but certainly the heals, you know, Poco might have a place here now. It's coming into Ring of Fire, so Pam for Zeta though, and that makes a lot of sense to me. That was always my preferred one, but I said that earlier in Ring of Fire, and they were bringing in Poco. Ems for that very reason. I think that's a wise investment early on in this draft for Humble to try and deter Zeta from any of those tankiest ideas. Bans were Melody there, Angelo and Byron, and the Jesse, Gale, and Lou for Zeta. So already some solid bans for me. I was going to talk about Bella a little bit. I'm not overly certain. I mean, she's always been very good here, but it does worry me a little bit about the DPS output, and certainly with this map being quite lane decisively, how much value she can really get from the bounce shots as well. But the nest eggs definitely can delay a lot of the onset potential of the aggression from your opposition side, so I can understand it for sure. Let's see how Zeta respond.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I think, you know, Bell's kind of the logical response if you can't have Jesse, which is obviously something Zeta Division took into account. They wanted Pam before the draft even started, because they banned out Jesse, they banned out the Lou, and that kind of thing. We're just going to be feeding so much. They're going to take a Griff along with it. Seems like this is quite a... Like, I do really like the Griff. It's definitely going to be good against some of the more offensive brawls, whether it be tanks, whether it be something like Mortis, Assassins, that kind of thing. But it does feel, you know, a little bit old at this kind of point. And the same with Pam. I feel like that's kind of like a just a bit old rather than being played now. So we'll see what they do take as their last pick. But I do like the DPS that Griff can bring down, and you know, some of the defensive capabilities that Pam can really do when that Jesse's out of the way. Oh.
I was going to say it, but I thought it's a high-risk thing to do. As soon as you see Griff, it's like open up the right-hand side, and if you're going to do that, you're playing into a belt, so you've got to have something to match that kind of range. But I didn't think it was actually going to be the case. I thought they might steer from it because you lose control. It's very hard to retake with a Piper, even if you've got that right-hand side lane, you know, sort of completely opened up. And certainly with the ability for Humble to really kind of hard counter this, Semantic likes to bring in Miko from time to time on this very map. It'd be hard to have, especially with the recent nerf to Piper, not going to make much difference realistically in those close range encounters, but B, they're going to take it to that long range affair. And if I remember correctly, Luke, he is very good on it. Whether he'll be playing it or not, I'm not sure, but nonetheless, a brawler which has kind of come away from the meta recently, and I hate that because I love B. I think she's such a fun brawler to play competitively. Can really pack a sting in every single shot with the amplified shot. You know, it's able to eradicate a lot of obstacles, and the slowdown so effective here. I don't know. I thought that they might have gone maybe even like a Mr. P or something, just to really have something against that Piper other than that long range affair.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the B because it's going to be good against the Griff and Pam, right? They can just take a bit of a hit in this kind of Piper, Bell, B matchup, whichever they want to kind of use it on, just to have that advantage over the other lanes. Like Bell, I mean, B shouldn't really be losing against a Pam any day of the week until like maybe a turret's established or something like that. But I mean, Gero's just absolutely dominating this right-hand lane. Does get hit pretty hard there by Boss. A little bit of a lane swap as Semantic goes over to the right, and Bell will take this Pam.
Oh, good spray there from Boss. Finds Meow, and that's going to place Humble firmly on the zone. Now he's going to be boxed in here as well, and can't really place down a turret until he finds that positioning there for Meow, and Boss is there just kind of hovering over it anyway, so now it goes down, but 30% now already on the safe. Good taps from Gary. They're coming back in. He's got to find Semantic here cleanly, and it's not that. He's going to be able to survive in regardless here. The mark on there onto the Pam could do some work as well for Lukey.
Well, good control at the moment for Zeta, but it can quickly change just with a few taps, and especially with this mark on Pam. It's not going to be the easiest of things, but Griff, decent matchup here against that Ems in the mid. Should outrange her really, but the mark gets replaced onto him to try and help out that mid lane. Does have the super now, though, throws it out, and Boss takes some heavy fire. And once more, Pam pinching in, but jump away outwards. Semantic does well on the right-hand side, and Bell going to replace that mark once more onto Naui now. It's pretty much even.
What a tap there from Luke. He's surviving, and I thought Boss was going to go down shortly, and he managed to even get the trade. I mean, Humble really are making every moment count here. Now back on the zone, 70% and climbing. Gary forced back, and Meow low as well. Now he's marked up. There's not really a lot going here for Zeta, and the Nestic pop for Lukey falls, and that could be the time to be able to brace the mid for Zeta, but time is trickling down, and they're already at 50%. There's a lot to be done here for them.
Yeah, there really is, and I mean, now marked up on this left-hand side. Going to be tough for him to kind of survive for the rest of the game, which he will need to do if they want to win this one. But Semantic low over the right-hand side. No gadgets to be able to tank some shots either, and Meow just massively benefiting off this Pam heal station that's there. Boss needs to make a push with this super, try get something done, but if he does, Gero's surely going to pitch across. There's the Griff super, lovely. Hits Semantic too, but Lukey moving forward now as well. Hypercharge there, just pushing out. Super gets in, he hits both of them. Semantic so low and just holding the mid now. The B shot misses as well, which would have finished off now. They need to make a move, and they need to make it now, but Super's there from Boss. He gets taken down. Semantic's on, but so is Zeta. The jump though, 199 as he just slots on at the end, keeps them alive here.
1% is all that was in it. It came down to the wire at the end of that game. Oh my word, that is crazy. But we expect nothing less from a grand finals in the EMEA region. What a game for Zeta, but only by a sliver.
I thought the jump had thrown it, that's the thing, but Griff just got on at the end. Holding on then, Zeta take the first game of this hot zone set. Semantic takes some heavy fire and the gadget to follow up as well. Nothing to tank now, and he misses the big shot as well. The Boss moving forwards, 3 versus 1 in the mid there. There was Luke, he can't really pinch in, and Zeta establishing themselves early this time.
That's a great jump there from Gero. Nowhere to hide now for Humble. And I think Boss is at a disadvantage regardless, and now going to be even more so. He was doing great in that last game despite it. But this Griff matchup is punishing, and there you see again just how impactful it can be. Semantic all alone yet again, and just dwindling down as Zeta build up their control and their HP and their overall momentum. The last bit of cover blown to smithereens on the left-hand side now, and they're getting hunkered down.
I mean, this PAM healing station is just doing so much. Like, it just sat there stationary, but it's actually just unreal, and so is Gero at the moment as well. Just destroying the Humble side with this Piper. Got a jump available as well. I'm going to blow up that right-hand side, so Samantha's got absolutely nowhere to hide, and that should be a matchup that Gero should not lose. Forced out another gadget, but no homemade recipes of his own, but he doesn't even need them. Zeta continue this dominance, and he gets another. Gero cannot be stopped.
I mean, that is the power of a singular win match, and there's a night and day difference, really, isn't it, for Zeta? Not even 20% yet for Humble, and even if they do retake this mid, they can't drop any form of control. They're going to try for it. They find then Meow as well, but it's a trade 2 versus 2. The mark on to now, but the hills continue to pound in, and Zeta now surely will take this set. We're going to be all tied up, surely. I mean, it might go either way, but I just think there's surely enough time for Zeta to just jump on the zone of nothing else, right? I mean, it's got to be the case.
I hope so at this point, or something.
Curse is curse!
Maybe something extremely wrong will happen as Humble re-establish themselves on mid, but Gero has this matchup suit from Boss there as well to keep him low, and honestly might happen at this point with Boss here. They're going to need a pinch around the right, but Luki's just holding that so strong. Gero goes down, and now he's locked in spot.
No way are they doing this. Humble cannot be serious right now, but they are really doing it. Tapping then into the hypercharge as well. Now he's low, now he goes down. Humble are bringing it back, and they've actually gone and done it. Oh my goodness me. The odds were stacked so heavily against them, and they remained firm. Unreal scenes.
97% for how long, and they can't even get a toe on the zone. Complete lockdown from Humble. They want this set. They want to make it 2-0. They're taking it to Zeta Division, but they need another.
And you know me, I'm not one for calling things early. Even back in 2021 when Tyrant started with the Protesto pit, I said it's a bit soon for that. Oh my word, that was an incredible display there from Humble to fight back and really show some grit. I mean, I thought they had that in the bag, easy as pie. And Humble just keep fighting. I love that about their spirit.
Yeah, well, the PAM healing station is there, but Boss going to come forwards again and actually surely get the kill here, but a pinch coming in now. Gero's going to pick up his side. Homemade recipe goes towards the mid as well. Little nest egg in there, but Meow's going to be able to clean that one up nicely. Luki still surviving in mid. Gero wants this break, but doesn't want to feed too much. Just jumps away back to his side. Wants to take this 1v1 matchup that he's been so successful in all series long.
Well, hypercharge available for Luki, going to find then the mark onto Meow and try to find Naui because the bounces of the shots into the healing station is what he's really looking to achieve here. Luki as well, finalizing things on Naui, forcing the mark over. It's just so consistent. Look at the way his accuracy lands every single time. It just goes through how much healing that station is putting out, as now it's Semantic all alone, and Zeta gain a foothold in this mid yet again.
Well, wall and grass breaker there once more. Semantic uses that gadget, and Gero still hits the shots just before and after it. And now they've doubled the percentage that Humble had so early on. What a super from Griff. Luki the only one alive, and even the hypercharge can't help him land that super. Gero continuing to hit these shots. Naui and Meow bring them down. And a wall break once more. Well, not really a wall break. One piece of grass break as he baits out a few shots. But 13% is left. But I mean, who's to say that's a win at this point?
Humble did it once, can they do it again? I don't want to say it can't happen because anything can happen, but Zeta do claw it back now. And boy, oh boy, we have got a match on our hands. Oh my word, that set had it all.
Honestly, I do not know what happened in that second game. I'm going to have to go and rewatch it because 97%, I actually want to know how long it was on that percentage for that allowed Humble to come back. Like, how long they must have held that zone for. I mean, it was just the M's getting in that positioning and just sitting behind that wall, and eventually, you know, that pipe and having no homemade recipe left, having kind of no control, not being able to push up and pinch in that side that allowed them to do it. But it's a real team performance that Humble had. And I hate to say, you know, Zeta have won the set, but honestly, Humble in that set have won the hearts of probably the most.
Yeah, 100%. I couldn't have said it any better. I mean, you know, it just really was a commendable comeback, but it didn't avail to the set, and that's going to be a little bit disheartening going into knockout up next. They're really having to wipe that slate clean when it comes to your mental. Very, very tough to do under those kind of circumstances. You know, we're just a fraction, a sliver of a percentage here and there that really was the decision maker there. But I do remember they're seeing some super aggressive plays on hot zone towards the end of that match, where they were able to bring it back, going right into the deep areas of the spawn side. But I'm like you, I want to watch it back. I want to see, because I mean, again, it was such a clear win for me for going the way of Zeta. I just couldn't see how they could drop the ball and fumble it. But I mean, that's what inevitably managed to happen. It was such a strong lead, such an early lead for them as well. But what we remember, though, is that Zeta got the set regardless of all that back and forth. They are the ones that have tied things up now.
Such a close set and such a close series overall as well. I mean, look at that. That's the massive comeback that Humble managed to do. Ended on 197, but it was on 97 for so long. And I mean, honestly, regardless of how many shots Gero was hitting, regardless of how well he was playing, the Pam turret, 100% the MVP of this game. Like, genuinely, we can hit that many shots and still have me saying that I think a Pam turret does more than it. It's just crazy to me, but I'm saying it and I'm standing by it.
Yeah, no, I feel it really did. It really did pack the punch. And, you know, again, I think the Bell pick was still good for that reason, but ultimately your positioning really dictates where those bounce shots are going to hit and whether they're going to whistle down the turret. And for that reason, Zeta Division just really positioned themselves around that very thing. And 14 takedowns for Gero on that Piper pick, which I said, and I still stand by it, being a risky one at that. Ultimately, with the grip, it's probably the best chance of really having something like that work its way out. And it did, but it can be a tough thing to retake, and we saw that very thing play itself out when Humble were able to bring it back against all the odds. But now the odds are even going into knockout. Bells Rock up next for our third set. It is one set apiece between Humble and Zeta Division. It is so evenly matched right now. It can still go absolutely either way.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be slowing things down, though. Moving on to Knockout, moving on to Bells Rock. Shouldn't be as many engagements, and if there is, this is going to be possibly the best set to ever exist if there's as many engagements as the last game. But you'd imagine maybe we're going to see some throwers, some long range, and possibly, you know, Rico throw a few of these things, be able to bounce the shots around. But I do like Bells Rock. Definitely got a few different lanes and different matchups and different kind of feels about the map, which I do really enjoy.
Yeah, I like the way that this map has now been sort of molded and shaped. That middle area is not so punishing as it was. Like the Sprout ban here for me as well. That Brawler can really do a ton. And Byron first pick again. I think it's official, Trevor. I think we're now into a Byron meta, it seems a little bit, when it comes to that Brawler being valued so highly by the majority of not just everyone in the EMEA, but also the APAC region also. Melody, the Tick, as well as the Sprout banned by Humble, the Piper, the Angela, and the Gene banned by Zeta Division and Miko. I know that Humble want that particular Brawler, so I'm hoping on the side of Zeta they kind of preemptify it a little bit. Semantic is brutal when it comes to that particular Brawler, having a 67% ban rate and not banned in this instance.
Well, Bell comes in then for Zeta Division, keeping this kind of ranged affair at least somewhat, with Buster alongside it. Definitely has some good legs on this map, and you need the range if you're playing against a Byron. You kind of expect something that the Byron's going to be healing coming in as well. Obviously can play alone, can just take a lane if need be, but when you pick that Byron, you kind of expect something to come along with it that's going to be running into people's faces. It's going to be requiring that healing. So we'll see if that's something that Humble do go for. They're going to opt to go for the Rico for now, and I know you're going to be pretty pleased about that.
Always pleased. Always happy with it. Certainly as well, you know, with the gadget now being such a great spot for the bounces, you know, it's a good deterrent as well of those kind of like brawlers that really counter it heavily, like the Edgars, you know, like the Mikos and stuff like that as well. So, but you know, definitely not the easiest of brawlers to get the value from early on as well. So Zeta's playing it a bit safer. The Buster's definitely bold, but you know, if you just buy down the clock and get to that overtime scenario, I think Buster can do so much. And just the gadget as well, being able to bring everyone into play. RT now has a much better place since the rework of that gadget now. You know, it's going to be that ability to go on the aggressive, but also come back and defend somewhat with the out of line now, instantly charging your super, as opposed to what it did previously, which was very little. Now it really has a place, and I can understand it. Brock going to be the final brawler on the cake. for Zeta, and that's always been a solid pair of hands in pretty much every mode in which we see it.
Yeah, I mean, you really can't complain at a Brock. That's the thing. No matter kind of what map and where it's played, you can't be too sad about having it, and especially when you're playing the ranged affair against, you know, against the Rico, against the Byron, against the RT, it's going to be pretty decent no matter who it plays against. I'm a little bit worried about this Buster though. It's going to have to go aggressive, or it's going to just be a bit of a waste for Zeta Division. It's going to be a more of a hindrance than a help.
What side are you facing in terms of like your thoughts here? Like, what side do you think's got the edge? For me, like Humble's is definitely a bit more relevant, a bit more now, a bit more recent, whereas I think Zeta's going more traditional kind of ideas. I mean, the Brock doesn't have the best of win rates. I mean, pretty abysmal win rates, to be fair, at 35%. Busts are a lot higher, but it's relatively even for the most part, I feel.
I mean, it all depends on how the Buster plays, to be fair. Like, Jay, if the Buster plays really well, then I think that Zeta will probably scrape it, but if Humble just keep out the way, allow it to kind of, you know, the other lanes win and then focus down on the Buster afterwards, and I think they'll be pretty fine throughout it. But at the moment, it is Humble who have the majority of control of the map, but not really finding too many connections, so can still bounce back nicely on the side of Zeta.
That's the thing I'm referring to with Rico. It's hard to get that early value and that very thing playing itself out. But Luke is keeping down Naui, allowing Boston Semantic to really aggress that right-hand side and keep both Gero there as well back. Meanwhile, though, the heal's coming in onto Boss, much needed. He's pretty low now, but now the gas coming in, forcing Zeta's hand now. Now he gets the gadget off onto Lukey, but Lukey survives on 2 versus 2 now as the trade is there. And this could be danger for Humble.
Oh, bouncing back around that corner as well, shutting Lukey off beautifully and cleaning up the RT. Lovely stuff there from Zeta Division to kind of turn that around, because for the most part, it seemed like Humble were ahead. They were in a better position. They had them kind of pinned in spawn, at least the long-range affairs. And then towards the end, Zeta do just start to bounce back, and you kind of expect that with a Buster, especially when he gets his shield. But he does have his shield earlier. I'm intrigued to see if they go for a little bit of a different approach now.
Oh, there, the takedown from Boss. Makes it a 3 versus 2, and that was not the plan for Zeta here. Now he's just going to stay sat there and just wait himself down to the final moments, but if they can just find a way to get a little bit of a shred of that Rico connection, but they can just focus entirely onto Gero and make him low as, like, look at that. I mean, like, he's down to 1,975, and that almost was, so now Luke can find a bit more of an angle onto now if he closes the gap here just a little bit. Still coming up to show, but the super down will land, and that is a huge tap that sees his demise.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there coming in from Humble. Great pinch, and Semantic just finding the hit on him. Knew he was going to have to move out the way when Lukey used that super, but Gero just staying out the way, not feeding anymore. Boss already got his, but Lukey and Semantic were searching for theirs. Does have the hypercharge, but the question is, with this hypercharge, do you even want to use it?
Yeah, that is the thing. I mean, if you got it, why not? I mean, it's very visually impressive, if not for them, for the viewers. But certainly, one of the hypercharges that's a bit more on the weaker side of things. Looks a lot scarier than it actually tends to do when it lands. So, whoa, look at Lukey. Look at Lukey lining up the taps. And Boss coming in there with the final blow there, with a Hack's gadget there to finalize things off. And that's a huge advantage now for Humble. They're 3 versus 2. And that's what they were in the last round. They were able to finalize that really nicely. So, can they do it again?
Yeah, brilliant stuff once more from Humble, but now he's still sitting in this position. Got a hit there. Semantic might be able to get a super off. It actually does. Has his super now, so can splash down on Naui and just kind of keep him in this position, locked in. Maybe we'll want to save it towards the end, possibly use it on the Brock, but the Brock using a little bit of a rotation all the way around here, and this is leaving him susceptible to some great bounces coming in from the Rico. I mean, now he can't do a lot here, and it's a 3v1. This is not going to end well for the side of Zeta Division, and Humble take game number 1 at Bell's Rock.
Clean stuff. Very, very clean there for Humble. Held their own, and Lukey was just phenomenal on that Rico pick. It's a dangerous thing against the Buster, you know. Buster's a very scary brawler to go into the map on Bell's Rock, and I think they handled it the right way. And Zeta can't afford to go too overly aggressive in those early moments, but it was really, for me, Boss that was just opening up things on that right-hand side every single time, really, and that allowed the 3 versus 2, and that's what gave Humble that first game lead. But now it's up to Zeta to have a response here, and that might not be the easiest of things to do.
I mean, Zeta started well in the last one, so maybe they'll be able to start well again and kind of try and actually get another one of these rounds in the bank, but so far, Boss doing a good job over this round side. Clearly, Meow's done a good job as well, because he's got his super already. And a nest egg placed down on the floor, waiting for Boss to maybe trip over that. But now, as I said, you know, it seems like a bit of a hindrance rather than a help at this point. It's just sat there, and it's a 2v3 for the rest of the game.
Heals over to Boss, who is marked up. That is somewhat of a concern for sure. Gero though as well. The poison trickle. Will he falter down? Will he go down? 376 and not quite there, but Luke, he can smell it. He knows to try and land the taps. And now he's going to come in for the save, but it's Boss that still clears on the right-hand side. Gero finds the connection there and does find the kill, but it's still a 2 versus 1. And can he be able to find something here? It's going to be a tough ask for sure. Luke, he sealed it very confidently so as well. And Humble are 1 round away from a set.
Yeah, a little bit worrying for Zeta Division now, as they just haven't really done anything in this set. And compared to the last set where they had such good games, it doesn't really seem like this is something that they're going to be able to win, especially when now he just sat here constantly. Super comes out from Lukey, possibly a little bit of a waste, did get a tad of damage, but not really anything to write home about.
Well, also that shield gear is so tanky as well. They can really push back on that right-hand side yet again. Rocket Rain is available, and that might be something that, I mean, Luke is the squidgiest of the group. They can land that. Oh, look at that as well. So much damage spray, but now he's incredibly low here. Forced into the mid. As Semantic comes through with a gadget, doesn't quite find a connection. Nonetheless, the aggression is all Humble still. Gero goes down there. 3 versus 2 now. Connection onto Boss. Oh, the Alters overly aggressed as well, making it a 3 versus 1, and Zeta are crumbling. Humble staying firm, and the set goes their way.
I mean, that was lovely from Humble. You can't fault them for it at all. Nothing special, nothing flashy, just get the job done. And that's what matters at the end of the day. It doesn't matter if you do it in an incredible manner or kind of just, you know, keep it slow. Let them kind of play against themselves by just having a Buster sit there for the entire set. And that's kind of something that Zeta Division really needed to be more aware of. And Humble genuinely played that so well, pinching in when they mattered, and even literally just Boss winning his right-hand lane every single time.
Lukey as well. I mean, the whole squad today, just everyone is doing their bit. They are so united in that regard, and that's what makes a great team. It's fantastic to watch. Humble are coming out on top more often than not so far in this series, but we've seen it go the whole distance plenty of times today already. Let's see whether Zeta have got an answer, as this is slowly starting to fade against them. Humble are looking great. They are looking the best they've ever looked. I said that coming into it, and it remains to be the same. They don't seem deterred by the fact that they are facing up against the world champions. And why would they? They knocked out the world champions last month in the quarterfinal stages, so they know that they can do it. It's just whether they can do it in the grand finals, in the April monthly finals. That is the question.
Yeah, and I mean, Humble, they're just on top of the game at the moment. I don't think, you know, any team can really compete against them. They've beaten SK, they're beating Zeta. I mean, you can't really ask for much more at that point. You know, how do you win a monthly final? You beat the best teams, and that's exactly what they're doing. 2-6-5 for the side of Humble, where Zeta Division got the 1-2-1. I mean, you know, Buster's still managing somehow to have more kills than Brock and Bell, and almost the same DPS as a Bell on this map is just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I said Boss was doing work on the right-hand side. I mean, that's the stats to prove it. 6 takedowns for him, and Lukey as well on 5. Semantic just behind, but nonetheless, the heal's so important on that map as well. Keeping everyone in the mix, I think, goes a long way there. It's just looking dangerous. I think Zeta need to get a winning draft here. Well, there's no question about it. If they don't, they go home at the final hurdle. But hey, that's better than going home at the first hurdle like it was back in March. Rustic Arcade for Gem Grab. Such an important set for both of these two sides. Will it go the whole distance? Can Zeta cling on? Or will Humble end it here and claim their first monthly finals win as an organization ever in the BSC? Again, that reminder, 36% on event.brawlstars.com did not have faith in Humble. The 64% with the world champs. You can't blame it. You can't hate it. I mean, the majority would more or less be sided with the world champions, let's be honest. But it's not looking that straightforward so far.
I mean, sadly, I am part of the majority at the moment. So, I mean, for me and the other 66% of people who voted Zeta Division, you know, let's hope they pull through and at least take it to a set number 5 so we can see some more great gameplay. But I expect nothing less off this map. We've had some wonderful stuff today on this map. Some of the best games, some of the best series have been on Rustic Arcade. Bands of 8-Bit Piper, I believe it was. They're picking Byron as their first for the side of Humble. 8-Bit Piper and Melody. On the other side, 8-Bit Angelo. Their first pick is the Ruffs. And their last ban will be the Melody as well.
You nice to see Ruffs, isn't it, coming back a bit more into the equation in the EMEA. It's definitely a tough map, can get outranged a little bit, but the sandbags certainly with Gene coming back and having such a hypercharge, I'm sure we'll kind of get a look later down the lines as well. Does make a lot of sense here. Hyper band, Melody band, and 8-bit as well on both sides. Angelo and the Melody again leaves a lot of options actually for those longer ranged affairs. Certainly for me, I think Meg's going to be a consideration here, but the Bell might deter that now somewhat a little bit. Able to mark up, and Zeta kind of getting ahead of this draft somewhat in that regard. I quite like it. I really do quite like it here. For Humble, you have to reconsider maybe a little bit what they were maybe thinking about in this mid, but now he's still available as well. Those long-range brawlers can certainly make some things happen.
And Meg as well through the mid is just incredible. Amber's going to be picked up then by the Humble side, and they do have their last pick now, as Zeta will flip back to them for their final one after this. Humble definitely, I feel like they've still got to pick up a mid. You can't really play Byron down the mid on his own. I think he's a bit susceptible at that point. But maybe a Meg will go quite well in hand with Byron through that mid, to be honest. So intrigued to see if that's what they do kind of choose to take. Still, I feel like they're a bit susceptible down the lanes, if that's the thing. If you're just constantly healing up this Meg, you're not going to hold the lane too much. And they do go with the Meg. So I don't hate this comp, but I do feel like they're going to have quite a lot of lane pressure.
Yeah, they're fully committing. You can smell it coming, but they are staying with it. I think it's a great pairing, and it's a question of whether this Bell's going to be doing enough to that Meg to force her out of mech, and what the response is going to be, because Avis banned here, and that would have been a fantastic thing to have in that mid. Bell's clearly going to be taking that role. Lane side, Ham, I don't know. I mean, they're pairing, obviously, for the sake that they've got the Bell on their side, so it makes sense. There's less of a counter to it, but I don't know. I mean, we saw how much the healing can make a massive difference when it came to a hot zone. I think the question for me is, in this map, is it designed the same kind of way? Obviously, you can put it behind those kind of corner blocks left and right hand side, and can do certainly a good amount of healing. But is it going to provide the value for Zeta here that they need?
Honestly, I don't think we can ever. After that hot zone set, I don't think we could ever question the PAM again.
Yeah.
I have to be proved wrong until I can, but it's actually going to be down the mid as well. Playing this Bell down the lane. Little scraps are coming through there to take some Semantics ammo and bring it back to himself. Good connections from Meow there as well to shoot on the Meg and keep him a little bit further back, and that's 3 gems already. Couple off the side of Humble, bear in mind as well, and already a power-up for him too.
All alone now, though, and the ricochet there between Semantic and Lukey was devastating. Lukey's going to have to respawn back in now, and now Semantic forced out of mech. Getting some good taps onto Gary, keeping him low, and might be back into mech as quickly as that. Gets the takedown as well. Back into mech. What a play from Semantic. Gets the heals as well, and now in such an aggressive spot for the gems. It's the story that is yet to be told. We need to see them go more into the side of Humble, more control, and they're starting to do just that.
And Pam just sticking on Meg so well as well. Does use the swipe there onto the turret. He's just going to maybe continue walking him down, and honestly, I don't know if that's the right play, because he's just going to give him mech straight away yet again, and Semantic back in mech once more, ready to fight this one out, and during that time, Lukey's picking up 4.
Some good time served in the mid. I think that's a wise super for Lukey just to ensure it. Keeps his HP in check, and now almost evened out the scoreline in terms of the gems. Gary got hypercharge as well, so as soon as he gets super, you can guarantee that mark is going to be heading the way. Maybe of Semantic, but possibly Lukey as well. He's got options in that regard, but now the poison trickling down somewhat. As Humble finds some momentum here, the heal's going to be wondrously there for Zeta now, and there's the hypercharge on Semantic, and immediately forced out of mech. Great stuff from Zeta.
Boss pushing around now, should be able to get this down, and with the pinch of Byron, it's going to be a tough position for him to be in, but they do take Amber out, and a super once more for Meow. He's going to throw it over there, try find Gero with it. Another gem picked up along the way, and Semantic just fighting for this mech back against Meow now, but a bounce from the mid onto him is not going to help him out too much.
He'll get the 8th. And healing up as well along the way, as well as Boss now. And Gary's utilizing that supply drop. Meow takes down the left-hand side there onto Semantic, and his countdown for Zeta. They've got to get that gem, and they can't contest it. Now there could be enough time. If now he burns down with a healing station in just the nick of time as well. But 2 gems will spawn in this mid. They've got to get though Gero and the mid, and they can't do both. They've got to just choose between them and go on the aggressive. There's not going to be enough time here. Zeta on the defense. The gems are dropped, and they're staying alive here, Trav.
I mean, Ruffs genuinely couldn't have got the kill against the Amber at a better time. It was just, he fell as soon as those gems started landing in the mid. And then they just walked up and picked them up with real no issues until, obviously, he kind of was forced to put his healing turret down on defense and just to keep himself up and ensure that they couldn't get it reset from the mid. But we'll see if Zeta Division are able to force this to a set number 5 of Humble. Want to kind of finish it off now.
I think it makes a lot of sense keeping Semantic away from the mid early on. They might choose to swap though and force him forwards into it. They are going to do that, so they don't want to face up against the PAM. They want to ensure that they can just use that tankiness to push forwards with the Byron. I think that kind of makes sense. They've got to make an adaptation, that is for sure, and I think that makes some sense. Gary's being forced back massively so now. Boss coming now into the equation, full HP for him, and it's a much better start for Humble already. 3 gems to 2. Now he's going to drop 1 as well. Boss continuing the aggression. They might be able to go for it, but Gary comes in with huge taps there. Semantic now marked up as well. They can't get the gems on the side of Humble. They remain safe with Zeta, but that is a lot of time spent in the mid already for Humble. 5 gems now to their head.
I mean, if you're going to mark up a Meg like this, you've got to ensure that they're not getting mech and getting off that mark instantly, which is exactly what he's done. Straight away, as soon as he's marked, he's just back into mech, no mark, and he's got 8k HP once more. But Gero playing against his side now. I feel like Zeta were kind of just given up on trying to switch the lanes constantly, as it was kind of maybe confusing them a bit and allowing Humble to get all of the gems along the way, which is clearly what they've done. It's 7-2 so far.
Yeah, Humble bought a lot of time. But now the healing station's in the mid, well, taken care of now, but no doubt about it. Now he'll be on to the next one very shortly. They are bringing this one back, and the supply drops now is where things start to get interesting for Zeta. Now he's souped up, and Meow can just get another one over there on the right-hand side. Hypercharge on Semantic, 7 gems, potentially about to drop here. If he's out of mech, he's vulnerable to it, but surviving on now. The shield as well. Should be able to go on the aggressive and maybe find a kill here on Gary. 92 HP, and a takedown to the middle of Lukey might change the momentum shift here, as Zeta's still doing a pretty decent job of holding off this countdown on the side of Humble.
I mean, is that a couple gems back in spawn there for Zeta Division as well? I think they've got 2 in spawn still.
2.
So 7-9 pretty much, no, 8-9 now. Make that 10 if they pick these 2 up, start the count, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Force Humble's hand to come over their side for the gem. Or at least it's the last gem, and they've still got a turret, they've still got something that they can tank and pick up with, and this one behind them still going strong as well. Now I'm going to throw the turret forwards. Does he know it's going to come? And there's Semantic falling out of mech. Perfect with his hands, and there goes Lukey too. Pop! All of Humble fall, and Zeta Division take set number 4, pushing it all the way to the 5th and final.
That was a perfect display of timing there from Zeta. They knew exactly where that gem was going to spawn. They had the utility for it. The support was there, and they forced the hand of Humble, taking it all the way to the 5th and final set. The Zeta curse has still remained so far in terms of how they've left the process so soon in this quarterfinals, but they always win in the grand finals. This is the only way to ensure that storyline remains to be the same. We're going to go all the way today. It's going to Brawl next, and that is where Zeta stand a great chance of bringing things back.
I mean, there was just certain moments where Zeta just played it better. Yes, Humble had their moments. They made some really good plays, and I think all the swapping that they were doing at the start was really benefiting them massively in that second game, at least. But at a certain point, Zeta just kind of accepted, you know what, all right, fine, just keep on swapping, because whilst they were swapping, they were picking up gem after gem after gem, and Humble really just couldn't keep up with them. Some good moments though from Humble, but in the end, Zeta Division just played it better. They timed things better, managed the gems better, and in the end, they just kind of forced the hand of Humble to move forwards as that last gem came through, and the healing station was enough for them to secure it.
I think Semantic played a fantastic game in that right-hand side lane, but ultimately for me, Zeta were in a tough spot going into that set. I mean, there's a lot of pressure riding on their shoulders for sure, but Gero on a bell at 335 DPS, that is very commendable, it's got to be said, and they're very much evenly split between Naui and Meow as well. I mean, Semantic on the 1 kill, I mean, yeah, you were playing mech, you're not necessarily be getting all the kills. Keeping that suppressive fire is more important, but his aggression for me was really what shone through. But Humble, this is now tough. This is really, really difficult now to keep their eyes on this prize and get this next draft really be a winning one for Zeta. I mean, that's exactly how you want to be going into the 5th set, on the back of a win in the 4th.
I can't believe you didn't just mention that the stats were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as well. I was screaming. I was like, what's going on? Semantic with 1, Boss with 2, Luku with 3, Gero now 4, 5, and 6. I was like, oh god. Absolute domination there from Zeta Division, and Humble just really couldn't keep up with the amount of kills that they were getting. But center stage, Brawl is going to be where the deciding set is played, and it's a very, very big one for both of these teams. Can Humble get their first monthly final win, or can Zeta Division get their first win of 2024 at least, as they have won many before?
What an important time to get this right. Certainly the tanky brawlers, the healing-based brawlers, the speed-based brawlers on this map will be so unforgiving. I think Zeta have been a bit more experimental when it comes to their drafts today. We saw the sandpick coming into safe zone and did some great work. And that's the problem, which hasn't been the most frequent of ones to see. Ash as well, we've not really seen that come forwards. I think that Max has got to be a higher priority for me, and maybe Sandy, but Sandy being banned. A first pick Shelly from Zeta. I think that says quite a lot already. The ban's being Nita, the Poco there as well. Stu coming in for Humble. And the Standing was the other band. The Surge band's a bit weird. Jesse and Amber coming in for Humble. Quick draft here.
Yeah, well, Surge and Amber, I don't know if I like a Shelly first pick though. Really not sure about that one, regardless of all the grass. And I mean, obviously that's why they brought the Amber in, say goodbye to all the grass. And Shelly's just gonna kind of be stood watching. And I don't know if that's the first pick that I'd really go for any day of the week, no matter what the map. But Zeta Division clearly have a plan, and they clearly want to be able to execute it, Buster along with it, and they're just going full out.
I think Buster's really dangerous. I think that that's a brawler which can just pretty much, more often than not, guarantee a kill. So in the hands of Zeta, it's definitely a very, very dangerous thing. I'm not gonna lie, the slow-mo replay just sucking everyone in and just allowing you to have free shot on goal. This is looking dangerous. Charlie, yeah, I mean, that's a really great comp from Zeta. They can choose to kind of like break open everything and allow Charlie to do its thing, build up the shielding with Buster along the way. Humble have got a real task on their hand here to be able to counteract this.
Yeah, they do. And I mean, obviously it was going to be the Charlie as a pick if they didn't pick it themselves, right? So it definitely makes sense from Zeta Division. I just kind of question the rest of what they've got going on. Shelly and Buster, once the grass is gone, and if they pick something, I was gonna say to counter attack, they're gonna go with the tank themselves, Ash, for the side of Humble. And I mean, that's something that Charlie should be able to shut down, and same with Shelly,
yeah.
So I'm intrigued to see how this one plays out. Not a draft that I can say I've ever seen before, but still very intrigued to see how this plays out, especially for a set 5, risks being taken left, right, and center from both teams.
I think we saw Lanam play Ash last month, but I could be wrong if it was this map or another. If it's definitely Brawl Ball, I can be really good on this map, but into the comp that Zeta are running here, I don't know whether it's as warranted. I mean, Shelly's going to have a great time with it. I think Charlie can just shut it down immediately with the cocoon, and I mean, look at this immediately. Look at that. Look at that. Now he's just punishing it, and straight off the bat, I mean, that's why Shelly first pick compared to Ash last pick, it's gonna do things like that.
I mean, Boss gonna get taken down the right here as well, pulled back, and this is a goal straight away. Walking, he doesn't even catch the ball there either. Nowie leaving it very late there, but I mean, 2 of them against the 1, and there's still gonna be enough to force that one in. And Zeta, I'm sorry I questioned you.
I mean, that's an opening statement, if there ever was one. Spiders coming in from the right-hand side now as Mal closing the gap onto Luki. What can they do in this position? It's going from bad to worse, and this is going to be a game in about 45 seconds for Zeta Division. Humble weren't even in the question in that game.
Why do I even question them? Like, at this point, I should just never question Zeta's comps because they just work. The amount of adaptations Humble need to make to even stand a chance in this second game of Brawl Ball is just absolutely massive. So if they manage it, huge props to Humble, but at the moment, Zeta Division just walk over them.
Shelly pick, I mean, is it the fact that, Humble picking the Ash as the last pick into it is the problem? I mean, there's definitely other choices. Pass through to Semantic though, and there is the gadget there from Geru. Very important time for slow-mo replay because that could have been a goal for me. Okay! Oh my goodness, but you did not just do that! Absolutely disgusting!
I mean, it's incredible from Luki, but Zeta, they just stood watching. Like, now he's got a super next to him. I mean, he's saving it for right now where he absolutely dominates Semantic, and they're just pushing forwards. Should be a kill over the right-hand side as well, but Boss does manage to hold on just a little bit. But a hypercharge and super should be enough to force this one in. Now he's there, and he's just going to walk this one in, surely, not waste any of it. And that's something big to hold on for the next hypercharge and super for Shelly. Going to be difficult for Humble to deal with.
Semantic just needs to avoid Nowie at all costs. He just keeps walking into him. What are you expecting to happen here? Let's see now. Humble hanging on by a slither. One singular goal, and this is Zeta's April monthly finals in the bag. Gary pushing forwards. Nowie the hypercharge finds Semantic. Huge connection. Can Meow get the ball in time? He finds one. Luke with defense. The ball away.
What a clearance straight to his teammate who was coming out the cocoon. That's incredible there from Humble. But Zeta still on top. They've got bush control. They're still here. So Mancy's going to throw down some rats, which are going to get absolutely demolished by Gera there in one shot. But Meow in a 2v1 over this round side can't really hold on too well. But Clay Pigeon and the last Clay Pigeon from Naui just going to leave him a bit stranded in the end here. But now pushing forwards. Boss gets dragged back and Semantic pretty low on the right hand side. Hypercharge used as well, pushing this ball forwards. Luki's going to need something special. Cocoon there, straight onto the Ash. The Super, the Wall Break, and Zeta Division are the April monthly final champions.
The world champions back on top. It wasn't their time last month, but April is Zeta's redemption arc complete. Again, they either go out in the quarters or they bag themselves a win in the grand finals. It's always been that way and it remains that way for Humble. Definitely a tough defeat. The second grand finals appearance and coming up short again, but going the distance this time around. There's definitely a movement happening in their storyline. No question in my mind they will get a grand finals win this year, but it will not be April. Zeta Division, what a way to turn around the expectations of this region, because they've had a big question mark on their heads this year, and they've now been able to turn around and put everyone else in their place.
Yeah, I mean, 2 seconds for Humble, it's nothing to cry about. They've played incredibly well throughout these first 2 months and put themselves in a dream of a position for the rest of the teams in Europe in terms of rankings. But Zeta Division do take this win. They take the April monthly finals all the way back to Poland with them. But that is just absolutely huge for them. And you know, you said it yourself, they either get destroyed in the quarters or they go and win. They just don't lose finals.
I think that's going to be definitely on my mind when it comes to predictions in the future. I'm just going to go with that every time. If Zeta are in the grand finals, predict Zeta to win it. I mean, you know, what a absolutely incredible win when you consider the emotions of today, the back and forth affair that we've seen. Now he on that Shelly pick, 9 takedowns, and I'm sure about 4 of them were Semantic. I mean, great stuff, 432 DPS for him. And, you know, I think that for me, there was a chance for sure, but when Humble dropped the Ash, it just didn't make much sense, you know? I mean, it does for that particular map, and for all intents and purposes against another comp, for sure. Ash can have a great time there, and has done already this year in the BSC, but it just did not make sense into that Shelly, and that might be something that Humble will look back to regret.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be pretty down about that position. Coming into that 4th set, Humble were an absolute dream of a position, but they just couldn't keep up with Zeta in these last couple. Naui going to be the MVP of this match then, and it just seems like a recurring thing at this point. Give Naui any brawler and he'll make it look incredible. That man is an absolute machine, and Zeta Division do take this win. So absolutely massive for them points-wise, because if you start a year losing in the quarters, you start to question yourself, but bouncing back like that is something that Zeta Division just do best.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head. Really, you have, because, you know, that's what makes me very concerned for teams like, you know, for esports, for example, because they're not really on that leaderboard in a way which we'd expect them to be. For Zeta, you know, if they had another quarterfinals exit, much how we saw Reply Totem today, you know, that could have placed them very much in a perilous spot when it comes to that leaderboards. But now, able to breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. Still a lot of work to be done. You know, plenty of things for them to iron out along the way, but, you know, it wouldn't have been the same year in the BSC without seeing Zeta show some signs of dominance, you know, somewhere down the line. You expect that from world champions, you know, like that is now that kind of additional, you know, thing on their shoulders to have to maintain. But they brought it back and they proved a lot of people wrong here today.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, huge stuff from both of these teams. Humble going to be a little bit upset with second, but at the end of the day, they're always going to be. But you can't be too sad about that kind of position. Second place is definitely nothing to be too sad about, and especially, as I said, in terms of European standings, they're going to be top.
Yeah. It's looking good. Ready, set, welcome back to the casting desk. And, you know, from the sidelines, what were your thoughts on that one? Where did it go wrong for Humble? Was it all down to that final draft in that 5th set?
I honestly would attribute it there. I mean, look, they're trading shots back and forth, and it's understandable that you get like 2-0'd in that 4th set. But honestly, set number 5, I think they had a chance to grab it all and fell just short, which is, I mean, look, they didn't really miss too much today. Having it happen that last set is simply unfortunate.
Yeah, as well, back in the hot zone as well. I mean, that B pick for me was a little bit on the weaker side of things for Humble, but what an amazing set that was. We can't forget that one in a hurry. Let's take a look back as well today at the bracket. What an eventful day it has been in EMEA, Trav. Talk us through the storylines for today.
Yeah, well, SK Gaming started off strong, beating Reply Totem, and you kind of expect them after that to go all the way, just like they did last time, but they got cut short by Humble in those semi-finals after Humble had beaten FA Kebab. Obviously, they moved on to the finals. Zeta Division started things off against BC Gaming, convincing. 3-0 was quite fast. Oceanus on Stream B played against Eclipse Esports and beat them 3-1. Zeta Division then took it in a close 3-2 against Oceanus, and then Zeta Division won the finals against Humble 3-2. A lot of 3-2, 3-3-2s today, all from the semi-finals onwards, so it kind of seemed like the right teams moved on.
Yeah, very close mergers all the way through today. I do believe that we've got Geru on the line now for an interview as well, and I cannot wait to chat to that man. Welcome, Geru, to the interview of the end of the stream. It's a very long day for you, but congratulations on persevering, becoming the April monthly finals champions. I want to bring it back around to last month, where going into the monthly finals, you know, were you feeling pressure as the world champions of 2023?
Hello, Ark. So first of all, thank you, and it's my pleasure to be here. I would say that there is nothing better for a man than constantly growing competition and facing new challenges. So I'm grateful for that lesson. And yeah, we definitely have drawn the conclusions, and as you see, came back stronger.
That's my takeaway as well. You know, you had some challenges and you worked through them as a team. I want to touch as well on the organization and on the squad as a whole. How has it been this year? Because obviously Inso now parting ways. Has that been an additional challenge for you guys?
Well, so with my utmost respect to Inso, he was not in charge of drafts last year, so it didn't really affect us too much, I would say. And yeah, like everything went according to the plan.
It's great to see you guys back on top in this region. Looking ahead to the months to follow, what are you going to be working on as a squad? You know, and how are you finding the recent balance changes in terms of the meta?
Well, we only had like 5 days to prepare all of the picks for monthly finals, and I think that it was a decent challenge for us, but we are known for adapting very quickly, and it turned out to be great for us.
Wow, what a month it was for you, Geru. Massive congratulations once again to you and all the boys. Is there anything you'd like to say before we sign off? Any shout-outs for you to give?
Well, so thank you to my teammates, as it's my first multi-finals interview. Of course, to Zeta Division and to all of the players that came to bootcamp in Stuttgart. It was very nice to talk to them, and yeah, hopefully we come back next month.
Fantastic stuff, Geru. All the best, and we look forward to seeing you again in the grand finals. Go and celebrate, mate. There you go, the man, the myth, the legend, Trav there, Geru, and I think did pretty well for his first interview. It's very scary stuff when you're, faced off with me, and I speak, with a British accent, and as we know, Ready Set, we know how hard that can be to understand.
I don't know why you do that silly accent. I mean, just talk normal for once, honestly. Make it easier on the guy, Geru, a man who carefully plans every single word. No ums or any of that. Maybe we ought to take some notes from the guy.
I know that I certainly do. As we go into the regional leaderboard, a great nice segue away from that. And look at how the standings are shaping form. Trav, what do you notice there?
Well, actually, SK Gaming's still in first. I didn't think this would be the case at all, but Humble coming in second. Zeta Division going to be third. Oceania slotting down in that fourth spot. BC Gaming, Eclipse, Esports, Reply Totem, and Foot Esports still hanging on in their 8th place. Haven't actually moved today, down in 8th.
I don't know how, actually, to be completely honest. But perhaps, you know, with VNE Sporting there as well, probably their sort of contendership there in the qualifying stage is not able to really show much. And obviously, it's disbanding now in terms of their roster. Makes some sense. But Humble, a second place on the leaderboard. You've got to remember that, you know, this organization still chasing a monthly finals win, you know, let alone like a world finals appearance. I think they're in a commendable spot above the world champions still. Oceanus Gaming, you know, I really hope to see more from them in the coming months. BC Gaming, Eclipse, our Reply Totem as well. Let's see how they fare in the months to come. But we've got our play of the day ready set. Talk us through the action.
Oh, this is absolutely brilliant. Check this out. Humble in Zeta Division. What a match this was. And such a comeback, too. When this happened, I was pretty much losing my mind. And you were actually quite quick to call this arc like, there's no way they bring it back. But the Caster's Curse might have willed it into existence. Humble simply locked down control and did not permit Zeta Division to emerge from these sort of nooks and crannies that they found themselves in. Naui in particular was locked on the left side, even found a moment to heal up and was immediately shoved back in the locker, essentially by the bully and boss. Semantic and Lukey kept things going on the right side as well. And now this is when things got pretty hairy. Zeta Division had that 2v3 matchup as they need to close things in, but Humble still managed to bring it back. I said that if they run the Brawlies again this year, this is definitely like a contender, definitely a nominee for Play of the Year, because what a hold.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I mean, you say quick to call it. Do you notice how many seconds passed? How long it took for that to actually be a win? I mean, come on, mate. Anyone can see that should have been, in my opinion, it should have been a Zeta win. They should have finalized that up. But credit to Humble, cannot take a thing away from them because they were able to bring things back into the eye of the storm. I mean, how often do you ever see a turnaround like that, Trav?
You just don't. You don't really see anything like that. I think it was just sort of 90% to 40. 60 consecutive % before a team gets 3, or even like a chance to get 3 and push them back a little bit. It's just absolutely incredible. I think they held it for like 45 seconds consecutively. It's just absolutely crazy. But at the end of the day, you know, Zeta still managed to win the set, but that's got to be a bit of a hit to the heart after you lose that.
Yeah, mind-blowing stuff. We're now at the halfway point for monthly finals this month in the BSC, and more tomorrow from the South American region starting from 12 p.m. BRT. Mark that in and make sure that you're on event.brawlstars.com early for those predictions. You're going to want to get those in. It's always a fun time. And hey, if you like Mr. P, you're probably going to see a lot of it there because it just got a very sizable buff, and that region loves it more than any other. But as far as EMEA is concerned, that is a wrap. What a month it's been. From myself, from Ready Set, from Trav, it's goodbye for now. See you tomorrow for the SA region. Left-hand side, Bruce Bear as well. Meows or Super gets the pawn to Salty. It's now just Zeta. Ball trickles over the line. 2 versus 1, and our Chaos is down to 1,249 HP. Can he do something magical? No! SK Gaming will proceed to the semi-finals.
Pocketed in the left, jump from Lukey, over to Semantic, but blocked. Yoshi doesn't have enough gas in the tank to finish it off, and Semantic secures the win. The celebration on cams as they take down last month's rivals.
Meow Bay, not by able to find the kill here, but he's taking his time for it. Now he finds it. It's a 3 versus 2, making a 1v1, not versus Naui. Who's going to come out on top? No boss back, and now he gets it.
It's stranded in the end here, but now pushing forwards. Boss gets dragged back, and Semantic pretty low on the right side. Hypercharge uses well, pushing his ball forwards. Luki's going to need something special. Cocoon there, straight onto the Ash, the Super, the Wall Break, and Zeta Division are the April monthly final champions.